Boker Tov. We like to celebrate a rather bad habit. If you are American or if you're British, you start sessions like this with a very clever, very deep anecdote with a quote. But if you're German, you stick to the habit of the preliminary remark before you actually get to the point. And I'd stick to that. So first of all, a very warm thank you, dear Professor Stauber, for inviting me to chair the first session of today. I'm very much enjoying this conference. Please accept my gratitude. My second preliminary remark, unlike Dina Porat, who everyone here knows, I fear I cannot count on that. So I will start by briefly introducing myself. My name is Michael Borchard. I'm the head of the scientific department, services department, and the Archive for Christian Democratic Politics at the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, a German political foundation. And the archive is actually the archive of the CDU, which also contains important documents on our topic, such as large parts of the holdings of Franz Böhm and Otto Küster, for instance. Before taking on this position, however, I had previously headed the Adenauer Foundation's office in Israel for almost 4 years, and in that capacity also had a very close cooperation with the Tel Aviv University, so it's a little bit like coming home. It was there during the time I had here where I had the idea of writing a book about the very special relationship, and I dare to call it a friendship between Konrad Adenauer and David Ben-Gurion, in which, of course, the Luxembourg Agreement also plays an important role. The book will be available in English soon, if you forgive me that little advertisement break. The third preliminary remark, and then it is enough, about the Germans, the cliché exists that we are in love with punctuality. Even though you only have to use Deutsche Bahn once in Germany today to immediately lose this illusion, I still want to fulfill the cliché more or less 100% today, and will be relatively strict about keeping to the times during the presentations. I'm sorry, Kai. I will give a small sign in each case shortly before the end, my dear speakers, so you have to take it. Every chair is always tempted to think that his or her own panel is by far the most important panel of the whole conference. I resist this temptation, not at least after the experience of yesterday's excellent panel, but I cannot resist the remark that a conference that gathers under the title 70 Years of Holocaust Compensation and Restitution would have actually missed the point if it did not also deal with the negotiations as such, with the agreement itself, but also with its implementation. And that is actually what we want to do now, as you know. Yesterday, not least during the screening of the wonderful film, the name of Fritz Schäffer was mentioned again and again. The name of the man who was Adenauer's most prominent opponent in Germany, along with actually Franz Josef Strauss, who became, and that's quite surprising, one of Adenauer's most important accomplices in establishing what is important until today, the military cooperation between Israel and Germany, only a few years later. The fact that in recent decades, the Federal Ministry of Finance has moved away from being a doubter to becoming a frontrunner in matters of reparations, and I have to tell you that Kai did not bribe me for this statement, by the way, is perhaps also a kind of reparation in itself. Reparations for the opposition that came to the fore in the person of Schäffer. The theme portal, Wiedergutmachung, is an expression of this fact. It may be a valuable source for research and scholarship, the importance of which Dani Dayan has pointed out, but I think it is far more. By making the individual case files accessible, not least to the families of survivors, they offer the chance to retrace one's own family identity. And that, I think, is also very important. We have all dedicated ourselves to scientific work, but it is always also about individual fates of people. Research has done a lot in this field, and this conference expresses that very clearly in all its facets. But in the end, as yesterday's film screening shows, it is also about communicating knowledge. There is no doubt that this portal is doing that. Kai Wambach, the in-house historian of the Federal Ministry of Finance, will now explain this portal and its potential to us. I will not go into all the details of his life again. That's what the CVs in the conference folders are actually for. But I can reveal a little well-kept secret. He once worked for my employer, the Adenauer Foundation, actually in the department that I'm now heading. Before I came to the department, I have to tell. So, in contrary to me, he is now really important. Kai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Borchard, for this introduction, and good morning to everybody. I fear I have to speed up now a little bit because I thought I could. Yeah, that's a cliche too. So, well, I'll give you the overview. Maybe that's better. So, first of all, I have to see how I can start the presentation. Okay. Yeah. I feared that. It's here. No, the one above, yeah. Great, thank you very much, Adi. So now, time's running now. So, no. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and a special honor to be able to speak here today as a representative of the German Federal Ministry of Finance. Professor Stauber, I would like to take this opportunity to officially thank you once again for your interest and your willingness to include our presentation of the online platform, the theme portal, in this morning's program. Many of you may be wondering what the Finance Ministry is doing here at this academic conference, among all these researchers, most of them historians, not as passive listeners, but as active participants, with a speech, a lecture, a presentation. What is there to present? And don't worry, I'm not here to talk about taxation. I will strictly adhere to the topic of the conference. 70 years of Holocaust compensation and restitution. 70 years of the Luxembourg Agreement, 70 years after a watershed moment in compensation law. But it also means, and I'll say this outright, 70 years of efforts to accomplish something that ultimately can never be achieved. Wiedergutmachung, as the concept and word is used in Germany, is not possible. Not in a literal sense, not as an end in itself. And yet I stand before you here today at this large international conference, admittedly also as a historian, but above all as a representative of the German Federal Ministry of Finance, which has been responsible for this very matter since the early 1950s. Wiedergutmachung, making amends for national socialist injustice. We already heard some outstanding presentations on this topic yesterday, and Professor Gaschler gave a keynote speech that, in my view, was a very successful attempt to bridge the gap between the present and the future. And this is where I come in with my topic, future tasks of Wiedergutmachung. Indeed, I'm here today not so much to look back to the past, but to the future. I'm here to show how we, in the future and for the future, intend to facilitate and enhance the all-important act of gazing back in time. We as the German federal government are also very interested to see what is new in and from the field of research on compensation, restitution and Wiedergutmachung. Moreover, we are confident we have something to contribute to this field, and that the future work of the Finance Ministry will assist and support ongoing research. At the same time, we hope to receive assistance and support from the research community. from you in this endeavor. And what is this endeavor? It includes what I intend to present to you here today, the online platform, the theme portal for Wiedergutmachung, as a digital portal to all files, documents, and records of relevance to compensation and restitution. First, let me say that it will take many, many years, decades actually, until truly everything is available. I myself, as I've heard, only have some minutes, which means that I will now first quickly return to the question of what I'm doing here and why the Finance Ministry is creating this online platform. Second, outline what has already been achieved and is being achieved on this very long road. And finally, third, touch on the challenges, but also the visions of the many opportunities that the online platform holds for the future. Now to the question, why are we doing all of this? 70 years ago, this landmark agreement was signed in Luxembourg. It was a turning point for everyone involved, for Germany, for Israel, and for the Claims Conference. A turning point in terms of its substance and symbolism, and in terms of its consequences. This was, perhaps to the surprise of some, not a one-off event, not a conclusion, not the end, but rather the beginning of a project, some kind of project, that would span many decades. But 70 years since 1952 also means that it has now been 7 decades, or simply put, a very long time. What does this mean for the future? The numbers of survivors, as we've heard yesterday, the numbers of survivors are unfortunately declining dramatically. It is regrettably foreseeable that soon, too soon, there will no longer be any witnesses among us. Does this mean, strictly speaking, the end of the Wiedergutmachung process? Since it will no longer be possible to provide material benefits? Would that mark the end of Wiedergutmachung? Should we then, at that point in time, ask the question, have we now made amends? Have we mended? What can be mended? That is, of course, impossible. Since nothing can truly be mended, the Wiedergutmachung process, this unattainable attempt which has been underway for 70 years, cannot end. It will have to evolve, to transform into something else. And it will have to adapt to future challenges. After all, there are more than just material aspects to Wiedergutmachung. These material aspects may one day come to an end, but there is no end to our moral responsibility. Even before the Luxembourg Agreement, Konrad Adenauer spoke of both the material and the moral amends that would have to be made. He called it a moral obligation and an honorable duty of the German people to do its utmost to achieve this. Nahum Goldmann also saw the agreement and the arrangements concluded in Luxembourg as an admittedly non-conclusive moral act of Wiedergutmachung. And that is precisely how it is addressed, namely in a non-conclusive manner. And this transformation has already begun. Already several years ago, the Finance Ministry was asking itself, what could be the future of Wiedergutmachung? What does this transformation entail? Clearly, each new generation will have to grapple with this issue anew and determine what approach it will ultimately take. We cannot decide this today, but we can and we must pave the way forward. Part of this will involve Holocaust education, with many partners around the world, including, for example, the Claims Conference. Of key importance for the future, however, and for the ongoing process of redefining what form it will take, and for successive generations, will be the knowledge concerning what was accomplished over the decades. What impacts did it have? What horrific events preceded it? Who was affected by it? Who, for what reasons, did or did not do what to whom? And this, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the files on compensation, on restitution, Shilumin, Wiedergutmachung, and so on. And I mean to all of them. After all, to this day, these files on Wiedergutmachung from Finance Ministry, from the Chancellery, from the Foreign Office, and from other institutions still exist. These records include key information on the historical background, on legislation, and on the development and implementation of programs and measures. And these records reveal the ongoing, ever-evolving, and increasingly professional approaches, that is, the generally improving initiatives, the macro-social, the political, the administrative, and the legal aspects of compensation, restitution, Wiedergutmachung. Thus, the records ultimately help to illuminate the complete history of the evolution of Wiedergutmachung for National Socialist injustice, right up to the present. We have kilometer upon kilometer of file material here that documents and demonstrates this process. How and when was this dealt with? What was done? How was it done? Who, where, good, bad, sometimes this way, sometimes that way. It's no secret that it was complicated. It was an evolutionary story that evolved with the changes in these 70 years in politics. As Ben Ferenc said in the film yesterday, the survivors felt they did not get enough, and they were right. As a sum, it was quite something. And the story continues, still trying to fill gaps and achieve improvements for the survivors. So these ministerial records are still growing. But there's more, and there are more important aspects. After the Luxembourg Agreement was signed, options were created for individual compensation. Applications could be submitted, and they were submitted. Hundreds of thousands, millions of them, as you will know. And we estimate, we aren't yet exactly sure, that there are over 100 kilometers of file material on this and counting. Germany's compensation policy was never a grand design, fully planned right from the outset, from top to bottom, from left to right, and perfect in every respect. On the contrary, Germany's compensation policy consists of a long succession of diverse legal and extra-legal measures. The policy spanned several decades and was generally oriented within the scope of a compromise that was politically and, yes, socially expedient to improve upon and adjust. It also sought to fill the gaps and, whenever possible, to compensate for them. A few years ago, we compiled an initial overview of the various measures. So this year reflects the situation in 2018. Don't strain your eyes. You wouldn't recognize much, even if the quality was sharp. It's just to give you a general impression. The 1952 Luxembourg Agreement is here. The Federal Compensation Act, or BEG, is here on the overview. And the so-called Article 2 agreement with the Claims Conference is here. In addition, there are countless other measures that are also part of the overall picture. Global agreements, hardship funds, ghetto pensions and compensation, policies enacted by the individual West German states, regulations that date back to the Allied occupation of Germany, the vast field of restitution, etc. So each of these regulations has generated file material. Sometimes a lot, like the Federal Compensation Act and restitution measures, sometimes a comparatively smaller amount. Luxembourg marked the beginning and served as the catalyst for most of them. Above all, it allowed for individual compensation, for individual applications to be submitted after that. And it wasn't easy. In fact, it was very difficult for many to do so. In many cases, the decision to submit an application or not raised major questions of conscience. Should they venture to deal with German bureaucracy? That wasn't easy. And to be honest, in many cases, it wasn't made easy either, because innumerable details had to be supplied. Surname, first name, maiden name, date of birth, place of residence, before, during, and after the persecution. Education, training, and studies, so profession. Family members with, in some cases, the same details required there. Information on personal assets and income. Experiences of persecution, from when to when, where, by whom, etc., etc. What was in detail stolen? That's all in the files. How can this be substantiated and proven? This was often a traumatic experience that brought back traumatic memories. There can be no doubt about that. And then, often enough, applicants encountered a barrage of bureaucratic red tape. Then came the questions and the doubts. Then more documents had to be produced, more evidence, more proof, more documentation, more experts' assessments. And then there was the endless ream of correspondence. And in some cases, in too many cases, it all ended in court, and so on and so forth. At this point, though, I have an observation to add, not only from an administrative point of view, but also as an historian specializing in the history of Germany's restitution policies. This information and these, in some cases, highly bureaucratic procedures were, of course, also necessary and important in order to be able to implement something like this in the first place. It didn't simply happen at the flick of a switch. It had to be manageable. There had to be processes in place so that staff and case workers could take decisions. You needed, of course, bureaucracy. Undeniably, in many cases, it could have been done better and should have been done better. You can say that about a lot of things in retrospect. But on the whole, bureaucracy is hard to avoid. In many cases, though, it clearly failed to make the grade. Most important, all these applications, with all these details and everything associated with it, these records still exist today. Of course, and you are all already conducting research with them, or hopefully planning to do so. After all, from today's perspective, these documents contain a wealth of information, not only for you as researchers, but of course also for the relatives and descendants of the survivors, who in many cases did not talk about being persecuted, could not speak about it. And this information can be very important, especially for the third, fourth, and fifth generations after the survivors. There were many different regulations, many different application options, many different application procedures, massive quantities of applications, and as a result today, files and documents, extending for over 100 kilometers. Ultimately, these files all belong together, subject matter-wise, content-wise, not historically, but as a means to historize them in context. And they belong together from an ethical perspective, in my opinion, as well. But, here comes the problem, these documents, as you know, are unfortunately not all neatly arranged next to each other at a central location, with easy access to the necessary infrastructure, with rail and motorway connections and an airport right around the corner. No, instead, they are located all over the place and widely dispersed. In Germany alone, I cited this example earlier, the Federal Compensation Act, or BEG. This is federal law. Now, of course, one could, should, and would think that the documents are all stored in Koblenz, in the federal archives. But the BEG is a federal law that is executed independently by the individual German states. In other words, the documents are located in the former West German states and their respective archives. Now, for the sake of simplicity, I've listed only one archive per state. Of course, in some cases, there are more. In Baden-Württemberg alone, we have 4 sites with these documents. So those are the BEG documents. In the former East Germany, we don't have any BEG documents, but we do have files that are part of the whole complex. Also at the municipal level, but that wouldn't fit on the figure here. I mentioned global agreements earlier. In the 1950s and 1960s alone, 12 agreements were concluded with Western European countries. Then in the 1990s, more with Eastern European countries. And I spell you a world map here. We would mainly see Israel, for example, and the Claimants Conference in New York, among others. So all of these files are widely dispersed instead of being in one place. But even if there was such a place, an archive where you could all go and search through the entire body of documents at your leisure, it would still not reach as many people as we hope to reach. Such an archive would probably reach only you, the top-ranking researchers in this field, and a handful of others. But we want to reach as many people as possible, or rather they should have access to the files, especially the relatives and descendants of those persecuted in Germany, in Israel, in Europe, in the US, all over the world, who are often able to find information about their own family and identity histories in these documents that they otherwise would never have been able to obtain. Ensuring that they are better able to do this is also one of the successor objectives of Wiedergutmachung, so future tasks. The path that leads us there also takes us to the future because it is digital in nature. Nothing else will do. It must be international, it must be digital, it must be adaptable, it must be connected to networks, and it will be all of these things. I mentioned this at the outset. We've been thinking about this for a number of years. At a very early stage in our reflections, we approached Yad Vashem here in Israel and other institutions with our idea because we realized that we couldn't do this alone and that we didn't want to do it alone either. And I have to say this at this juncture because we are positively overwhelmed by this, the openness, the curiosity, the helpfulness and the kindness that Yad Vashem has shown us in connection with this project. Time and again, it's hard to find words to express my gratitude for this. Just last week, we and our partners of the online platform attended a joint workshop hosted by our colleagues in Jerusalem, and such ongoing exchanges also with other partners are important, and they are important to us. And this outstanding collaboration with everyone has already borne fruit. On June 1st, our State Secretary, Louise Hölscher, concluded an important agreement with the archives in Germany at the Petersburg Hotel near Bonn. This agreement will now expedite the development of the online platform. Referring to the event, our minister, Christian Lindner, emphasized, and I quote, "With every survivor who passes away, our responsibility grows. We intend to preserve the past for the future and render it visible. The policy of Wiedergutmachung and compensation pursued by Germany has resulted in a unique legacy of documents. The contents of these files and documents are to be brought together centrally and made digitally accessible for the future." End of quote. And that is precisely what we are doing. Although still in a very rudimentary form, the online platform was launched on June 1st. This means that I come before you today with a little bit more than just warm words for you and the vague and distant promise of a bright future. No, it's real. We have started, we are getting started now, and we will continually work to breathe life into this online platform for you. And I mean that in a literal sense, for as we were told by Yad Vashem, with regard to the applicant's documents, these are testimonies. These are accounts and statements and depositions by survivors about their ordeals and about their lives. As you can all imagine, this is an undertaking that will require a great deal of time and effort. There's a vast amount of material in very many different places, in many very different countries, in archives and in other places, and it will take years and decades to accomplish. We cannot do it in all in one go. But time and technology are on our side in the sense that we know that in the years to come, the range of available technical solutions will get better and better. Nevertheless, we still clearly face the most daunting of challenges. We will have to meet individually with all archives and institutions. We will have to agree on common standards. We will have to reach a consensus on the objective. The online platform will have to develop and grow, both in terms of its capabilities and content. It is important for us here to engage in an ongoing dialogue that takes all perspectives on board, a dialogue that also includes you, in particular, the academic community. You are our clients and consultants all rolled into one. Formats for this already exist, or if necessary, we will develop them. I mentioned our hope of technological support. Even with state-of-the-art technology, this will be a challenge. I have to rush a little bit. Compensation, Wiedergutmachung, no problem. Restitution was, as mentioned earlier, not a grand design with standardized processes. Likewise, there are no standardized application forms or templates, nor have they all been filled out in the same manner, nor in the same language. German, Hebrew, English, different scripts, Latin script, Irit, Cyrillic. Here's but one example, just to give you an idea of the challenges involved. Just look at these 2 sheets of paper from a single application. It's a completely heterogeneous layout everywhere. So we have different fonts, typewriter fonts, various handwriting styles, and highly popular, not only in Germany, but we tend to like it, official stamps. Some documents are damaged. And there are also difficulties like backgrounds that bleed through when paper is translucent. So using technology is also a challenge, but efforts are currently underway to train AI to conduct independent analysis of these documents. I'm going to rush this through just to say this will help. The efforts of our partners are very promising, but it is, as you can imagine, it is complicated. To train AI to read and conduct and process information independently from this very heterogeneous files, and it is a very complex thing to do. I told Professor Harald Sack, who is working on this for us with his team, that when I look at these images, I don't understand every single detail. And fortunately, I don't have to. Because I also don't understand the diagram of an electric motor either. I'm just glad when the thing works and I know how to drive a car. And the same analogy applies to this situation. And it applies to how you will work with the platform. It's just to give you an impression why it will take some time to deal with this mass of material, even if AI will help. So last but not least, and this must be emphasized, questions of access and security play a big role. The files will be extensively cataloged and indexed, far beyond the usual archival standards. And we intend to digitize them to a very, very large extent. But it is clear that the data and information generated here come from highly sensitive sources. Although this is less true of our ministry files and all the files from the state sources, these will be made available quickly, or should we say more quickly. But we have an obligation to treat the application files with the utmost sensitivity and care. Nothing will simply be posted online. The goal is to create a virtual reading room with different levels of authorization, depending on the requirements and specific nature of the files. So nothing to worry about. And nothing to worry about in the other direction either. We basically want visibility and access. And we can't do that if we catalog and digitize everything and then lock it all away in a digital form. So, coming to an end, slowly. The theme portal will require the development of a complex but ultimately very worthwhile rights management system. In summary, the more we can rely on the help of AI, the better. This will hopefully also allow the wide range of data generated from these extensively indexed and cataloged files to be made available to you and to the field of research without violating personal and other rights. If everything is networked and if everything is searchable, this can be done, for instance, via statistical evaluations, via comparison options, via combined meta searches across diverse inventories, etc. And finally, and this is also being worked on, we want to develop this online platform not only as a point of access to the files, but as a portal, as a place for exchanges and debates, and also for you, for the research community. In this sense, this is hopefully the beginning of a new interactive relationship with all of you that we look forward to. It's a colossal undertaking that will take years and decades to complete and must take a very long time because of the very special nature of the material in question. The long-term process alluded to here is at the same time an expression of the German government's long-term commitment to the ongoing responsibilities of Wiedergutmachung. In these times, it also might be the right thing to do, to make the process as transparent as it can be. I mean, in terms of a transitional justice. In the end, we might contribute with a very highly documented undertaking that shows what consequences in detail and long term a war and crimes against humanity can have. Last page. Therefore, we are striving for a comprehensive access to this legacy of documents on restitution and compensation with all the necessary security protections, with all the desired openness, with all possible possibilities for posterity and future generations, for the descendants of the survivors, and for scholastic and political education, and for you, for research, for academia worldwide. And finally, for the transparent documentation on the fact that Wiedergutmachung has always been and must always remain, that is to say, an attempt. And that is precisely for this reason, all the more important it is to continue to make this attempt, to shape it, to fill it with life, and to never give up. So we will keep on trying. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this impressive presentation. Thank you also for applying the wonderful Israeli notion of Tacheles to the bureaucracy and all the involved issues. Also, thank you for introducing us to the complexity of this endeavor that you are doing here. But I think thank you and to your colleagues for the service that the Ministry of Finance provides here, because I personally think that is very helpful and very important. We now come to the essence of the agreement. We all know the Luxembourg Agreement was a precedent in several respects. It was the first bilateral agreement of the young federal republic. It was the recognition that Israel is the legitimate representative of the murdered and disenfranchised Jews. But at the same time, through the inclusion of the Claims Conference, it was also the recognition of individual suffering. You all know these dimensions in a certain sense. As Konstantin Goschler once put it, Luxembourg stands alongside Nuremberg, just as new standards were formulated in 1948 for dealing with the perpetrators of major state crimes. This also happened in 1952 with regard to dealing with the victims. And in this way, the Luxembourg Agreement can be read as a founding document of new standards of historical justice, whose impact continues to this day. Lorena De Vita will now bring us closer to the local, national, and international significance of what happened there in Wassenaar. And she also, through the university where she works, finally brings to the table of our conference the country that did the work, so to speak, and secured the negotiation side, the Netherlands, and then jokingly spoken, had to watch Luxembourg take all the credit. But that is how life sometimes is. Also with Lorena, I want to reveal a secret about her performance that will make us all envious, at least most of us. Namely, she had the chance, we saw him so impressively in the movie yesterday, to interview Ben Ferenc. Maybe she'll tell us about that too. Either way, she now has the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Borchard. Perfect. Thanks, Adi. So good morning, everyone, and really thanks again to all the organizers, Professor Stauber. Also, thank you for the invitation to present my work in progress to this very distinguished audience. it's really an honor for me to be able to discuss my thinking and also some of the documents I found, some of the interviews I conducted with people, scholars who have also really greatly inspired my interest in the field and in the subject. I have to say, because I'm speaking right after Kai, so it was a great honor also to be at Petersburg, and after having spent a couple of days in the Yad Vashem archives, I cannot but applaud the initiative which is being taken right now. So the work in progress that I'm presenting to you today is part of a broader and ongoing research project on international diplomacy in the aftermath of the Holocaust. This is partially related to my book, which came out in paperback this year. And the book is really a Cold War history of German-German competition in the 1950s and 60s, looked at through the lens of the relations or non-relations that each German state decided to have with Israel in the 50s and 60s. But it's also part of an initiative which I launched earlier this year with the support of the Royal Netherlands Academy for Arts and Sciences in order to contextualize the history of these negotiations as well. So if I had to think of a question to start my presentation and to tell you what I'm going to talk about, then the question would be, when did the negotiations take place? I mean, of course, we all know that. It's in the very title of the conference that we are attending today. It's 70 years ago. But more precisely, my question is, in which kind of context? And in order to answer this question, I want to look at the global political context in which the negotiations took place, but I want to do it from a, let's say, maybe unexpected perspective, namely by looking at the files at the very local level, so including in the Netherlands, indeed, as Dr. Borchard just said. So the aim of my talk is to contextualize these talks and these negotiations, also by reflecting on some of the tensions that were sometimes having very tangible reverberations at the local level at that time. Because indeed, these negotiations took place in a moment of transition. It was a transition which was, of course, marked by the aftermath of the Holocaust, the Second World War, but also the crumbling of European empires, also raising tensions, both stemming from the Middle East, but also from the global Cold War, which had a very European dimension as well, if one looks at Germany, for example. So just a disclaimer before I properly begin. In the course of my talk, you will hear a lot about The Hague, you might hear about Bonn, East Berlin, even about Cairo, Indonesia. But flipping the perspective in order to look at what was happening outside and around the negotiating table and the signature of the Luxembourg Agreement in no way means to detract from the relevance of the study of the content of those talks, namely this unprecedented and unique process of negotiating compensation, Wiedergutmachung, Shilumim, in the aftermath of the Holocaust. And yet, these negotiations did not take place in a vacuum. And keeping this in mind, I think, is important also if we need to grasp the significance of the negotiations. And this is done also by engaging with the contemporary dynamics that characterized international politics at that time. So in order to give you a sense of how I'm going to structure the talk this morning, my presentation will proceed chronologically. I decided to focus on some moments in particular. So I want to start by giving you a sense of what kind of preparations did the Dutch have to go through once they decided to host these talks. Then I want to focus on some incidents that took place in the very first days of negotiations. And then I want to end by reflecting on some of the tensions that were characteristics of the, let's say, aftermath. So after the signing, before the ratification, in that sense. But this chronological structure is also related to a thematic series of points of focus, namely the legacy of Nazism and the Holocaust, and including the Cold War international politics at that time. So in terms of starting with these preparations, indeed, the choice of the Dutch location is interesting. We also heard this yesterday in the documentary. In a sense, from, let's say, a Dutch perspective, the Netherlands was not necessarily the most obvious place to host the talks, also because at that time you have to imagine that the relations between the Netherlands and the Federal Republic of Germany were only just beginning to mend. This is 7 years after the end of the war. At that time, also the relations between the Netherlands and Israel were, let's say, a work in progress. Now, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, one of the documents and the reports that the Israeli representative in the Netherlands sent back talked about a sort of two-sided attitude. He reported the fact that in the background, in private talks, Dutch representatives were very supportive of Israel, but that they were very hesitant to take this approach in public. Why? Mostly because they didn't want to alienate the largely Muslim population of Indonesia, also because of the relations that they had with Great Britain at that time. Now, from this Dutch perspective, the Indonesian question matters because the Indonesian recognition, which was for the Dutch, in a sense, also a diplomatic defeat, this took place at the United Nations, and it was especially thanks to the fact that the Arab states had recognized Indonesia first. Now, this was the background. This was the background within which also the Israeli authorities consistently, in any case, kept informed the Dutch authorities about their intention to demand compensation from Germany. So, for example, their 1951 notes, very famous ones in January and March, these were sent both to The Hague, but also to Dutch representations in the Far East for the reasons that I just mentioned. And let's say that despite this background, the Dutch eventually, so first they manifested their interest in the question in general, and eventually a year later they agreed to host the talks. This was in Kasteel Oud-Wassenaar, not too far from where I usually work in the Netherlands. And what is, I think, also interesting to put in the picture is the fact that it was in the same castle. This was originally a villa turned a hotel in the early 1900s. This is where the Reichskommissar for the Netherlands, as Inquart, had stayed in his when he arrived in the Netherlands. So from May to December 1940, this is where he was. And of course, we also know this is also where the negotiations then took place 12 years later with the representatives of the Jewish Claims Conference, Israel, and the Federal Republic of Germany. So eventually, as I mentioned, the Dutch consented to hosting this. This was also related to the fact, despite the fact that extensive security measures would need to be put in place. These kind of security measures were operated on a day-to-day basis by the local police forces, the gemeentepolitie in The Hague, but also in Wassenaar. But the military police was also involved, the marechaussee, to monitor the movements of people across the borders, for example, as well as the domestic intelligence services, also in cooperation with the Dutch Foreign Ministry. And just to give you a sense of how the Foreign Ministry and the Dutch diplomats were involved, this is an excerpt from a document from the Dutch representative in Israel. You can see it's the 10th of March, so just 11 days before the beginning of the talks, in which he sends a report including also 3 points. So first, the fact that the negotiations are going to take place in the Netherlands, according to him, is still completely secret. On the other hand, though, the fact that there was certainly very likely going to be efforts on the part of saboteurs to sabotage these talks. And third point, these attempts at sabotage should not be underestimated. And these are the 3 words that were underlined in The Hague, as you can see. So it was also in order to protect the secrecy of these negotiations that newspapers titled along these lines, and this is an example from the Jerusalem Post. So delegations off to Brussels, but this was in fact not true. So they were going to the Netherlands. So indeed, I had the honor and the pleasure to talk with Ben Ferencz about a variety of aspects related to the negotiations, the agreement, and the implementation. And I couldn't help but ask myself, and him actually, how was it to arrive in the Netherlands? How was it? How did he remember it? I will try to play now a very short 2-minute clip of what he told me. So I hope the technology assists me. Of course, we all know him, and I will try to give him the floor.
The first question was, where are we going to have our meetings with the Germans? We all agreed right away, we're not going to go to Germany on this meeting. We have to have a place outside of Germany because people would resent the fact we're going back to Germany in order to negotiate a question like this.
Yeah.
Israel was very hesitant about the whole thing at the time. So we decided that we would keep it secret.
Yes.
And when the time came for me to leave London to go to Holland, I was given an envelope when I left the hotel, said, don't open it until you get in the cab. I got in the cab, I opened it, and it said, proceed to Hoek van Holland, you will be met. And I got on a ship, on a boat across the canal from London to Holland. And when I got to the other side, they looked at my passport and they looked at me and they said, wait a moment. And then they brought me to a car, and it was a big black Buick, and this is your driver? Okay, I sat in the car and we started going. It was already very early in the morning, maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And we proceeded after about an hour in the car. I said to the driver, where are you taking me? He said, I'm taking you to the meeting place. He didn't tell me. He said, and then as I noticed we were getting closer to houses and places, and we began to slow down, and we pulled in to what looked like a castle. It was Wassenaar.
Yeah.
I didn't know at that time where we were going, but I was greeted at the gate there by what seemed to me to be an SS officer in his black uniform. And I said, I walked into a trap. And I looked a little more closely, and the SS had a silver stripe running down the side of their black pants. This guard did not have a silver stripe, so I was reassured that it was not SS capturing me.
And of course, as a historian, I just have a short methodological point. I mean, oral history interviews can have their pitfalls, but because, of course, this is a memory a long time ago of someone who is also not so young anymore. But at the same time, I'm very different. But at the same time, this is an important point. I decided to include this anecdote and to include this quote because regardless of I believe this memory, but even if I were to be more cautious on this, anyhow, I think that this anecdote is interesting because it reveals something. It's evocative, I think, of the inner state of at least some of the negotiators approaching that moment and approaching that meeting. That's his own memory of arriving at Wassenaar. And indeed, I think it's an interesting excerpt in order to recall, on the one hand, just how recent the Nazi past was at that time, and indeed, this sense of vulnerability. Now, this is an important point because you might know within the very first days of the beginning of the negotiations, so 21st of March, that's when they started. Only 3 days later, and this is just an example, you know already that the resistance was fierce. It came from Israel, also from the Federal Republic of Germany, elsewhere. But 3 days after the beginning of the talks, Arab League envoy Mohammed Ali Sadiq Bey paid a visit to the West German ambassador in The Hague, even though it was allegedly secret that they were meeting in the Netherlands. He was stressing a link between West German restitutions to the Israeli Holocaust survivors and the Claims Conference, and also connecting this to calls for Israel to compensate Palestinian refugees of the First Arab-Israeli War. And Bey, in that meeting, informed the German ambassador of the intention to either be partial recipients of any German payments that would be agreed with Israel, or the request to halt the negotiations altogether. Now, throughout 1952, 1953, this kind of requests, even though they were fundamentally unrelated to the question of German restitutions to the survivors and to Israel in the aftermath of the Holocaust, would present themselves regularly for German officials stationed in various parts of the globe. And sometimes these were also reinforced by members of the Federal Diplomatic Service themselves, who we have seen also thanks to the results of the Historical Commission work on their past. Several of them had a connection to the Nazi past as well. But this was not the only, let's say, source of tension among the others that I have mentioned just now. You need to imagine that within 10 days of the beginning of the talks, an envelope arrived at the German embassy in The Hague. It was a light envelope. It was addressed to the German delegation and Dutch police officers, and it's my reason to believe also thanks to the cooperation with the Israeli police, realized that this was in fact an explosive envelope, so they intercepted it in time and it did not explode. This was also in the context of another bomb that had been sent to Konrad Adenauer, addressed to him in Munich, and which indeed had killed the German police officer that was trying to open it a couple of days earlier. Now, but given the fact that this Dutch, let's say, the Dutch envelope had not exploded, it was possible for the police to conduct investigations into how it was manufactured, how it was planned to go off when activated, and how it was composed. So you can see here at the bottom, there is one Dutch newspaper report about this bomb, and then what you see here are some files that I found in the municipality archives in The Hague, because the Dutch tried to get their international contacts activated in order to try and understand who may have sent this, what is this, what are we dealing with, and how can we make sure that we prevent this kind of incidents also in the future. You can see here, this is a letter from the special branch of the Metropolitan Police in London, and essentially explaining here, I'm pointing to the bottom, which was very similar along the lines to letters received by various persons in England in 1947. So within this context of pushing the British out of a mandate Palestine as well. These kind of police efforts, yesterday we heard a very interesting perspective also on the Israeli police here in Israel in January and March 52, but there was also an international dimension to these efforts. And it was also to recognize these efforts that, for example, this is a document in which the Israeli Foreign Minister, Moshe Sharet, also sends his very warm thanks to the Dutch authorities, in which he emphasized the role played by various actors, including the authorities in The Hague, but also the security services, the foreign ministries, and the dozens of officials working day and night. So after difficult months, which were difficult for reasons that had to do, of course, with what was being discussed in the room, but also because of the atmosphere and the tensions outside, we all know the document was signed in silence with the choreography that Professor Dandina explained. And these, of course, took place right after the end of the negotiations in Wassenaar. Now, in terms of the Cold War, this is something that I also want to introduce. The Cold War, when it comes into the picture, it's usually mentioned to explain why West Germany sat at the table and East Germany didn't. So let's say in the beginning of the process. But the Cold War also had an interesting and important role right after the signing of this agreement, because beyond the evident historic significance that the agreement had, it also included a political meaning for the Federal Republic of Germany, which was positioning itself within the Cold War context also as the sole legitimate German state. The year 1952 had witnessed a series of crucial developments for West Germany that really marked an important series of steps forward within the path to relative sovereignty and independence as well. So in a sense, the signing of the Luxembourg Agreement in 1952 also overlapped with the West German gradual progression towards sovereignty. And by signing it, Adenauer's Germany attempted, and I think in a certain extent also managed, to turn the legacy of the Nazi past from a political liability to an element that would emphasize and could emphasize how different his Germany and this Germany was from the one of 1945. So signing the agreement with Israel also reinforced this image of the new Federal Republic, and I think this is important as well. And I think that you can imagine, and this is my last point, then you can understand why for East Germany, the signing of the agreement became a core element of their propaganda against West Germany. This is an example of Neues Deutschland, so the party mouthpiece in East Germany. This was aimed to a domestic audience, but as I trace in the book, throughout the 1950s and 60s, this kind of message was presented also to Arab audiences. Counterintuitively enough, also tried to present it to Israeli audiences at times of particular tension, for example, during the Eichmann trial. This is also, to put it in the broader context, the first major, let's say, diplomatic victory of the German Democratic Republic was an economic agreement signed with Egypt, so the first country outside of the socialist bloc to sign this kind of agreements with the German Democratic Republic, and this happened in February 1953, so shortly after the signing of the agreement, and in a sense also shortly before the ratification thereof in the Bundestag and then in Israel as well. So just to conclude, my point today was that the Wassenaar negotiations and the later signature and ratification of the agreement took place in a context that was characterized by tensions. These were stemming from a variety of points: the bipolar rivalry, the situation in the Middle East, and of course in the aftermath of the Holocaust and the Second World War. The negotiations and the agreement to which they led, of course, would have been groundbreaking and difficult regardless of the exact place, the exact castle in which they would have taken place. But those talks also didn't take place in a vacuum. And I think that keeping this in mind is important and helpful in order to grasp, in retrospect, also the full significance and vulnerability of those negotiations and the agreement that resulted from them. A brief historiographical point: I teach in a course of international relations. I coordinate a master program in international relations in historical perspective. And if I look at the vast majority of international histories of the 20th century, I don't see the Luxembourg Agreement yet. So I am hoping that this kind of meetings, this kind of conferences will also help to bring the relevance of that specific turning point to, let's say, broader audiences within history, but also beyond history. So to raise greater awareness regarding the agreement, including the prehistory, the negotiation, the implementation, but also further ramifications, and to foster a conversation and exchange both among historians, but also across disciplines and different kinds of publics. My very last words: 70 years after those difficult talks, it is high time to remember, reassess, and analyze those negotiations, reflecting on their course, but also their legacy, because they were a fundamental, if fraught, turning point in the history of German, Jewish, Israeli relations, and they marked an event of world historical importance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this. I really have to say exciting lecture. When I saw the title of your presentation in the beginning, I was wondering how it is possible to put all these dimensions into roughly, let's call it 20 minutes. But you managed to do this. And when I saw this wonderful headline, delegation off to Brussels, I also thought that sometimes, admittedly in very rare occasions, fake news can be justified. But I thought it was also very important what you said in the end, this image of the other Germany. This was also being picked up by Ben-Gurion, actually, who tried to also kind of highlight this picture in order to justify what he is doing here. So in almost every public speech he gave about this, he was kind of highlighting this image of the other Germany, which of course can be disputed with good reasons. So thank you again for this wonderful and very important lecture. We know, and now we are heading over to the next presentation, we know that the Western allies, including the British, jointly rejected the idea of negotiating reparations with Germany, and that direct negotiations with Israel were therefore unavoidable. We know that the decisive discussion between Goldman and Adenauer took place in London, and of course the British knew that too. That Adenauer maintained the closest relationship of trust not with the British High Commissioner, but with John J. McCloy, the American High Commissioner, is also at least known to those who deal with these issues. And of course we know that Britain was not entirely free of its own historical baggage in considering developments in Israel, to put it rather mildly. We know that too, but otherwise, we don't know that much at all about the perspective that the British actually took, and that's why we can now look forward particularly to the talk by Daniel Siemens, who will give us the British perspectives on the negotiations. Also with Daniel Siemens, there are a few interesting details from his resume that are not in our papers here. Relax, it's okay. With one of his books, he has accomplished an interesting feat that even the great stars of the Historians Guild do not constantly achieve. His 2017 book, Stormtroopers, A New History of Hitler's Brown Shirts, published by Yale University Press, is also available in German, Polish, and Chinese translations. Such international distribution is evidence of his scholarly quality. That another of his books with the title Biometrics, Security for the Transparent Man will be translated into Chinese is, I think, rather unlikely. Professor Siemens, you have the word.
Much. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Michael Borchard. I was a bit skeptical what was to come, but I think that's great. Yeah. Thank you very much for having me, Professor Stauber and his wonderful team. A really great conference, and I really enjoy it. And I should maybe admit at the beginning, when I was asked to contribute to this conference, that it was still in the pandemic. I was thinking, what can I meaningfully contribute to a room of experts that know the Luxembourg Agreement much better than I do. And I thought, oh, maybe let's think about the British as I work and live in the United Kingdom. And I thought, not sure anyone actually looked in detail at the relevant files in the National Archives in Kew. So what I'll present to you today is really kind of report, or I share my reading with you of these files. And you have to let me know in the discussion or afterwards whether this is of interest. Listening to what we've heard already, I think we will now hear more about money and oil, and not so much about the moral side of this agreement. And it's maybe worth reminding ourselves that the perspective that we have in 2022 on the Luxembourg Agreement was not necessarily what on a global scale mattered to people in 1952. And second point I want to say before I really start with my paper, and I have written it down. I don't know, we shouldn't do this, but it's better for the timekeeping. Lorena had these kind of three sub-chapters, and I will basically speak about the period after the signing of the Luxembourg Agreement and before the ratification, because this is what the British, probably also the Americans and others, was most relevant for them, when there was something to talk about. There was the deal between West Germany and Israel, but it was not yet implemented, and obviously the Arabs and the Arab League tried to challenge that. Without further ado, I really start with a paper. So the United Kingdom developed a renewed interest in the Middle East after the Second World War for economic and for political reasons, which also impacted on how its government observed the negotiations between the State of Israel and the Federal Republic. As a former leading Western power in mandatory Palestine, and as home of tens of thousands of Jewish refugees from Central and Eastern Europe since the 1930s, these developments were for the British of international, but also of domestic importance. The Foreign Office followed the talks in Wassenaar very closely, not least because it feared that a future German-Israeli agreement would be met with resistance from the Arab neighbors of Israel. The British diplomats were also concerned with how such an agreement would impact on the Anglo-German post-World War II payment agreements, that came up in the film yesterday as well as the Anglo-Israel trade. In fact, they were quick to note that the economic consequences of the Luxembourg Agreement, which not only requested West Germany to pay reparations to Israel, but it also gave the Federal Republic a competitive advantage in Israel, and to the detriment, so to say, of the United Kingdom, or so it was feared very early on. Against this background, my paper today analyzes the British perspective of the Luxembourg Agreement on three levels: political, economic, and historical. Vergangenheitspolitik, so to say, making use of the relevant archives, national archives in Kew, as well as newspaper coverage at the time. I will advance the argument that the British government, as well as newspaper commentators and businessmen, recognized the agreement as a major step in the relations of the two contracting parties, but they also saw it as an economic and political risk to British interests in the Middle East. The British government, as I already said, observed these negotiations from the start, taking its international significance and its possible domestic effects into account. The British legation in Tel Aviv fed a constant flow of information to the Foreign Office in London, which was at the time headed by the conservative Anthony Eden, who in 1955 became British Prime Minister. Although the tone of these reports in the files of the Foreign Office were generally sympathetic, the British position was one of cautious optimism, which I would say a clear understanding of the limits of the negotiation process and the tacit interests of the two main parties involved. Once the Luxembourg Agreement was actually signed, the British diplomats emphasized the rather business-like character of this contract, which they claimed should not be seen as an admission of German moral guilt, or at least not of collective guilt. They carefully noted the long minutes of silence when the agreement was signed on the morning hours of the 10th of September 1952, and they cautioned not to overemphasize its historical character. And it's worth looking at this a bit more in detail. There's no attempt, they say, to gloss over the unspeakable and criminal acts perpetrated against the Jewish people during the National Socialist regime of terror. So again, like yesterday, crime without a name. But there's equally no suggestion that the German people, as distinct from the National Socialist regime, should bear any guilt for these crimes. Neither is there any implication that the moral wrong done to the Jewish people is in any way atoned for by the agreement, which is presented simply as an acceptance of the federal government of financial claims for material damages inflicted by its predecessors. The agreement therefore closes no accounts and opens no doors for future relations between Israel and Germany. Though it may perhaps be regarded as unlatching a wicket gate through which communication could be affected if circumstances warrant. Complicated language, but of course they got it wrong. The government of Israel struck a much more positive note, emphasizing early on the historical importance of what was achieved. On his return from Luxembourg, Moshe Zaret said that, quote, "For all material importance of the agreement, its political and moral significance would be much greater," and that the extraction by moral influence alone of a public admission of responsibility would be a precedent going beyond relations between Germany and Israel, would be unique in Jewish history, and would also become a universal asset. So I think that's in line with Lorena's last point. At the time, as you all know, Zaret's claim was an attempt to silence the many critics of the agreement in Israel and the kind of idea that this was blood money. I think from today's perspective, Zaret got it right and the British got it wrong, and the admission of moral guilt started this process of diplomacy of guilt, which until this very day, in a way, sets the tone for the relation between Israel and Germany. Next to the political importance of the agreement, it was the economic side that mattered most to the British. They were delighted with one aspect of the agreement in particular, namely the fact that West Germany agreed to provide 150 million Deutschmarks during the first 2 years after the agreement came into force for the purchase of sterling oil. Sterling oil to be paid in sterling and from British companies, basically from Shell. And Shell got it from Iran and Iraq. It was assumed that the amount of these 150 million Deutschmark was enough to pay for between 2/3 and possibly up to 80% of Israel's oil needs in this period of question. So in other words, very significant. And if you remember again from yesterday evening, the financial problems of Israel and the economic situation, so it was really significant on that front. Up to this point, the state of Israel had been forced to use substantial amounts of its foreign currency to buy oil from British firms, and it had relied on American and British credits to pay for it. In other words, the Luxembourg Agreement was twofold beneficial to the United Kingdom. It reduced the need to provide Israel with more credits, and it secured the British oil companies' profits, at least for some years to come. The British side also hoped to benefit from the German payments to Israel in another, more indirect way. It assumed that Israel would, via the soon-to-be established Israeli purchasing mission, which you will hear in the next paper, would spend most of the reparation money on metals and other products from Germany's steel manufacturing industry, on agricultural products, and on products from the chemical industry. According to public statements by Moshe Zaret, the government was planning to spend only 10% of the reparations to the State of Israel for the importance of consumer goods. And the British diplomats now assumed that there would be a huge market, they said, for consumer goods which were to be imported outside the German-Israeli framework, and that the increasing demand for consumer goods in Israel could benefit British businesses, at least as long as Zaret's policy basically to spend not much money for consumer goods would not change. Other aspects of the deal, however, were less promising from a British perspective. Even if they acknowledged in the autumn of 1952 they would be too early to foresee what effects this agreement will have on the United Kingdom trade with Israel. Here's another quote. It would, however, tend to have an unsettling effect on the pattern of trade between the two countries, and there's certainly a danger that the United Kingdom might be largely supplanted by Germany in the permanent markets of raw materials and heavy machinery which Israel will always offer, in exchange for the more temporary markets in consumer goods. Once large quantities of German machinery are imported under the agreement, Israel must continue to import from Germany for replacement and maintenance, to the consequent detriment of similar British exports. End quote. To address this anticipated problem, the increasing long-term Israeli dependence on German technology to the disadvantage of the British Commercial Relations and Exports Department met with the Anglo-Israeli Chamber of Commerce as early as December 1952 to secure the safeguarding of British economic interests in Israel. They felt assured by information that they had somehow obtained that the Israeli government would consider setting up an advisory committee in London which would check very carefully whether machinery, quote, to be obtained from Germany could be so manufactured as to permit of spares, extensions, etc., being obtained from the United Kingdom and to preserve as far as possible our interests in the long term, end quote. It's unclear whether this was above all an expression of wishful thinking or whether these meetings led to any concrete initiatives. Either way, I would say such concerns demonstrate the extent to which the reception of the Luxembourg Agreement in Britain was mixed from the start. Next to ongoing political support, facilitated by British diplomatic efforts in the negotiation stages of the agreement, economic and financial lobby groups in the United Kingdom very early on began to ask Her Majesty's government for protection of their vested interests in Israel. And in the years to come, these concerns only intensified. It leads me to my second point. Immediately after the Luxembourg Agreement was signed, the Arab League objected to the deal and warned of serious economic and political consequences. As the agreement still needed to be ratified in Israel and in West Germany, the Arab pressure had the potential to obstruct or at least significantly delay this process. Within days, the Arab League sent a delegation to Bonn, tasked with putting pressure on West Germany into industry and threatening a boycott, which might even be extended to include the participation of non-Arab states like Pakistan and Persia, so Iran. And it's probably fair to say that this delegation was received in Bonn. They met with influential people, including Hallstein, the Minister of Economics, Ludwig Erhard, and also the Mayor of West Berlin, Ernst Reuter. According to British sources, the Arab League said in these talks that it would not, in principle, and I quote, question the justice of the Federal Republic making amends for the crimes committed by the Nazis against the Jews, end quote. However, it would not recognize the government of Israel as representative of world Jewry, and furthermore complained that claims of Arab refugees from Palestine against the Israeli government had not been taken into account. In the original aide-memoire, which the Egyptian ambassador had handed over to the Foreign Office in November 1952, the tone was indeed much harsher. According to this document in French, the Luxembourg Agreement is said to have no significance at all, and furthermore it is claimed that recent Jewish immigrants, many of them Holocaust survivors, had de facto been, now I quote my translation, been amply compensated already at the expense of the Arabs who had to flee the atrocities of the Jews of Israel and whose property was worth billions of pounds. This competing narrative of suffering and victimhood suggested that it was not the Jews who needed to be compensated in the first place, but the Palestinian refugees. Accordingly, one of the Arab demands was that part of the total payments from the Luxembourg Agreement would be set aside to cover the payment of compensation by Israel to Arab refugees. The blame for the current situation, so the Arabs claimed, lay actually more with the Western powers, and here particularly with the United States, and not with West Germany, as according to this Arab view, West Germany was basically pressured into signing this agreement. From their perspective, the Luxembourg Agreement was a kind of indirect American economic help to Israel paid for by the Germans, which would have the potential to destabilize the entire Middle East. The Israeli government feared that West Germany might actually succumb to this Arab pressure and it was alarmed when the government in Bonn quickly decided to send delegations to the capitals of the different states organized in the Arab League. Would the Germans really risk economic and political relations with several Arab states to honor an agreement with the Jews and their recently founded small and economically precarious state of Israel? That was the question, and they were not sure about this. Against this background, Israel's ambassador to the UK, Eliyahu Eliat, who later became the president of the Hebrew University, met with diplomats from the Foreign Office in London as early as November 1952 and asked them in no uncertain terms to remind West Germany of their contractual and moral obligation towards Israel. However, the British thought that such a reminder would neither be needed nor advisable. The West Germans had already assured them in private communication they would not defer the ratification of the Luxembourg Agreement, despite the pressure from the Arab League, and furthermore the Foreign Office thought that a possible British intervention would not be well received in Germany. And therefore the British diplomats thought it advisable not to expose their government more than absolutely necessary, and instead carefully explore the political and economic opportunities of the day. Following this line, in the months to come, the British diplomats told Israeli as well as Arab representatives that the United Kingdom's government could not intervene on their behalf. All concerns should instead be raised directly with the West German government. This position effectively was difficult to defend, however, as all sides knew that the considerable oil deliveries for Israel were from now on financed by German payments, as I already outlined, which the Arab League at least saw as indirect military help to Israel that would only strengthen its armed forces. While ultimately neither the Arab League nor West Germany wanted to cut their economic and political ties completely, it could be argued that the haggling about oil, hard currency, and political influence over time contributed, maybe against the will of many of those involved, to elevate the Luxembourg Agreement to a moral and just cause. Consequently, it became imperative for the West German government to ratify and subsequently honor this agreement. However, when it finally entered into force in March 1953, the initial excitement had largely vanished, at least among the Jews in the UK, as the example here of the Association of Jewish Refugees in Great Britain illustrates. The Luxembourg Agreement had been front-page news in its information bulletin in September 1952, yet when the ratification in the Bundestag occurred half a year later, it was already reported in a much more distant and detached tone. But the seeking of reparations from the perpetrators was initially seen as a global task for all Jews. The Luxembourg Agreement in the spring of 1953 was already something of a more kind of binational endeavor. I come to my last point. In April 1954, roughly 1 year after the Luxembourg Agreement came into effect, the British ambassador in West Germany, Sir Frederick Hoyer Miller, provided his government in London with a summary of the recent developments. He noted that, quote, "the peaceful implementation of this agreement has undoubtedly helped considerably towards the establishment of normal relationships between the two countries," end quote. By contrast, the threats by the Arab League to boycott German goods or to penalize individual German firms have proved empty, he observed, above all because these countries, quote, "seem to have realized that they themselves would have more to lose than the Federal Republic if their threats were actually carried out," end quote. On the economic side, and especially regarding British interest, the picture was mixed. On the one hand, the British ambassador pointed out that the Israelis had so far purchased sterling oil worth of 150 million Deutschmarks, as had been agreed. This amounted to a bit more than 44% of all purchases resulting from the agreement in the first year, as many of the other goods requested from the Germans had not yet been delivered due to the difficult economic situation in the Federal Republic. And 60 million Deutschmarks had not been spent at all. On the other hand, these difficulties had not benefited British firms. Only above 9% of the money totally available to Israel had been spent on food and raw materials from third countries, for example, on wheat from Turkey, rubber from Malaysia, oilseeds and huts. As the ambassador did not mention any British firms or products in this report, I think it's safe to assume that their shares of these deals was really not significant. Not the British, but West Berlin's industry was the clear winner of the deal as the Germans had asked for. It obtained some 30% of all orders, which led the British ambassador to conclude that the Israel mission and the Federal Republic had been able to work in close concert in the interest of Berlin's firms. Prospects for British businesses were even bleaker in 1954 than the present situation. The ambassador noted that the Israeli purchasing mission had not even made any specific provision for purchases of goods of non-German origins in the following year. In other words, only 1 or 1.5 years after the ratification of the agreement, initial hopes that third parties could also economically benefit from the agreement had been evaporated. Consequently, the British assumed that the midterm significance of the economic and trade side of the agreement would be a further rapprochement of West Germany and Israel at the expense of everyone else. In fact, Israel had already started to export significant quantities of citrus fruits to West Germany, and the German industry hoped for an increasing lasting market for its products in Israel. Yet, in 1954, the British also noted that it would be a bit too early to make ultimate judgment on this, as they also noted the unpopularity in Israel of all things German. So basically said it needs a few more years to find out whether the British consumers were actually, the Israeli consumers were prepared to give up and just buy more products from Germany. Very quick conclusion. From today's perspective, the British diplomats in the early 1950s underestimated the long-term political value of the Luxembourg Agreement precisely because they read it verbatim. They rightly spotted the mutual reservations on both sides, but they did not foresee that the working relations following the ratification of the agreement would become so reliable that the initial deep reservations could be overcome within a few decades. However, the British observers were spot on in their assessment of the economic consequences of the Luxembourg Agreement, yet there was ultimately very little they could do. Interestingly, my really last point, in all the official documents that I've seen, I've not found one reflection about how the British rule in Palestine until 1948 might have impacted on their perception of the agreement in the 1950s. This, I would say, is the blind spot in their otherwise very accurate and well-informed British observation of the Luxembourg Agreement and its consequences for the United Kingdom, for West Germany, Israel, and for the region, Far East more generally. Thank you very much.
I hope this wasn't a comment. Thank you for this, I thought, very insightful contribution. Actually, I had the impression that this was also to a certain extent filling a void, which makes it very valuable to all of us. And my feeling also was that this wishful thinking that you named was kind of a pattern that you could really see in the way the British assessed the situation. And it also brings us to a certain extent back to the old times that are becoming increasingly unimaginable, back in the old times where it was all about oil, actually. And I'm also very thankful that you already kind of in a way, introduced our next speaker, because you handed over to the importance of the mission, of the purchasing mission, and what role it actually played. So thank you again for your contribution. And we now indeed move over to the fourth and final presentation of this panel. We have been talking intensively about Nahum Goldman, and of course in the presence of such a lot of very important members of the Claims Conference, I do not dare to question this. He undoubtedly played an important role, but as we say in a wonderful German quote, and I fear I can't translate it, so this is only for the Germans, zu viel Weihrauch schwärzt die Heiligen. I mean, if you I can't translate it. I'll do it later if you want to have it translated. I think it is very important to look at another person, and I'm sure that you will also introduce him to us, Felix Chenard, whom the sober Atlatus of Adenauer, Walter Hallstein, praised almost enthusiastically. No better man than Dr. Chenard could have been chosen to hold the leading position in the Israeli mission in Germany. Chenard, he added, made a name for himself in West Germany, and the smooth implementation of the agreement was to a considerable degree due to Dr. Chenard's special talent. After all, he managed to ensure that the door of the Chancellor, who himself always made sure that the implementation of the agreement, and I think that's also an important point, went smoothly, was always open for him. Early on, the mission in Cologne was, after all, more than just the control station for monitoring compliance with the agreement. At least, I hope that Irit will not completely contradict that now. In order to introduce her, I will also reveal something about Irit that is not in the biography that we received in the conference folders. Irit completed her master's degree, summa cum laude, in modern German and European studies at the University of Haifa. Her master thesis entitled Contact but No Established Relations, the Israeli Consulate in Munich between Israel and Germany, 1948 to 1953. And I think this, of course, relates to her issue today. She received the Graduate Studies Dienst Prize for Outstanding Master Thesis. I lost all my Hebrew, but I guess I can still say Kol HaKavod. Irit, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So thank you very much for this introduction, surprising introduction also in some other parts that I didn't mention, and also for the organizers and Professor Stauber, and for the I'm very honored and happy to be here in this important and interesting conference. And this is okay? Okay, perfect. And as the wonderful lecturers before me discussed international and national levels of the signing of the agreement and its implementation, and also economic and monetary perspectives, in my talk today, I would like to add another layer to this analysis. And this would be a more personal level, of a more, let's say, emotional, personal level that would describe how the work of the people who were sent, who were there in Germany in the were there at the beginning of the 50s and the beginning and throughout the 50s and beginning of 60s to implement this agreement. And with no further ado, then I will start my my lecture. So on May 4, 1953. Dozens of Israeli emissaries made their way to Cologne's Jewish community building on 85 Ottostrasse, which from this date on served as the first seat of the Israeli Purchasing Mission, also called Israel Mission, in the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany, and hereon after Germany. From these offices, the representative of the State of Israel were responsible for implementing the Reparations Agreement, purchasing German goods according to the needs of the Israeli economy and dispatching them to Israel. While the Israeli missions members operated to dispatch German goods to Israel, their own dispatchment to Cologne wasn't their first encounter with Germany. The Israeli envoys were natives of the German-speaking regions. They had been educated in German schools and universities and gained professional work experience in German banks and economic firms until they were forced to flee and immigrate to mandatory Palestine following the rise of Nazism to power. In the 1950s, they returned to their place of origin as representatives of the State of Israel. On the work of the Israeli German Jewish delegates in Germany, we can learn from a newspaper article published in February 1954 in the Maariv newspaper titled, "This is How the Shilumim Machine Works." It was written by a special correspondent, Aleph Avigdor, who sought to present to the Israeli reader the task of fulfilling the reparations agreement. And I quote, "3 cars raced at breakneck speed along the famous Autobahn in the direction of Bonn, the capital of West Germany. At the sound of the horns, all the other drivers lined up in a typical German fashion to the right side of the shiny asphalt road." End of quote. The cars, it was written, were making their way to the building of the West German Ministry of Economic, which served as headquarters of the German Army's artillery battalion during those days, that is, during the time of Nazi Germany. Upon their arrival, the Israeli envoys, who according to the author belonged to the elite of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the stars of the Ministry of Finance, walked towards the meeting room, where the German representatives were already waiting. One was described, and I quote, as a tall, blonde, pure Aryan type. Another was a young Sudeten German from Czechoslovakia, and the third was a fighter for democracy and a resident of the concentration camp during Hitler's time. Each man in his position and the burden of his past. End of quote. From there, as explained in the newspaper article, the Israeli envoys made their way back to the mission's house in Cologne, where they toiled the task of the purchasing at all hours of the day and until late at night. And I quote again, "Work is being done in most of the rooms. The street is tired. The temporary home is not attractive. Here, inside the office, the Israeli finds his place in Germany." End of quote. This description of the work illustrates the separation between the Israeli envoys and the German sphere. Not in their daily lives and not with their German colleagues. Moreover, it highlights the difference between the two sides. The Israeli envoys were presented as highly competent professional representatives representing the State of Israel and safeguarding its economic interests in Germany. The Germans, on the other hand, were described by their typical German traits as representing 3 typical strata of the population in West Germany in the early 1950s. Last but not least, it also depicted the difficult and arduous task of the Israeli emissaries, highlighting their personal sacrifice during their service in Germany, only a few years after the Holocaust. What's most interesting about this newspaper article is that a perusal of the Israeli purchasing missions folders in the Israeli State Archives reveals that the article was in fact written by a member of the purchasing company, an Israeli governmental company that was established for the realization of the agreement, and not by the newspaper's special correspondent. In other words, this was a profile article intended to portray the separation, lack of contacts, and hardships of the Israeli emissaries during their service of implementing the agreement. This raises different questions as to why this was the image that was presented. Why was the background of the Israeli envoys not presented while that of their German colleagues was? Was it possible to maintain a lack of content? And if not, what mediated the contact between Germans and Israelis a few years after the Holocaust? In my lecture today, I will seek to answer these questions. The lecture's objective is to examine the work of the mission's members in 2 perspectives. The first, the formation of early ties between Israel and Germany concerning the agreement in the absence of official diplomatic relations, and the second, the way the German Jewish heritage of the emissaries was reflected in this endeavor. The lecturer argues that this dual point of view, moving between the personal and the professional, would reveal that the fulfillment of the agreement by the delegation members involved a dual occupation, dealing with the material baggage, purchasing the goods, and dealing with the baggage of the past, the personal and the collective. The lecture will discuss the complexity involved in dealing with both aspects and will show that the German Jewish heritage was a means of mediation, facilitating various encounters between the sides. The first part of the lecture will present central aspects in establishing the mission, leading me to discuss the launch of operations in Germany. I will then present a case study of the construction of German ships for the Israeli Merchant Navy and examine the symbolic meaning of those ships for Germany, Israel, and the early relations between them. About half a year after the signing of the Reparations Agreement, Israeli envoys gathered in the Israel mission offices in Cologne, the city that from now on would serve for several years as their temporary home during their service of the State of Israel in Germany. The fact that the mission's envoys would need to copy their lives from all places to Germany in order to deal with the reparations was feared by the mission's head, Felix Eliezer Schenar, formerly Felix Schneebalg, to be a major hardship in establishing the mission. When he himself was offered in May 1951 to head the Department of Compensation from Germany in the Foreign Office, he pondered for several days until he responded affirmatively. Despite his positive response, he knew that in carrying out the task he had undertaken, I quote, "It would not be possible to reconcile the emotions and feelings on the one hand and the matter-of-fact needs on the other." End of quote. This demand for compensation payments a few years after the Holocaust was not only a controversial issue, but it forced Schenar to return to previous places of his life from which he had to flee. He was born in Stuttgart in 1905, studied at the universities of Tübingen, Frankfurt, and Heidelberg, where he qualified as a doctor of law and worked as an economic advisor and trustee of large companies in Berlin. The anti-Semitic events he had experienced upon the rise of Nazism to power led him to immigrate to Mandatory Palestine in 1935, and I quote, "disgusted by the transformation of people who had yesterday still been human beings." End of quote. Despite Schenar's apprehension, as early as mid-October 1952, only 1 month after the signing of the agreement, about 3,000 applications had been submitted for staffing the mission. A perusal of application letters reveals that the common denominator for the applicants for service of the State of Israel in Germany was their early acquaintance with the German space. The applicants had been born in Germany and had acquired the German language in infancy. Their letters of candidacy were written in Hebrew or German. It is possible that the applicants wrote in German to prove their proficiency in a language that was necessary for the day-to-day work in Germany. However, this may be due to the simple fact that their command of the German language was better than their command of the Hebrew language, since they had studied in German universities and had made their first professional steps in the German trade market in the 1920s and 1930s, and in the implementation of the transfer agreement signed between the Jewish Yishuv in Mandatory Palestine and the Nazi authorities. If so, submitting candidacy to the ranks of the future delegation would have brought some of the candidates together with the spaces of their previous lives. The process of returning to Germany involved not only crossing the physical border between Israel and Germany, but also the personal, emotional process that historian Marita Kraus called the settlement of the borders in the heart. The encounter of the Israeli emissaries with their place of birth forced them to face a dual difficulty. The first was the change that had taken place in the German space, the local population and the sites of their home and childhood. The tangible re-encounter of the Israeli emissaries with their previous life space had not disappeared from the eyes of their German colleagues, as was reflected in a report made by a member of the Berlin municipality to the German Foreign Ministry following a visit of Schenar and other delegates to West Berlin in July 1953. The letter, so it was stated, came to discuss the purchase of goods from West Berlin's industrial products to support the city's developing economy. And since the delegates had not been in Berlin for many years, it was reported, They were greatly impressed by the changes that had taken place in the city and its reconstruction efforts. The second difficulty was the return to Germany as representative of a country that had imposed boycott measures on the German state and culture. Their willingness to return to Germany met with harsh criticism in Israel. For example, in mid-April 1953, 2 weeks before the delegation's intended establishment in Germany, the ruling party Mapai convened to discuss the implementation of the agreement. At the meeting, claims were heard that the delegation emissaries were not suitable for the position in terms of their values, and that they might cross political and moral boundaries in their relations with Germany. That is, make friends with the Germans. It is possible that the skepticism expressed towards the delegation members was rooted years earlier in the attitude of the people of the Jewish Yeshuv in Mandatory Palestine towards the German Jews. The latter's refusal to give up their culture and uniqueness led to the Yeshuv veterans to feel that they were so deeply rooted in their culture of a region, and therefore did not intend to take root in their new land, but rather to settle in it until they could return to their homes. So the delegates requested not to have any social contact with the Germans. But whether this was possible on the private personal level, and we can discuss this later, it soon became clear that this was not possible on the professional level. The task of the purchase of the goods required the delegation members to be in a daily contact with German suppliers and factories, request prices, offers, and negotiate prices. By virtue of these tasks, the delegation's employees visited German factories to examine and test the German goods that were about to be sent to Israel. A tour of this type could last for several hours, so in most cases, the German host invited the Israeli guests to lunch together with them. Refusing this invitation could have harmed the German hosts and hindered the completion of the mission. Therefore, the Israeli representative could not help but reply positively. There is nothing more difficult, said Chen-Ar, and I quote, than performing a role of this scope and content and remaining as if out of touch with the reality. End of quote. The daily professional encounter also turned into a personal encounter. An example can be reflected through the ties between Chen-Ar and Karl Hermann Müller-Graf, head of the German delegation to the mixed committees, whose role was to deal with all questions arising from the implementation of the agreement. Müller-Graf's professional experience regarding Jewish property began as early as the 1930s as part of his work in the Reich's Ministry of Economics. He devotedly supported the transfer agreement, and his support for saving Jewish property even led to his dismissal and transfer to the Trade Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In 1946, he published a book under a pen name that dealt with the rise of the Nazis to power and their crimes. Less than half a year after the mission's arrival in Cologne, the professional meetings between Chen-Ar and Müller-Graf, which took place in the offices of the Mixed Committee in Frankfurt, were already moved to the private space when Müller-Graf was invited to the former's home. The transfer of the meetings from the public professional space to the personal private space made it possible to expand the topics of conversation between the two. During dinner, they talked extensively about Müller-Graf's book and about the possibility of the latter publishing a summary of his book for the Israeli audience. Chen-Ar assumed that this would bring to the public's attention, and I quote, that among these people there are also exceptional ones. End of quote. Considering the feelings that accompanied Chen-Ar's fleeing from Germany, as I mentioned earlier in my talk, one can only ponder whether it was an attempt to prove to himself and others that among the Germans, the people to whom he also belonged, there were people who acted differently. The lack of trust expressed in Israel against the delegation members who voluntarily returned to Germany and worked mutually with German firms also reflected to some extent to the lack of trust in the Bonn government. For example, at the end of 1953, after the signing of the contract between the mission and Stückeln shipyard over order number 833, the first ship to be built for the Israeli National Shipping Company, SIM, The company requested that if the ship was not made available to them, quote, due to an obstacle caused by the German government because of its political relations with the State of Israel, include a relationship relating to the implementation of the reparations agreement, we will be freed from any obligation we have taken upon ourselves, end of quote. Despite the lack of confidence in Germany's will to realize the agreement, the ship's construction was completed on time, and in the second half of July 1954, a government meeting convened in Jerusalem to discuss the consequences of launching the German ship to Israel on Jewish-German relations. Was it a joyous event for the Germans, the ship's constructors, or for the Jews, the ship's recipients? The main motive for dealing with this rooted in a maritime tradition that developed in the last decade of the 19th century, according to which, when a ship is launched, a local woman smashes a bottle of alcohol on the side of the ship as a symbol of luck and a safe voyage. Therefore, the government members were to discuss who would launch the lowering of the ship into the water, the wife of the head of the Israeli delegation, Irit Chen, or a German woman. The position that was heard at the meeting demanded a separation between the two joyous events, as Jewish celebrations could not take place in Germany. Chen-Ar's view over the ship's launching ceremony in Hamburg reveals that the delivery of the first ship built by reparations money was a Jewish and a German celebration. The event was attended by representatives of the mission, representatives of the German Foreign Ministry, representatives of the Hamburg Senate, journalists, and community members of the local Jewish community. Even though the woman who was chosen to smash the bottle of alcohol on the side of the ship was German, she quoted a sentence from the Wayfarer's Prayer in Hebrew, to reach her destination in life, joy, and peace. At 4:40 in the afternoon, at the exact scheduled lunchtime, the ship was lowered into the water. The precise adherence to schedule aroused the great astonishment of Chen-Ar, who expressed appreciation and respect for the punctuality of the German organizers. His speech, which was delivered in German, shows that in his eyes the ship's launching was a festive event common to both countries and based on a German-Jewish past relations. He emphasized the importance of the reparations agreement for trade relations of the State of Israel with the world in general, and with Germany in particular. The ship was designed to transport 75,000 boxes of citrus fruits, the largest export of the State of Israel. Just a few months before, he pointed out, in December 1953, the marketing of Israeli citrus fruits to Germany was resumed. And this was enabled due to the well-known quality of Jaffa oranges from the period before World War II, reflecting the roots of commercial ties between Germany, the Jewish Yishuv, and German Jewry throughout the 20s and 30s. Chen-Ar's words, it seems, were somewhat of a mediating voice between the Israeli position that in the first half of the 1950s was not yet ripe for having political relations with Germany, and the latter which was that had interests in these relations. His words did not express an explicit statement about deepening political ties between the two countries, most likely to comply with the official Israeli position. But as someone who had lived in Germany and was attentive to the German desire for closer relations, his words included a statement about deepening commercial ties between the countries as a kind of a first step of reapproachment. Evidence of this can be seen in a personal letter sent by a member of the German Foreign Ministry, Avraham Frohwein, to Chen-Ar, shortly after the ceremony, in which he stated that, and I quote, "Ships are a symbol of the relationship, and I hope that the Dagan, the first ship that was launched to Israel, and the additional ship that will be delivered as part of the reparations agreement will bridge not just the physical distance between our two countries." And it seems that the reparation ships and the reparations envoys did bridge the physical and symbolic distance. Several months afterwards, they were to facilitate the arrival of German naval experts to Israel, and shortly afterwards, Israeli and German seamen were to meet and work together. The demand for separation between Jews and Germans is well dissolved, as can be seen by the festive ceremony at the Deutsche Werft shipyard in October 1956 for the launch of the reparations ship Theodor Herzl. Shenar's wife was now chosen to smash the bottle of alcohol on the side of the ship, thus dissolving the distinction between a Jewish and a German joyous event. The German Chancellor and Shenar also stood side by side. Even though the two had previously met, this meeting in the port of Hamburg was special because it did not take place behind closed doors, but up front in public. The speech given by William Schulz, head of the Deutsche Werft shipyard, blurred the separation between the two sides by emphasizing the symbolic significance of this event. It was the first passenger ship built in Germany after World War II that had the honor to be built for Israel. Shenar's talk, which was given in German, emphasized the way in which the two joys, the Jewish and the German, were intertwined. This ship, he said, was going to carry on board people from all over the world who wanted to take part in the process of establishing the old new homeland. His choice of the term old new homeland was surely not accidental, but intended to allow the continuation of his speech, which reviewed the Zionist activity of Theodor Herzl in the German space, where the roots of the Zionist enterprise had been planted. Still, one cannot refrain from asking why he chose the word homeland and not Heimat and not the word land that appeared in Herzl's book Alt Neuland, and whether this was to reflect his attachment to the two homelands, the one from which he was expelled and the one into which he was absorbed. If we return now to the newspaper article with which I had opened this lecture, it becomes clear that presenting the separation, hardships, and sacrifice of the mission members during their service was intended. While their arrival in Germany did evoke hardships for the delegates, the separation between the Israeli-German Jews emissaries and the German sphere was impossible. The wish to highlight the separation between the two sides stemmed from the Israeli objection against Germany, the reparations agreement, and the willingness of the German Jews to operate in Germany. While their German Jewish heritage was perceived in Israel as being a source of lack of trust, in practice it served as a mediator between Israel and Germany, between the material and the emotional, and between the past and the present, by shaping the realization of the agreement in several ways. The natives of the German-speaking region responded positively to the possibility of returning to their homeland as representative of the State of Israel, and in their letters of candidacy, they emphasized their belonging to the German region. Upon their arrival in Germany, the conceptual encounter turned into a tangible re-encounter with the places where they were born, raised, and educated. The beginning of their work evoked a professional encounter. They had already acquired the skills in German companies and facilitated the work in a common language, German, which would make their work more efficient. The ongoing professional contact also became a personal encounter when the parties met for joint meals, sometimes also in personal spaces. The attentiveness of the head of the mission to the German discourse mediated the difference between the two countries regarding the significance of the realization of the reparations agreement on German-Jewish relations as reflected in the ceremonies of launching the reparations ships. To some extent, the voyage of the German-built ships to Israel, where they would contribute to the development of the new state, reflected the voyage of the German-born Israeli envoys between the two spaces. Both the reparations good and the reparations delegates had two layers of belonging that continue to exist side by side. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking this very personal and emotional perspective. For good reasons, the history of emotions is on the rise because it has obvious relevance and is also in a way helping to avoid the trap of looking at historic events out of the perspective or through the lenses of the events in that time, but through the lenses of current developments. And that's, I think, a progressing illness that we have to fight. So I thought that was a rather good contribution to this history of emotions. And when you did talk about the personal relations, I thought about the fact that actually also during the negotiations, Shina and Küster found out that they attended the same school. And that also kind of break the ice between the two, or broke the ice between the two. Forgive my English. So I think this is very important. And one last mentioning about China, most of you might know, is that China was actually the one who gave the information of Fritz Bauer to the Mossad, about the whereabouts of Eichmann. And I think this is also, again, highlighting the relevance of China. Thank you to all the contributors. And now I fear you have to go up here to answer the questions. Are there questions on your side? That's a couple. So I think we do it the way that we start here and go over to there. You have to come up here, I fear.
Okay. Thank you so much for really a fascinating panel. Each of the presentations had so much to tell us. I have a question to Kai. The first one is, first of all, all this future enterprise of digitizing the whole is really to be commended. It's quite an enterprise to be completed. My question is about the impact of the judicial system in Germany on the collection of the testimonies, on the attitude to testimonies. Some of them were presented in court. As we know, there was no other Germany until the 70s, until there was really a new generation that took positions. We had in Israel, in Tel Aviv here, the honor of launching the Rosenberg papers, which were brought here by the then Minister of Justice. He was later Foreign Minister, and the authors or the editors, and they emphasized how much or to what an extent the judicial system in Germany was actually the former one or meant by the former as any other minister. How was that? How was the impact? Also, I don't know whether others would share my feeling towards the word Wiedergutmachung. I don't know who invented this word. מה אתה אומר, רוני? Who invented this word? What does it actually mean? Wiedergut, what good was there before that should be now, that should now come again? Which good? It's a word that is really, I don't know, it scratches you. It's not your fault, it's not your personal fault, but, but it is there as a question whenever we use it. One short question to Daniel, and this is, that was really interesting, the way the British took care, or their major thought was their economic profits, yes or no. What was the weight, the economic weight of a country like Israel, which had in the end of 1951, 1.2 million citizens, that's all. What was the economic weight that should have been taken in such a consideration? And wasn't that part of the notion that Jews have a financial and economic weight that is not really the realistic? It doesn't go hand in hand with reality. There is a series now going on, it is called The Mandate, and it renewed anti-British feelings in Israel right now. So what exactly were they hoping for? or wishing, expecting of an Israel that they left in shambles?
Thank you. My suggestion would be that we collect the questions. Otherwise, I will be blamed to have the same punctuality like the German Deutsche Bahn. So the next question is here. We can take a bit extra, okay. Like the Deutsche Bahn does always.
I have three questions actually for Kai, or requests. At this moment in time, basically the volume of restitution of property, in Jewish property in Germany, done by the lender is unknown. That I was told that at the conference in Prague by a senior official of the Ministry of Finance, the German Ministry of Finance. So my question, or my request, or my hope would be, would you deal with this as well? And could you deal with this as a priority? Is it possible, Kai? Question number two, German Jews were compelled by the Nazis to report all their property on special forms at one time. Unfortunately, all those forms, which are of great importance to the descendants of those people, are still buried in the German archives, and they are not released for various reasons of keeping private information by the German tax authorities as essential. So could or would you deal with this as well, and could you make it as a priority? The last question is by the same senior official of the German Ministry of Finance. I was told then that basically the reparations agreement was a German government subsidy to the German industry. That's all, except of the 150 million which went to Britain to purchase oil. All the rest was German government subsidy to the German industry. And basically no money was given to Israel, but the German goods. I would like to add that at that time, German goods were not popular worldwide, and the fact that the Jews purchased them or took them basically enabled the German industry to start exporting German goods again.
Please.
So what do you think about this remark of your ministry's official?
Maybe the answer is no comment. So who was next here? Guido? I think you have been next in line. I'm coming over, so it's going from here to there.
So, thank you for really excellent presentation. Since all the questions before were directed to Kai, I will ask you after the presentation and ask the other three. So first to Lorena, I probably missed it in your presentation, but I didn't really understand why eventually they agreed to host the talks. And since so many security measures were involved, actually who paid for that? For Daniel, I actually would like to connect to what was said before about, because you said that there was some protest about economic disadvantage or economic advantage that basically the agreement entailed for Germany, but actually it also entailed an economic disadvantage for Germany in the Arab world, which at least from what I know, that was one of the reasons why the French eventually supported the agreement between Germany and Israel. So I'm a bit surprised as well that actually for the British, they didn't go along this line. And finally, for Irit, really thank you for this kind of adding this kind of emotional aspects to that. But actually, my question is about the name of the delegation. If you can elaborate on that, because this name, purchasing delegation, Mishlachat Kniyot, seems very awkward.
Thank you. So, who was next? And also Konstantin Gorschler is on the list.
Good morning. I'd like to put two questions to Kai. Since you represent the Ministry of Finance, and maybe this is not exactly your duty, I would like to know, at the time, there was a committee of historians that had been appointed by the ministry to try to assess the value of the Jewish properties that had been seized by the German government, not only in Germany, but all over. There was a first report some 10 years ago, and then there was supposed to be a follow-up on that work because that report was not final. So my question to you is, do you know or can you find out anything about if the work of that committee of historians has been completed? My second question is a little bit legal, and the question is on your project of digitation. What is the legal aspect of opening up personal documents to the general public? Are we allowed to do so? I know that in Israel this is not the case. And then I have a question to Irit. How come you chose Dr. Shin'ar? Are you aware, or did you also find documents that he was also somehow involved in political contacts, not only in financial and personal, but also slowly but surely he continued to also, or he put the basis of political contacts? Thank you.
I think the last question is a very important one. So are there other questions? The first one is also important, of course. So here, our host also has the right, of course.
Well, so it's not really a question, but it's more a remark. I want to try to connect the lectures of Lorena and Daniel.
Yeah.
And to say and to ask, you showed us a very interesting document about the perception of the British on the declaration of Konrad Adenauer, and that they said that, well, the Germans are not taking responsibility, and we spoke yesterday about in Namen des deutschen Volkes and the same point. And the question is why the projection of the British didn't project the special relations. What didn't they understand about the relations between the Israel and the special relations? Well, I think that they didn't understand maybe why is it so important for the Germans. Because for them, I think one should ask what is the importance of moral obligation, or what the role of moral obligation in international relationship, which is a very interesting question for us. And I think that they didn't understand that why is it so important for the Germans, I mean, entering to the international arena, that the relationship with Israel is so important for them, trying to be again part of the, let's say, the Western world, or to have a leading role in the Western world. And so this is, I think, something that they didn't understand. And that brings me also to Lorena, which she just mentioned briefly, but this is very important. The impact of the Cold War on the relations between Israel and Germany. And all the policy of West Germany towards Israel from the very beginning until 1965 was under the influence of the Cold War. And one should understand the delicate situation of West Germany during the 50s. Always in a situation which is afraid that they are going to change a West German situation, that the West will eventually give up to the East, and they will change the situation of Germany, and especially the city of Berlin. And for that, they were looking all the time for the support of the public opinion worldwide, especially in the West. And for that, they overestimated the power of the Jews in the United States and their influence on the government. And it was, you can see, and Jelinek was the first who mentioned it, that whenever Adenauer went to the United States, first he made a speech about the good relations with the Jews, and what he did for the Jews and what he did for Israel. So one should take this in consideration. This is something that the British couldn't predict. I think that most of the Israelis couldn't predict it at that time, and understand how much the relations with Israel is important to the Germans. And I just can say from my study, which is about the relationship between Israel and Germany during the 50s and the beginning of the 60s, that what the Germans did for these relations is unbelievable, The compensation was only, the Luxembourg Agreement was only the beginning. Giving so much money to Israel and weapon without taking money from Israel is really unbelievable. And they were really ready to invest a lot in this relation. And now to Irit, just one comment about Shenar, one that you can find in the correspondence, maybe towards the end of the 50s, or the beginning of the 60s, that there is a growing mistrust of the Israeli foreign office in Shenar. And that all the time they repeat that Shenar, and there is Fischer in his special mission to Germany in 58, he wrote that one can't distinguish between Shenar and the other Germans, that he looked like the Germans and he behaved like the Germans and he understands the Germans. And they began to not to relate to his report as a genuine report. That's it.
Yeah, maybe that's the reason why we had the term wishful thinking, why the wish of the Germans that Felix Schindler would be the first ambassador didn't come to reality.
Just one very interesting note, that immediately after the Eichmann trial in 1962,
yeah,
he sent a letter to Israel in which he suggested to plant, to plant, yes, 2,000 trees for Erhard.
Yeah.
And they said, well, he's totally Michigany.
Yeah.
I mean, immediately after the Eichmann trial, to send such a suggestion to Israel?
Yeah. So normally I would say no questions anymore, but Karen, I can't resist. Okay. So now it's on your side to answer all these questions. They could go on for another hour, I think, but I have to force you to be very short. And so we start with Professor Siemens.
Yeah, was just about the microphone. I didn't necessarily want to stop, but if I can.
Be as brief as you...
Yeah, I try. I mean, the situation is really much more complex than I presented them, so I can probably not provide a comprehensive answer, but there are some points in my answer that I think should be mentioned. First of all, Britain, as you know, it has basically costs also in West Germany running the British zone of occupation. So to some extent, they have to balance out. They're committed, or they have costs regarding to Israel and maybe market chances, but they also have costs in Germany. In other words, to basically punish West German industry too harshly would occur other costs that they probably factor in. And then there's something with every kind of continental European living in the United Kingdom these days. We constantly talk about Brexit, so this is a wound that is not healing yet. And what all Europeans, or majority of Europeans, observe is that the British haven't bought into this European project very much. And this, I think you can, maybe this is a wrong analogy, but I would say we shouldn't forget that the United Kingdom in the early 1950s is still considering itself as a global power, and Europe is just one area of their interest. And now I come to the role of Israel. You're right, Israel is economically not really important to them, and probably their relationship with Egypt and the Suez Canal and all these kind of things matter them equally well. But on the other hand, politically, it is, it shouldn't fail. Also because it has taken in all these Jewish refugees from Europe. So if you just imagine Israel would, as a state project, would fail, the question of refugees would come up again. And I think this is something that didn't come up in the files, but it's, of course, for the politician, plays a role. So Israel has to succeed, because otherwise the Jewish refugee problem is up there again. And last point in my... Last point I wanted to make was about global public, and I cut this out in my paper. So not only did the Arabs when their boycott threats came up, there was attempts to, on the one hand, kind of pro-Israel faction try to publicize, and there were newspaper articles, for example, in the Springer Press, which is known for kind of pro-Israel position, that the Egyptians would be advised by former Nazis, military advisors that were kind of behind the boycott threats, so to delegitimize their position. And the West German government also actually reached out to the United States and said, the Arabs are boycotting us. If they do this in earnest, so to say, we need money from you because we are, to a certain extent, fulfilling what you want from us, dealing with Israel. So there is also this side of kind of global, which is very, very complex. And I think probably need more time to speak about, but thanks for all these good questions.
Well, thank you very much. In terms of the question of, but why would the Netherlands decide to host? I would highlight 3 points in particular. The first one is the relevance of the meeting, which was understood to a certain extent. There is also, so you mentioned who was paying these security measures and similar. So this was really all the police work, and it's the Dutch authorities. So that's where this was coming from. Another important point, though. So first part, relevance of the meeting. The second that I want to mention here is the important work of the then Israeli representative, first to the Benelux countries and then to the Netherlands, Michael Amir. So it was thanks to his diplomatic contacts that eventually, and also because he was one of the first, he called himself a heretic within the Israeli Foreign Ministry. He was one of the first within the Foreign Ministry to understand the potential importance both of negotiating and negotiating directly. So also you understand this double play of delegations to Brussels, but actually going to the Netherlands. That's also where it comes from. But third, and there you actually are onto something, because it is true that to the Dutch, also the payment for the rental of the castle made a difference, because it was going to happen for 1 whole month. And now we know it took like a lot more, and so on and so forth. So that was something. Professor Stauber, thank you very much also for highlighting the importance of the Cold War as a phase, but also as a way of understanding foreign relations, but also the self-understanding of these states. So West Germany also created artificially, like the East one, and then needing to define itself within these global tensions that I tried to sketch. So I could go on forever, but I just want to make a reference also to one of the documents we saw in Daniel's presentation, which I think is another interesting element of understanding the Cold War by analyzing this kind of evidence, which is that we see the dynamics of alliances, of course, very important to the Cold War, Western alliance, but also the competition among the so-called allies, so within the West itself. Exactly. and in the Middle East, and within the Eastern Bloc. But without further ado, I will give the word to Kai, who has a lot to answer for.
I feel that too. Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the questions. And I have to ask you for your understanding if I try to make it relatively brief, but we can talk afterwards. But
you have to make it brief.
Yes, because I was a little bit over the time, yeah, no?
Yeah.
Okay, no. For the question of the impact of the people working in the authorities and the well, for sure. I tend to say in Germany, the people after the unconditional surrender of May 8th, they didn't wake up on 9 May and looked around and said, oh, these 12 years were terrible, but this was kind of an evolution. So this is a problem. Everyone who worked with these files, Professor Brunner, Professor Goschler, everybody, know there are some remarkable remarks in these files. Adenauer was looking to the military. He was asked in 1955 after Germany joined the NATO. He was asked if Hitler's generals are going to be Adenauer's generals as well. And he said, I understand that question, but I fear the NATO won't take generals from Germany under the age of 18. So Germany had to deal with the situation that the same people, more or less, were in position to take on this task as well. And this had a good side, I think, too, because they had to deal over the years. They had to deal with everything that was in the applications, and they had to deal with the testimonies. And though this somehow was, well, just for German society, thousands of German official workers had to deal with it. But of course, there was this past of them. And for the second question, Wiedergutmachung, well, that's a tough one, of course. I can say we had an exhibition in the German Parliament, as was mentioned yesterday, and we did it with the Claims Conference in cooperation, and we had some, don't misunderstand me, some with Dr. Hoppe and Professor Blumenfeld, we had some serious fun. It was really a task to deal with this wording. Well, it wasn't invented for dealing with National Socialist injustice. For it's a very old German word. You can find it, Professor Goschler, you described it in your excellent work on the history of Wiedergutmachung. You can find it several hundred years ago in encyclopedias on the German language, and it has the meaning of to pay, to restitute, and to atone. For the future, the problem is the word is in the world, and we cannot just erase it. But it's a collective term, so it's not just compensation. In the English language, you use compensation, restitution, reparation. We don't use as German government reparation, because reparation in Germany, Reparationen, this is on the interstate level, so we don't use this because this is about individual compensation, and compensation is a material term, and restitution kind of as well. But there are more aspects to the whole complex of Wiedergutmachung, as is for the future. But the word is a very tough one, and our minister said when we had this commemoration on September 15th in Berlin, he said it's you cannot make good again, as I said, but it's the motive of action. It's the motive to act. And well, we're working on this, but we have to work with the word as well.
Kai, may I just interrupt you for 1 second, because Professor Goschler just wanted to say one word.
That's a short shadow. So there's a general assumption that Wiedergutmachung is a kind of bureaucratic euphemism. But this is very old legal thinking. If you take the Versailles Peace Treaty, and it is written in 3 languages. It's in English, in French, and in German. And in English and French, you will find reparations or Reparations, and in German you will find Wiedergutmachung. So that's a tradition of international law. And so we always wonder, well, what an odd word, and is it possible to make good again? So this is misleading. And so this is a huge misunderstanding in a way.
Thank you. Now we have to stick a little bit to the time. Yeah.
About the word shilumim.
Yeah.
Dina yesterday mentioned the origin of the shilumim and what the Sharet and her father meant. But many of the Israelis thought that shilumim is to pay, and the Alterman wrote against this word. He said, Alterman wrote that it was a real mistake to choose this word. So there was also a misunderstanding about what they meant and what other people understand from this word. I think that it wasn't a good word, shilumim.
So, thank you. Now we have to rush.
Just to round it up, and I think that's the very important thing, even with the word Wiedergutmachung, as I described, we are working on that together with the Claims Conference, for example, in our cooperative work. But that doesn't hinder us from working on the things that are actual possible. So the work for the survivors and the work for the future. So the third and the fourth and the fifth question, I think I tried to get them all together. Would be very comfortable to say no comment. Let me say you this: we try really. I said it's going to be a comprehensive approach, a holistic approach. So we try in the end, and these are going to be decades because this is mass material. In the end, we want to have everything. And it should be everything, but it's I have some kind of a schizophrenic task here, because I come to you and I say we are going to build up this, or we have built up this the theme portal, and we are working on it. But at the same time, I have to say it's going to take some years and decades. So I cannot say what we're going to prioritize, because everybody wants us to prioritize everything. And we have to deal with our partners, because we as the finance ministry, we don't do it on ourselves, because we cannot do it. We have to stick to the Bundesarchiv, Federal Archives, and some other partners, the FIZ Karlsruhe, it's a Leibniz Institute, and the State Archive of Baden-Württemberg for the infrastructure. And then afterwards, we have to go to the archives, and every institution and every other place that's in possession of this very important material to make arrangements to support them in digitizing and cataloging. So it's going to take some while. I don't really like the term "buried in the archives", because you can go to the archives and lift it up. But of course, the archives, not only in Germany, they have to stick to the rules, and they have they have blocking periods, and we have to stick to these blocking periods as well. But as I mentioned, this is going to take decades. So this is a problem that's going to solve itself, more or less.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to hurry up a little bit. The benefits for the German, the benefits for the German economy. Well, I think this is very well known. So this is not new, but we tend to look and evaluate all of this in retrospect. The Luxembourg Agreement wasn't signed because of the German economy. There were other reasons why, and I think we're talking about all of this. If this is one of the outcome, it is, I think. I don't know if it's good or bad. Of course, it was good for German economy, as it was for Israel economy, luckily. The very important question of you, Mrs. Avital, the legal aspects. If we are opening everything personal, and these are very personal materials and information, and this is an excellent question because this is one of the challenges we really have to deal with very sensitively, and we are doing this. So as I said before, nothing will be just put on the internet. But we are going to have a virtual reading room, and even with this, we are going to have regulations. But my hope is that with the help of technology, we can extract this very important information without violating personal information and without putting the fate and the suffer of all these people just to the internet for everybody to exploit. But we want to make it searchable and to be used because we want it to be used. This is very important, but in a very safe manner. We hope we can do that, and we are going. Of course, otherwise we couldn't manage it.
We really have to finish now.
And for the last question, this is good. I don't know exactly, but I'm going to inform myself, and then we will speak again.
Okay, that's very good. So now all the burden is on your shoulders, Irit. You are the last one bridging the barrier between us and the lunch.
Okay,
so please.
For the sake of time and the sake of lunch, I will try to be brief and concise. And what I'll do is I will try to connect the two questions about the mission's name and the political involvement of the mission, and especially Shenar's. And I will say that the mission's name was one of the main principal questions that were discussed in the Foreign Ministry of Israel before the launch of the mission. Other questions were, for example, regarding the place of its residence, why Cologne, but I will not answer it now for the sake of lunch. Regarding the name, then there were some options. One of the options, for example, was compensation mission. But then there was a question, how will it be perceived by the Germans? How will it look like? And what does it also mean that the relations will only be regarding the compensation and regarding, it kept no room for other parts of relations that could grow over the years, and it was a question whether Israel was ready for that or not. And so also so the purchasing mission was kind of a more neutral name for the task. For what the mission was supposed to do there. And of course, there was also another name. There was the Israel mission name. And then it was, it kind of had another focus or another task that the mission took upon itself, which wasn't only purchasing the goods and dealing with the compensation and with the reparations, but also all other aspects of relations between the two countries. And then here I can say that yes, the Shenar and the mission, of course, we were also involved in other aspects and other kind of relations that started to develop between Germany and Israel in those years. And Shenar was already from the beginning of the mission in Cologne spoke about the need and necessity of conducting relations with the Germans. He kept on saying that he also received these comments from German officials that he met, and he said, we can't continue with this mission of purchasing goods without realizing and hearing what they have to say. So he was definitely involved, and he was probably also involved because there were not, during the years, it's 12 years of mission, there were only, as far as I know, 3 political advisors in the mission. Chaim Yechiel at the beginning until 54, and then only in 59 Yochanan Meroz, and then Leo Savir, who at the beginning of the 60s. So it was also Shenar's task that he took upon himself to. In the one, there were domestic conflicts inside the mission. I'll stop here.
Yeah. Thank you so much to all the participants here in the panel. If you thought this was an especially interesting panel, tell it to others. If you don't think so, don't. So thank you so very much. And to me, being a father of 3 and the husband of a very strong wife, I know that I never have the last word, and that also applies here. So the last word goes to Sarah to tell us where we have to go to.
Good afternoon to all those who did not take the Schlafstunde. I'm grateful for this opportunity to be here. I have to say, I'm going to lead your next panel, but I have to say, even though this is a subject that I have known for years, in the 1.5 days since we have started, I've really, really learned a lot, and I'm really grateful both to the Tel Aviv University and Dr. Stauber and the Claimants Conference for having organized such a really well thought and well planned conference. Luxembourg agreements signed in September 1965 are no doubt one of the most significant chapters in the history of Israel and that of the Jewish world. For Israel, a young country barely 4 years old, they had an enormous impact in every possible field, economic, diplomatic, and even legal. For the Jewish world, the newly created voluntary organization, the Conference of Material Claims Against Germany, it achieved not only international unprecedented recognition and status, but since then, and as we have heard for many years now, it has continued to negotiate with the German government on behalf of Holocaust survivors. It has gotten increased funds which have seriously helped the most needy survivors. For Israel, a young country that had doubled its population in 1 year and had neither the infrastructure nor the financial means to absorb over 1 million refugees, the agreement literally saved it from collapse. Yesterday, we heard extensive presentations on the moral dilemma that Israel had to face, a dilemma which divided the society and the political class. The difficult choice the leaders of the country, David Ben-Gurion and Moshe Sharet, had to make between the deep reluctance to have any dealings with a country responsible for the murder of 6 million Jews, the very heavy emotional burden, the total voluntary boycott imposed on anything German, and on the other hand, the vital, the urgent, the existential need for funds of a young and beleaguered country that simply needed to survive and feed its citizens. Israel's difficult decision to negotiate was made possible not only after the German expression of responsibility and its acknowledgement of the unspeakable suffering it had caused to the Jewish people. And yet, notwithstanding that expression, the opposition of the Israeli population to any German money, and as a child I do remember this demonstration where we used to hear, "Money cannot buy our blood." All this was very widespread, and we even heard yesterday how violent it got. One should also mention that in Germany, too, these negotiations raised very strong opposition, both of the public and of leading politicians. And it took the immense courage and determination of leaders like the Chancellor Konrad Adenauer and the then Minister of Defense Franz Josef Strauss to overcome the strong opposition within the ranks of the government. And yet, for Germany too, this agreement was beneficial. It was the one deed that paved the road to rehabilitation and to acceptance of the new Germany in the family of nations. Today, in this session, the members of our panel will discuss the aftermath of these agreements. In hindsight, the consequences for each one of the 3 partners are known. For Israel, it literally saved the country from collapse. Also, this agreement created a precedent in international law, since this was the first time that a collective agreement was signed with a country that had not existed during the war. For the Holocaust survivors, it was the beginning of a very long and difficult road of recognition of their sufferings and of some of the modest compensations that they got. So we will now try to assess what happened after the storm. How did the gradual change in atmosphere, which finally led to mutual recognition and gradual reconciliation, how did all of this occur? We will try to understand who led these trends, who were the actors. We heard this morning about the role of the Israel Purchasing Mission, the common work even of sailors, the arrival of the first ships built by the Germans, but there were other, less obvious actors. So who were these actors? How did they act? And also, how did these agreements affect some of the survivors and the descendants of these survivors in next generations? If politicians played a leading role in both camps, the supporters and the oppositions to the agreements, leading intellectuals, writers, and poets had an impact on the public opinion too. So our first speaker on this panel will be Dr. Tzachi Cohen. Dr. Tzachi Cohen is the head of the Jewish Studies Master's Program at the Ono Academic College and former head of the School of Jewish Studies at the same college. Dr. Cohen's main fields of research are rabbinic and Hebrew literature, cinema, and culture. His recent books include What Does Cinema Resemble? Cultural and Thematic Readings of Modern Cinema, and another book, Recite Your Verse to Me, Stories of the Babylonian Talmud, Type, Context, and Meaning. Dr. Cohen will speak about one of our most leading intellectuals in the 50s and in the 60s, the poet, publicist, playwright Natan Alterman, whose weekly column, Hatur HaShvi'i, the seventh column, appeared for 24 years in the Davar paper. Now, in those years, the papers were actually the spokes voice of the political parties. Davar was the leading spokesperson for the Mapai that was in power. And so for 24 years, that column, the Tur HaShvi'i, was not only widely read, but had an impact and an influence. Alterman was a strong supporter of Ben-Gurion, but on the issue of reparations, they had differences, and this is what we will hear, I hope, from Dr. Cohen. Bevakasha.
Good afternoon. It's widely accepted that one should not start his paper with apologies. So not apologizing, just acknowledging that firstly, I'm a stranger to these strange lands of historians. I'm not an historian. So I'll try to adjust this paper to the way historians think. And secondly, I'm not talking about the aftermath, but about the intellectual breakthrough that allowed the aftermath, the acceptance of the agreements. So it's widely known that the starting point of Israel-Germany relationships was very tense, naturally, and as demonstrated here, this is an Israeli passport stamped to all countries except Germany, indicating the public view of Germany as something outside culture, outside legitimacy that Israelis and Jews in general cannot forgive and cannot forget and cannot visit. Famously, as mentioned before, there was a public debate about the agreements. And this debate was not only political, it stretched into national fields, including culture. Alterman, in the early 50s, was at his height as a poet. He has just published 3 very dominant poetry books, establishing his stand as a very dominant poet. And also, as just mentioned, he had a weekly column, the 7th column, published in the Var newspaper, and in which he addressed both major subjects in the public domain, and also some minor subjects, but always trying to come to some kind of conclusion, some kind of cultural conclusion or general historical conclusion from these events. And his column was very anticipated and seen as the sort of moral horn of the government. And even more, Alterman was viewed as someone who supplied the language, supplied the thinking tools for dealing with historical events throughout the late 40s and early 50s. And as a poet, Alterman himself tried to maintain a great distinction between his poetry and his public writing. Not always successfully. Later in his career, the two areas merged. But as a poet, Alterman had a very interesting viewpoint or way to experience the world and talk about it. Just a few verses from one of his very famous poems, the opening to his groundbreaking, thunderbolting first publication, Kochavim Bachutz, the stars are outside. So just a few lines. Still returns the tune you abandoned in vain, and the road's eyes are still open wide, and the cloud in its skies and a tree in its rain are waiting for you to renew old time's stride. So the poetical viewpoint, the poetical character is one of a minstrel, of a traveling poet that walks through the world with eyes wide open and an open heart that is excited, overly excited from every encounter, from a drop of rain, from a stone on the road, from a new building being erected. Everything is very exciting. Everything is eye-opening. Everything is hyper viewed and hyper experienced. And this is the viewpoint of the poet. And as I said before, in his weekly column, some of this atmosphere can also be found in a very famous poem from April 1951. Alterman goes on and on about a beetroot, oversized beetroot that grew in one of the kibbutzim, and he sees it as a symbol of the renewal of Israel, of the Jewish people, and he goes on and on about it very excitedly. So it is widely accepted that Alterman's poetical viewpoint as a poet, but also as a public speaker, is one of someone who both expresses himself through emotion, but also experiences reality in a very emotional way. During the public debate on the agreements, Alterman, it's famously that although Alterman was a very loud and clear supporter of Ben-Gurion, usually his support of the Shilumim, of the agreements, was hesitant. While writing both in prose and in poetry for the agreements, he was somewhat reluctant towards them. But finally, he was for them, and he publishes a few poems. Two of the very famous ones are titled Three Things Regarding the Claims Toward Germany and After the Agreement Signing, dated from September 1952. And also a piece of prose, a very famous piece of prose, The Shilumim and the Demagogy, in which he takes apart the standpoint of political fraction Mapam. Years later, when Ben-Gurion famously encounters Adenauer in a meeting that was described in newspapers as an historical meeting, Alterman publishes another piece of prose in which he strongly opposes and criticizes Ben-Gurion, both for meeting Adenauer and for viewing this meeting as some kind of forgiveness. So, what's Alterman's standpoint? Is he for the agreements or against the agreements? Is he for Ben-Gurion and against Ben-Gurion? This is a conundrum. Many have written about it. I would like to revisit the poems that Alterman published in 1952 and show that as early as 1952, Alterman suggests a standpoint a little bit more sophisticated than usually viewed, which later allowed public opinion to somehow accept the agreements. So going back to the poem Three Things Regarding the Claim, published in March 1951, actually. The poem has three parts. I won't read the entire poem, but I'll just tell you that he has three major parts. First, he attacks the word, the actual word, the wording, the naming of the agreements as Shilumim. Shilumim, we don't exactly know who came up with the actual name and why, but we do know. Okay, fine. I don't know. You know. But I believe that it comes from the biblical verse, Li nakam v'shilem, that has some kind of vengeance hinted in it. But I think that Alterman was strongly against the word, the very word, because of the indication of shalom, of some kind of peacemaking, which he couldn't accept. So that's the first part of the poem. The second part of the poem says that if we accept the money, we're going to accept it as repaying of theft, but not as some kind of paying for the bloodshed, some kind of being able to cover the blood by money or something like that. And the final part of the poem is addressed to the politicians, to the decision makers, strengthening their standpoint and calling them to hide their feelings in order to place a shield in the state of Israel's hands, being the rightful heiress of the murdered Jewish people. So looking at the poem, we have one part that addresses language, another part that deals with, morally deals with the dilemma, and then we have a final chapter that addresses the politics of the agreements. And the first two are somewhat disconnected with the conclusion. The morals and the poetics, the reading of the language, don't lead to the conclusion, to the political conclusion. The same goes for the second poem, after the agreement signing. Again, the poem starts with analyzing public reaction, public speech, other poets reacting to the agreements. And Alterman points that they chose one of two reactions, either complete silence or loud and violent reprisal. Then Alterman goes to very biblical styled part where he describes how the state of Israel is reclaiming stolen money from the killer's actual hands as rightful inheritance. And then finally, from a historical viewpoint, from retrospect, Alterman writes that one day, if one day the money that originated from Germany will be used to somehow save the state of Israel, then this would be a rightful or a correct way to use the money, because the state of Israel is what gives meaning to the sacrifice of the Jewish people. So again, we have three parts: one looking at language and art, one addressing moral issues, and a political conclusion that does not directly derive from the first two parts. So what's Alterman's viewpoint? Going back to Alterman the poet, I think viewing Alterman as a wide-eyed minstrel, admiring everything he meets in the world, is not the exact way to read his poetry. Alterman actually, both in form and in content of his poetry, is very level-headed, even technical, and very logical. But from this standpoint of being very logical, he allowed himself sometimes in extreme encounters to let go and be very emotional. So Alterman actually composes a standpoint in which there are two levels of personality portrayed in poetry. On one level, maybe the more deeper level, surprisingly, the world should be considered logically and politically and coolly. But once encountering extreme circumstances, even the most logical person should be able to let go and express himself emotionally. But the two should stay detached, should stay as two different viewpoints. And maybe that's what Alterman tried to convey in his poetry, written in reaction to the agreements. And possibly this is an option for some kind of reconciling, because maybe the readers of Davar were able to understand, to conclude from Alterman poets, that although emotionally feeling the great difficulty addressing the agreements, when logic is applied, then maybe logic should take over here. So one can maintain an emotional standpoint that rejects the agreements, but still be for the agreements for logical reasons. And maybe this is the beginning of the acceptance of these agreements. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cohen. I think you brought to us the complexity of what a poet has to deal with and his reactions. But I think we have to remember that Alterman became an icon in the Israeli public. He had a tremendous influence, and finally, it was also the publicist that continued to work. And that here in the end, I think that he did pave the way to the acceptance of those agreements. Now, our next speaker will also deal with the aftermath. David Witztum, currently an independent researcher, is the author of The Beginning of a Wonderful or Wondrous Friendship, the story of the Israeli-German reconciliation between 48 and 1960, published by the Schocken Publishing House and the Richard Koebner Minerva Center at the Hebrew University in 2018. His monograph on the topic Jüdische Kulturbund and the Jewish press in Nazi Germany is to be published by Yad Vashem. David was the chief correspondence, moderator, and editor with the Israeli National Television for many years. And he also served as a European correspondent, and I may add that he also served as a correspondent mainly in Germany. He was a guest researcher with the Koebner Center up to 2018, and he serves as a board member at the Leo Baeck Institute in Jerusalem. And on a personal note, I'd like to say that David and I shared the traumas of the first days of the Yom Kippur War when we served together. I mean, I served in Brussels and he came to spend a year at the Collège d'Europe. And those were traumatic days, but then maybe I contributed something to his life by leading him to the chuppah. He was without a family, and I was the one who took him to the chuppah, and I think he doesn't regret it. David.
Thank you very much, Colette, for the lovely and sweet introduction, and thank you, Ronny Stauber, and all the staff for inviting me to this fantastic conference. My problem is that, among other problems, is that people talk and things change. A conference is a dynamic event, so I also have to change plans a little bit to follow other speakers and to focus a bit differently than I planned. So I will concentrate on the watershed year between September 1952, that means the signing of the agreement, and September 1953, Konrad Adenauer decisive election victory, a few weeks after the reparations shipment started anchoring in Israel. Following Luxembourg, and even without diplomatic ties, or perhaps precisely because of that absence, that year brought about a paradigm shift, moving the Israeli discourse about Germany from seeing it as an Amalek, as an eternal enemy, to the road leading to an alliance and eventually friendship in the divided world of the Cold War. So in what follows, I shall borrow some terminology or methodology from social sciences, looking at some of the events and processes which did happen and some which did not happen. As it turned out, it was diplomats and journalists who facilitated the change as leading actors in an ambivalent political environment. Legally, Israel's relations with the Federal Republic of Germany were unclear. Israel was neither at war nor at peace with Bonn. Some laws and regulations, we heard, boycotted Germany, but soon after Luxembourg, it became clear that the reparation agreement and the arrival of permanent Israeli representation in Germany constituted a de facto recognition of the Bonn government. Ben-Gurion's dominant involvement in that process in the beginning in the German affairs has diminished, yet attached importance mainly to Bonn's geopolitical role and left most daily matters to Foreign Minister Charette, whose attitude towards Germany was also deeply ambivalent. Ahead of the mute ceremony in Luxembourg, Charette still claimed that Germany is an enemy, an enemy of the Jewish people, an enemy of the state of Israel, as he said. However, a few days later, meeting Adenauer in Luxembourg, the two talked to each other in German, as Charette defined it, in Goethe's language, not Hitler's, in a polite and even friendly manner. From then on, Charette strived to promote relations beyond economy and trade, although he resisted upgrading them to an official diplomatic level, fearing especially hostile public opinion in Israel. But the new reality required daily activities and immediate decision-making. And so, in fact, this initial phase of relationship with Bonn was actually managed and steered by two Israeli officials. One we heard about just right now, Felix Eliezer Shinar, head of the Reparations delegation Cologne, and the second one, Chaim Yechiel, the delegation's political advisor, and with them, of course, Nachum Goldman as the chief representative of World Jewry. Shinar was, however, an outsider to the foreign ministry, was perceived by his colleagues, as we heard, as a Schwabe und a Jecke, and acted as an unofficial Israeli ambassador, and to a certain extent was seen as representing even the positive German side vis-à-vis Israel. But it was Yechiel, under his title as political advisor, who filled the relative indecisiveness emanating from the top. In fact, he paved the way for normalization in the bilateral relations, which was his goal from the beginning. Even before ratification, Yechiel realized that his German counterparts wished reciprocity, such as gestures on the part of Mapai party towards the SPD and other supporters of Israel. He began therefore lobbying for this cause inside the Israeli Foreign Ministry as well as outside, among other opinion leaders. In Germany, in the meantime, the road to ratification became bumpy. Political opinion was hostile, as were large sections of the German establishment, and it was clear Adenauer would not achieve his purpose without the SPD. But dramatic external development played a key role in shifting the discourse here. The first, Arab fears opposition and pressure, we heard about it too, led by Egypt and Arab League, but in cooperation which proved to be a boomerang with the East German government. This followed the main event that actually changed the context of the whole process, the show trials in Prague and the ensuing wave of anti-Semitism in Moscow and around the Soviet bloc. The uproar in Bonn in February against Arab and East German blackmail helped the Israeli and Jewish pressure for speedy ratification with behind-the-scenes support also from the Americans and the British. It also strengthened the position of the Chancellor. Inside, he planned to visit the USA in April and wished to present the agreement as a confirmation of the new Germany. Therefore, at the end of his speech in the Bundestag, presenting the agreement on March 4th, he condemned the Soviet Union for its racial hatred and racial persecutions that are reappearing as political weapons directed against Jews and Jewish organizations, specifying the Prague trials. What he meant was, in fact, that the anti-Semitic racist enemy resides today in Moscow, not in Bonn. It was the same reasoning Ben-Gurion used against Israeli pro-Soviet left. Thus, it was present international reality, not the past, which tipped the scales. The same scenario was repeated, by the way, a dozen years later. Tightening of relations between Egypt and East Berlin led to Bonn's retaliation, the surprising decision to establish diplomatic relations with Israel. For the Israeli public now, the Prague trials were especially the arrest of Mapam's politician Mordechai Oren, caused a deep shock and above all dealt a serious blow to the Israeli left, which was already divided and violently torn. The Israeli press compared, as did Adenauer, the Prague trials with the black era of Nazi Germany. But for Ben-Gurion, this became a political weapon, attacking the Israeli left parties and taking advantage of the affair in order to fully and firmly join the Western bloc. Economic interests also, of course, played an important role, and the rise of an Israeli middle class was reflected in the coalition of the new government, Mapai and the General Zionist, and with it the hope for an economic breakthrough as a result of reparations. Press reports from Germany about its miraculous recovery and the integration into European and international organizations coincided with the interests of Israeli market, whether public or emerging private sector. Meanwhile, as the months of expectation for the ratification went on, the Israeli press, probably with encouragement from above, showed a mixture of increasing anxiety and pessimism in the face of Bonn's foot-dragging, which naturally raised even more the stakes of achieving ratification if and when it would materialize. Thus, a whole new story about Germany has begun to emerge, about present and about the future, not about the past, about the coming practical relations with Germany, about different ideas and plans for distribution of funds and goods, setting priorities, timetables, allocating authority of decision, regular reports from Cologne about the daily work of the Reparations delegation, which functioned as a semi-embassy. First mutual visits by Israelis and Germans assisted by German consulate in Europe that issued visas to Israelis despite the passport ban that you have seen. Meeting within diplomats and envoys around the world in international organization. At the beginning of June, a source in the foreign ministry said that they had to accustom public opinion in Israel to German visits in preparation for the expected arrival of many experts and technicians. Even before ratification, Sharet and the director of the office, Eitan, were impressed by Bonn's firm stance in the face of Arab pressure and offered to study the moral of Bonn resistance against Arab threats. I quote, in other words, the Germans were now on our side. Immediately after ratification, Yechiel urges the foreign ministry to proceed with rapid steps toward normal relations and to make a political, explanatory, cultural, and mental effort to win friends. This task requires us, he says, to prepare public opinion in order to create a turning point. We should not appear, he says, and I quote, as tax collectors' delegation. No doubt this rings a bell from the New Testament about it, the thing about tax collectors and so on. Yechiel talks about necessity resulting from both international and bilateral considerations. His colleague in The Hague mentioned before, Michael Amir, quoted Ernst Renan, the historian, writing what can be adopted as a motto for this chapter in Israel-German relations, and I quote, Renan, in order to create history, one is sometimes obliged to forget it. I am not suggesting forgetting, I'm suggesting understanding. End of quote. Despite internal opposition from the Foreign Office, Sharet actually adopted this approach. Reporting to the government following the ratification, Sharet remarks that our German supporters hope now for a changed relations on our part. Every time when there's no expression of goodwill on our part, it is as if we stick a knife in their back. Even before the meeting, Sharet asked Shinar to emphasize in due process that the implementation of the agreement inevitably leads to de facto relations beyond the present framework, albeit a gradual and natural process. In a long report Yechiel sent to the Foreign Ministry, his first policy recommendation was to officially declare Israel's attachment to the West, the free world, and to participate in its defense. He believed, so Nima Barzel maintains, that the international situation in Germany's position requires normalization of relations with Germany, even if there were no reparations. Indeed, summing up that cabinet meeting, Ben-Gurion states that relations with Germany as a whole must be discussed due to its growing international importance and the fact that there are already two blocs against Israel, communism and Arab bloc, and hatred toward Israel in the United Nations. However, he did not put the issue to a vote. The question is why? He might have already realized that it was prudent to continue with the dimming or fogging tactics he systematically adopted vis-à-vis Germany from the violent days of the Knesset debate. Both Ben-Gurion and Adenauer realized in turn that the absence of official diplomatic relations made it easier to conceal or deny the bilateral developing ties, leaving space for flexibility. Furthermore, Ben-Gurion realized that despite bonds important as an economic power, it remained at the time politically and militarily dependent on Western powers. On the whole, the Israeli diplomats, even when voicing criticism as to many phenomena in Germany, did it so often in a manner more akin to the domestic German discourse. We just heard about it from Irit. Many of them regarded themselves as culturally attached to the German or Central European cultural environment, tradition, and language. Shinar was targeted, we heard, for criticism within the foreign ministry, and Yachil, with some of his representatives of the foreign ministry, especially about the Ekes, may have believed that contrary to the moral principle that Ben-Gurion used to justify the reparations, it means do not let the murderers be also the inheritors, for them, for Yachil and his friends, the reparations were a kind of a necessary prologue, a debt collection as a first step, as a means to the goal, and the goal was reconciliation and friendly relations with this other Germany they visioned. For that, they had to affect Israeli public opinion, to openly set the agenda, so to speak, so they launched a campaign heralding the reparations through briefing to Israeli journalists, interviews, press statements in Israel and in Germany. They even financed translation of articles for journalists to be published in Germany and in Israel. The wave of articles and columns which followed soon shifted the main theme of Israeli reporting on Germany. Indeed, Sharet writes to Shinar, I have no doubt that with the arrival of the first shipments, it will be easier to focus on public attention on the practical side of the question and, notice this, to forget or at least to blur the bitter polemic that once raged, and to cultivate a more positive attitude to the issue of reparations and, by the way, to our relations with Germany. A week before, Yachil spoke to German journalists in the port of Bremen after a ceremony for the launching of the ship Haifa, the first reparations carrier. There, he referred to the violent revolt in East Berlin on the 17th of May and made a puzzling connection between that event and Israeli public opinion. And I quote, Israel looks to the future and not to the past. And the uprising of the workers in Berlin and East Germany caused public opinion to forgive Germany for many of the crimes that took place there after 1938. This is a quote. The Israeli press was also deeply polarized and divided. Most of the newspaper editors, from left to right, were opposed to any warming of relations with Bonn, if not to actual reparation, and yet their emissaries, the reporters, especially those who went to Germany, representing a younger generation, were the main vehicle in causing the paradigm change. In a way, this lies in the nature of journalism. Reporters look for the new phenomenon. So for them, the new Germany was the story, whereas the recent past that already dominated Israeli discourse was the old story. None of them thought of even visiting a concentration camp in Germany until the 60s. The first article in the Israeli press that specifically calls for peace with Germany appears in the weekly Ha'olam Hazeh, 4 days after ratification. Its editor, Uri Avneri, himself born in Hanover, as Helmut Ostermann, was an unusual and unorthodox voice. I quote, there are people in Israel who try to deceive themselves and the world by keeping double accounting. They are ready to take money from the German's hand and to spit behind his back, as Sharet did, who spoke with the German chancellor in a friendly manner in a closed room and refused to shake his hand in public. It was not a position that inspired human respect. The reparation Still a quote, the reparations agreement is, despite all diplomatic talk, a peace treaty between the German people and the Jewish people. Moreover, whoever was willing to accept the payments must agree to peace. With the appearance of inscription made in Germany on our streets, there is no longer any point in pretending that the producers and senders of these goods are a nation of murderers. In this spirit, Haolam Hazeh holds less than a month later an extensive interview with Shinar, who also states that peace must be made with Germany. Haaretz correspondent Amos Elon, originally of course Heinrich Sternbach, arrives in Germany in the spring for an extended series of reports. At the Ministry of Economy, he finds that the relationship is daily and impossible to avoid because of the implementation of the agreement raises new technical, legal, and financial problems. And a long interview with Adenauer brings Elon to almost a metaphysical mood. I quote, "As for this upright patrician sage with the noble expression and the strong moral sense, there is in him, without doubt, great humanism, but of a kind that is rare nowadays." Adenauer will surely win the elections, predicts Elon, and will continue to place Germany back with the family of nations and tie the bonds to the free world. Also in June, Zeev Walter Laquer estimates from Berlin that there is no point in continuing demonstrations that are not effective, such as boycott of visit to Germany, that thousands of Israeli citizens are bypassing or protesting the participation of German representatives in international institutions. Foreign policy should not be conducted on emotional basis. On June 11, Philip Ben, originally Norbert Nischewski, states in Ma'ariv that Cologne is rapidly taking the place of New York as a place of attraction for economic emissaries from Israel. He lists many personalities and delegations coming and going in Cologne and other cities for inspection, shopping, talks, and signing agreement. In the same month, Ben asks a rhetorical question: is it possible not to have relations with Germany? And replies with the title, "Festive Declarations on one hand and reality on the other. Close relations do exist." Quote, "Although unofficially we do not have relations with the government in Bonn, it would be ignoring the truth and self-deception if we did not admit that our unofficial relations with it are closer than with any other country in the world except for the three great powers." And now he quotes what Irit quoted before about the delegation being invited, going and coming, and so on and so forth. I won't quote it again, but he also stated that a representative of El Al is already staying in Frankfurt. Now the dialogues becomes widely open. Members of the delegation conduct countless conversations with journalists on advocacy issues, background talks, interviews, of course they were all fluent, as you heard, fluent German speakers. There were lectures, they were lecturing, they were discussing. Many Germans, it turned out, are thirsty for information about Israel and call its representation in Cologne constantly. Also this summer, an Israeli feature film, City of Tents, was shown for the first time in the film festival in West Berlin, accompanied by producer Margot Klausner and actress Orna Porat with their Israeli passport. In mid-July, Ben publishes an extensive article, some 4 or 5 pages, called "How to Stay in Germany, a Guide for the Israeli Traveler." A guide of hotels, shopping, culture, entertainment. Many Israelis are already in Germany temporarily, Ben said ironically, more or less. And in Tel Aviv, Ephraim Kishon, who would soon become the most famous Israeli author in Germany, actually diagnoses the new era and announces sardonically that he has decided to buy a motorcycle. "I gave him the name Dr. Kurt Kaltenbrunner, because he is of pure German stock and looks in his black proportions like an ex-Nazi and pre-reparations type." And the political poet Natan Alterman, of whom we just heard, the critical supporter of Shilumim, mourns in an elegy the arrival of the first German-Israeli ships at the end of the era, as the end of an era. Goods and machines from Germany have now become parts of the people's body, of Israel's body, flowing into the veins of the economy. Alterman criticizes the government's evasive ways regarding the story of the reparations in Germany and calls for clarity, since the people must feel the intensity of the pain involved in receiving the reparations, accept them openly in broad daylight. But possibly the most profound shift was precisely, as I said, what did not happen in the summer of 1953. That is, protests, demonstrations against the coming goods. Fears of attacks had turned the Israeli ports into fortified sites. And indeed, 4 bombs were safely defused, as Shlomi Shitrit, who lectured here yesterday, told me for the first time. I didn't know anything about it, and he just discovered it for the first time. So credit is due. But that was it. The turning point has happened almost unnoticeably. On September 6, Adenauer won the general election, an overwhelming personal and political victory. He put all his weight on joining the West. Freedom and peace was his slogan, as he called it. And in Israel, his victory was seen as a good omen, encouraging the process of implementation, the reparations, and green light for further relations. I just want to show you, you see it, this was published after the victory of Adenauer in Ma'ariv, Dosh, also Kriel Gardosh, characters who really accompanied the reparations, closely. So Adenauer is riding with Srulik, which is representing the young state of Israel. Adenauer has won the elections. Yes, Srulik, Israel, is sitting with him in the same bicycle, holding the money bag, you see, called Shilumim. And above it, yes, this championship, and that we won. So we won. We won the elections, or we won whatever, but we saw them together. Dosh was not really a friend of Germany, yes, to begin with. And this is really, I think, a change, a paradigm change, all within 1 year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dudu. And for someone who follows the press these days, I think it is interesting to note what weight and what importance and what influence the press had in the 50s and 60s, how it not only shaped public opinion, but how it actually influenced the politics of Israel. Before we go any further, because you and I think earlier in the day talked about Dr. Yakhil, on a personal note, I'd like to say that I'm here today maybe because of him. The story is that as a young diplomat, I was a little bit making a lot of practical jokes, and one of those practical jokes made quite a scandal, and I was about to be fired, and Dr. Yakhil was the one who didn't fire me. So here we are. Now, coming back to our subject, for many years, many of us have dealt with the issue of reparations, of compensations to Holocaust survivors. I'm not sure if there is or a real comprehensive study of how those pitzuim, gimlaot given to Holocaust survivors have had an impact on their lives, but I think that our next speaker has something to add to this subject, not necessarily about the first generation, but about, interestingly enough, the second generation. Yashel Mishli is a PhD candidate in economics at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. Her research focuses on the issues of reparations and intergenerational mobility as a means of examining how the second generations of the Holocaust are overcoming their parents' limitations in comparison to the fifth Aliyah. In addition, her work on the topic of reparations provides an opportunity to learn how countries can support their disadvantaged citizens. So this is a challenging subject. Yael, bevakasha.
So, good afternoon. I'm very excited to present today this research. For what Colette said, there is no research yet, the checking the effect of the reparation, and that's for a very simple reason that the data is very hard to find. I mean, in the last 2 years, I'm trying to get data to understand who received reparation, who received from Germany, who received from the State of Israel. Not very successful, but still I have some data, and this is what I want to share with you today. So this research is done by Avi Ebenstein and me in the Hebrew University, and we are moving forward several years. Nobody after the end of the debate about the reparation. And we are looking at the effect of personal reparation due to damage to health on social mobility of the Holocaust survivors and of the second generation. As economists, we are interested in social mobility as it is a key element in reducing inequality. The research relies on data, what we can find so far, and I will describe it later on. In my talk, I will go over the backstage of the research and try to explain why and what we did, and of course, what we found. So we began the reparation research after observing significant gaps in socioeconomic characteristics such as education or income between Holocaust survivors and European Jews who immigrated to Palestine before the war, the Fifth Aliyah. And we can see it here in this figure, the gap. In the x-axis, you can see the year of immigration, and the Y present the average education years of all the men who arrived at the same year. So if you are looking at the year 1929 to 1938, we can see education of pre-war immigrants. And between 1945 and 1952, we see the Holocaust survivors' education. And you can see that the Holocaust survivors' education is around 2 years less than the pre-war education. The gap depends on the age of immigration. Although a common knowledge is that educated parents tend to have educated children, and less educated parents tend to have less educated children, we can see here, the second figure, that the sons of the Holocaust survivors almost caught up. The gap is much narrower on the second generation. And what it means is that the second generation of Holocaust survivors perform much better than expectation in spite of their parents' lower education and income. So after seeing this figure, we started to ask ourselves some questions. We wanted to know what are the consequences of the Holocaust regarding socioeconomic status of the survivors. How did the second generation perform, and and this is the main question that's relevant today, how did the reparation affect survivors and their offsprings? So first, we were interested to know about the survivors themselves. And we found that Holocaust survivors came with low education, as you saw in the figure. They had lower income through all their life, about 20% lower than pre-war immigrants, even with reparation. And they lived in lower neighborhood ranking relative to the pre-war immigrants. We also found that the gap was narrowed in the second generation, yet there are some persistence even in the third generation. And we found that the German reparation increased social mobility and speed up the convergence. And I think this is most interesting finding, that the children of low-educated Holocaust survivors benefited the most from the reparation. In a way, we can say that the reparation did compensate survivors' family in a monetary aspect. Of course, we are not dealing with any other aspect. So I want to make some short methodology thing because most of you are historians and this is an economy research. So the desirable research plan includes randomly assigned research objects between groups of people that otherwise are similar. So the most important issue we had to deal with was composing appropriate comparison groups which will be as much similar as possible except the reparation. We use anonymized unique dataset prepared by Israeli Central Bureau of Statistics, including demographic, education, and income information. And we also use data from the Authority of Holocaust Survivor Rights. It's the body that pays the Israeli allowances. And we have this data for all Israeli citizens. We used strict criteria to define our sample. We looked at people who were born in Poland, Romania, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary. Those countries were chosen since survivors from this country were eligible to different reparation programs, and we'll explain this later on. We took out Germany, or German-born survivors, because they were entitled for unique types of compensation and restitution. Some of them were based on their previous socioeconomic status. We focus on specific birth cohort who immigrated before the war or a few years just after the war, but spent most of their life in Israel to avoid different economic or cultural influence. Then we stratified this chosen population to 4 comparable groups. Our baseline group, composed of pre-war immigrants, represent the potential status or achievement of survivors if they would have immigrated before the war. As for the survivors, because of the territorial criterion of the BEG laws, at the second half of the 1950s, it became clear that there are 2 classes of Israeli Holocaust survivors. One class, the lucky one, or the more lucky ones, were eligible for German reparation. This class includes those who were born in Germany or stayed in Germany, DC camps at the beginning of 1947 and then left, or people who lived in German territories outside of Germany and could pass the test of being part of the German culture group. The other part was all those who or not belong to the first party. And during the end of the 50s, it became clear that they actually don't get reparation or don't get any compensation. A partial correction for this inequality made in 1957 with the Israeli law, which ensured monthly allowance to disabled Holocaust survivors who are Israeli citizens at that time. Although the law guaranteed monthly payment as the BEG laws, the amount was about 60% from the German allowance, and since the 60s, it even was less, about 40%. The last group includes Holocaust survivors who didn't receive reparation at all, whether they didn't want to ask for German money or stayed during the war in places that were not acknowledged by the German authority. The laws were lately changed. In 2007, 2014, more and more population were eligible for getting reparation from the Israeli Ministry of Finance, and people get from the Article 2, of course, but those people didn't get the money where they raised their children. So for us, we treat them as non-recipients. But the question is, are these groups alike? And this is a normal concern. Did those who left Europe before the war wiser, richer, or poorer than those who stayed? Did the survivors were smarter than those who murdered? Who chose to immigrate to Palestine or Israel, and who preferred to go to the USA, Canada, or Australia just after the war? And finally, can I claim that the BEG recipients are similar to the Ministry of Israel, Ministry of Finance in Israel recipients? We when non-German survivors had to pass tests to prove belonging to the German culture group, a test that can be a priori in favor of more educated people. Moreover, as we heard yesterday and even today, the process for the BEG reparation application was much more complicated, and a better and probably much more expensive lawyers increased the odds to succeed in the process. So maybe richer people were more intent to get the money from Germany. Unfortunately, I cannot go into it and I cannot give a strict answer, but by restricting the sample to specific countries and birth cohort, we minimize this problem. So what do we mean when we're talking about social mobility? There are several ways to look at social mobility. We can look at mobility within generation, which means how one's effort, ability, and circumstances determine his social status. Or we can look between generation. Why is it generation? Which is the intergenerational mobility that measure the effect of a person's parent on his own achievement. When the intergenerational mobility is high, person's achievement will be related to his own attributes, while when intergenerational mobility is low, achievement will be more depends on family's background. So in that case, in low mobility, disabilities of parents have stronger effect on children's achievement. How does parents influence their children's socioeconomic status? This is a very long time debate between nature and nurture. Of course, this is not what we are going to talk about today. In this research, we focus on one path in the nurture, which is investment in children, direct investment in children, under the assumption that the investment depends on family income. So now finally, what did we find? So in the first generation, how did the reparation affect the Holocaust survivors? This is what we can see here. This figure presents socioeconomic status of the neighborhoods where the survivors are living in 1983, meaning after many years of receiving the reparation. The numbers are indexed that prepared by the Central Bureau of Statistics. They rank all the neighborhoods in Israel between 1 to 20. 20 is the highest ranked neighborhood. They use income in the neighborhood, education, and many other socioeconomic measurement of all the people that are living in the same neighborhood. So what I show here is the rank by 3 groups of education. People who studied less than 12 years of education, people who did matriculation, which is the final examination after 12 years, the Bagrut. This is something that every person in Israel needs to do if he wants to keep on studying, and academic. And I did it because I wanted to compare people with similar education. If you remember, I was wondering if the BEG and the Ministry of Finance recipients are similar. So if I'm looking at the same level of education, I think that the people should be much more similar. So what we can see here, that at every level of education, the BEG recipients are living in a much higher or much better neighborhood. In each education category, they are in green. They live in a better neighborhood. The takeout of this figure is that higher German reparation helps survivors to live in better neighborhoods than survivors who receive less money from the State of Israel. In the second generation, so now we are looking at intergenerational mobility and actually want to see the difference between father and child. Once again, higher intergenerational mobility is better if you want to close the gaps. Higher intergenerational mobility means that the children are ranking much higher than the father. So we choose to look at education as a measurement for the socioeconomic status. We ranked each person among his birth cohort in a scale of 1 to 100. So someone with exactly average education is ranked in the 50s. This is what you see right now. We can see 4 groups of fathers that are having average education. Now we compared between father's rank and son's rank. In this figure, I present the rank of sons to father with average education. All sons did better than their fathers. You can see that all the children are ranking in 16s and up. Once again, 50 is the average. They are all ranking above average and above their parents. And the sons of the sons of BEG survivors are ranking in the highest rank. Then sons of pre-war immigrants and Israel recipients are ranking the same. Sons of Holocaust survivors who didn't receive reparation at all experience less mobility. We can see the same pattern at each level of father's education. It's just the same one that I showed in the previous figure. Always sons of BEG recipients experience faster mobility than all the others. What's more to say is that the gap between BEG recipients to MOF recipient, to the Israeli recipient, is bigger when the education of the parents is lower, which means that the sons of low-educated fathers benefited more from the reparation, from the money. So to conclude, Holocaust survivors had lower education than the pre-war immigrants. The gap decreased in second generation. Higher reparation increased social mobility, and children of fathers with low level of education benefited more from the reparation. So was the reparation a successful policy? Of course, it depends on the aim, which is not only one goal. As we talked about it yesterday, what is the aim of reparation? I'm not going to answer this, but from our perspective, the German reparation had intergenerational impact, positive impact, and helped the second generation to close the socioeconomic gap relative to the pre-war European immigrant. So this is a takeout from the past, and we can use this research and these foundings also to talk about lots of reparation programs that are going on today, and especially the debate on the reparation to the slavery in the United States and lots of places all around the world. Actually, unfortunately, many places now are dealing with the same situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yael, for this very interesting presentation. I'd like to add maybe 2 or 3 things. First of all, I think that you may or may not have mentioned the fact that what happened with the reparations, with the various programs in Israel, was a patchwork. It started at a very low level. The first law that was enacted was only in 1957, and it was very limited, both in scope, in terms of the population that were the recipients, and also in terms of what they received. By comparison, you are right, the BEG was, the pensions of the BEG were much higher, and that created a lot of inequality and grievances between the Holocaust survivors themselves. However, that situation was reversed. And certainly, as of, I think, 2014, it turned out that the recipients of the BEG received less money than the pensions of the Ministry of Finance. And so one of the things that happened as a result is that as a result of pressures put by certain Holocaust survivors, the recipients of the BEG who receive less than the Israeli recipients from the Ministry of Finance receive an additional sum of money of 10,000 shekel per year from the Israeli government. How this affects the next generation, I do not know, but I just thought that it's important to mention a few things, that BEG today is less generous, I think, than the Israeli government. And that over the years, there has been a real change of attitude in the Israeli government. If in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and even the 80s, the Israeli government was very reluctant and very slow in acknowledging the rights of Holocaust survivors, the gradual change started in 2007, 2008, and then certainly in 2014 with an important amendment to the law that was passed by none other than Yair Lapid, who at that time was the Minister of Finance. And just as a compliment, I think that today the Israeli government is doing actually quite an effort. And the annual budget out of taxpayers' money, not from Germany, is of 6 billion shekel for various programs for Israeli Holocaust survivors. I hope that, certainly the first generation suffered a lot. We try, the Israeli government tries to make up for it, but again, even the 6 billion are not enough. And so what I think we should all try to do is to see how much more can be done, because we haven't got much time left. So now I will ask the members of the panel to come and sit up. If there are any questions, we will take them. And I'll start here on the right.
Yael, fascinating work. Actually, the first economic presentation at this conference, and as an economist, I feel happy. Yael, you should change the name if you are going for the English version, and even for the Hebrew version, you should change the word reparations. It's wrong.
Yeah.
It's not reparations. Reparations received the state of Israel. But what you are talking about is the pensions and the component of restitution which was in the BEG. And it's important because in the literature, the three definitions are very, very well defined. Reparations, countries, indemnification, persons, and then restitution, whoever. Thank you.
Okay. Bevakasha, yes.
This is a question for Yael. Did your research look at all at what happened if two Holocaust survivors were married? Because obviously that impacts that they would each be entitled to compensation payments, and especially because often after the war in the DP camps, two survivors often met and married, and therefore, is that something that you have looked at or will look at in the future?
Yes.
Thank you. This is a question for Tzachi. I'm also a cultural historian, so I think we might have something in common. It's nice to have a fellow person here. I was wondering if in your research you came up with any other reactions to the Luxembourg Agreement that were in the cultural realm, that went beyond, that were public and were beyond.
You mean other writers?
Other writers, and maybe in other types of media.
Well, the types of media, I think the media, the press was, I think to a certain extent, came up in David Wittstoom's presentation.
Yes, exactly. Okay. And I was going to ask David to expand on that also. If I imagine that you touched on that also in your research, in your more extensive research.
Okay. Thank you. Dina?
One question for Tzachi. You showed us a passport that said valid for all countries except Germany. I also had one like that when we came to Israel. The passport you showed was from 1955, which means, okay, expiring 55, which means 3 years after.
No, it expired, but it was issued before.
It was issued before. Okay. At what year, my question is, at what year did the issuing of such passports stop?
65. 65.
Okay. 55 is 3 years after the Luxembourg
agreement.
That's a question. How come? And the question to Yael, there are, your name is Yael, sorry. There are many components and many factors that determine a person's mobility and education. The surrounding, the educational system, where do you live? Is it an educational system in a kibbutz, in a quarter, in a city, etc.? You took one component, and the question is, can you really decide on mobility without taking into account the other factors?
Okay. Wait, just wait, because there's somebody else who's asked before. Yes.
So sorry for interrupting you. I have a question for Yael. You mentioned as a side note nature nurture, and I think this is really important for that context. Right. And I would, I have some observation, and I would like to comment you on that. So my impression is that in the first decades after 45, there was a struggle to get the compensation debate from biology to culture, because initially, when Holocaust survivors tried to get compensation, they always struggled with medical doctors because they had to prove that their problems were not due to inherited weaknesses. And they had to show that this was a result of what had actually happened to them during persecution. And after some time, so to speak, the nurture argument became accepted. But now I can see that there is again a shift. And yesterday I already mentioned the epigenetical turn, which means that some problems, medical problems, which you will acquire during your lifetime, will given to the next generation. Absolutely. On a genetic base. And so suddenly biology comes back. And somehow I find this is an irony in this development. And I feel this is problematic. And I would like to, you to comment on my impression. Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe you share it, or what do you think about that?
Okay, last question, I think, Aaron, again.
What was the question?
Aaron Moore. More of Aaron. Ken? Okay. So?
Yael, I wonder if you took in... I wonder if you took into consideration the fact that basically the Holocaust survivors who arrived to Israel lost 5 years of war.
Exactly.
And couldn't take their education. So they, by definition, they were at a disadvantage.
Okay. Ronnie Stauber.
So I want to connect again to lecture of Dudu and Tzachi, and also try to answer Dina's question. So, as it seems to me, there was two camps among those who, both in the public opinion and in the Israeli Foreign Office.
Foreign Office also?
And also in the Foreign Office, yes. This is my argument. There was no consensus in the Foreign Office. about it. And among these camps is among those who supported the Shilumim. One camp, which Alterman represents, but there were other members of Mapai who supported the same line, and they said, yes, we should take reparations from Germany, because the main, what is so important after the Holocaust, the main lesson of the Holocaust is to build a strong Israeli country. This is the main lesson. So, but they opposed friendship with Germany. So, and you can count here Golda Meir, and you can count here Zalman Aran, and in a way, Alterman represented this group. Mm-hmm. The same group I can see also two groups in the Foreign Office. There was those who supported what they called Chaim Yachiel line, and there was those who said we should move very, very slowly towards relation with Germany. Very, very slowly, because there were three reasons. One is because the public opinion is not ready. The second is because Germany is not such an influential country now, so we can wait, especially in the Middle East. She doesn't have influence, and she doesn't produce weapons, so we can wait. And the third was that Charet and others still suspected Germany, and they weren't sure if Germany is already a strong democracy. So they thought we can wait. And this is also an answer why only in 1955 they decided to cancel the passport, or the Jews cannot, Israeli cannot enter Germany, because they wanted to wait. They waited too much, as we know. But this was the general idea. I just wanted to say that Ben-Gurion said in 1959, when there was this debate on buying and selling weapons to Germany, he said, there are those, and I quote, there are those who said, well, we should buy weapon even from the Satan. And Ben-Gurion said, if we will call the Germans Satan, they won't sell us weapon.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that, Dr. Stauber, Professor Stauber, I will dare to contradict you. Because I think that the two camps that you describe in the foreign ministry, actually, both were for relations with Germany. Only one camp wanted to be more careful and go more slowly. They were not against, they were for. Okay, but the question was how and not if. Okay, I think and that is always the case in any foreign ministry, including the Israeli foreign ministry. And those who say sit and wait are usually more numerous than others. Okay, so I will start maybe with Tzachi and Dudu, because I think Yael has the largest number of questions. Okay, Dudu.
Okay, so I'll start with the cultural reflections on the Shilumim. Actually, I think it surprisingly there is not a lot writing about Germany was already appearing, especially among the young generation, especially started in the newspapers and in the weeklies and some other cultural magazines. For example, people like Amos Kinan or Dan Ben Amotz and others, even people who were really far from the consensus, like Dan Omer and others, who wrote a book that was immediately banished and outlawed by the censorship. but not a lot of writing, of prose writing about the subject was done, I think also mainly because it was considered to be a sort of something which has an order that doesn't befit, prose. But writing, publicist writing, journalistic writing is very, very extensive about it, and the best people took part. And also, on the other hand, for example, the sort of academic, philosophical writings, lectures, for example, the famous lecture by Martin Buber held in Germany, for example, and other writings about what should be done, writings by Gershom Shalom and others do appear on the scene. But I think that compared with such a great event that happened in Israel, such a traumatic event that happened in Israel, I mean, it's not a lot about. So this is for the first question. The second one about foreign ministry pro country or a slow moving and fast moving. I think it in a way reflects also the generation of diplomats in a way. The second is the identity of the diplomats. I mean, most of the yekes, so to speak, yes, not all of them. Most of the yekes were for fast moving. I quoted Yachil, but there were many others.
Yachil was not a yek.
He was from Bohemia.
He was from Czechoslovakia.
Yes,
right.
He was from Bohemia, and for example, Amir was from Romania. Yes, he was one of the fast. Leo Cohen, yes.
Leo Cohen, Professor Leo Cohen.
Sure. I said not all. Yes. He wasn't a diplomat, but anyway. Okay.
But he published a paper.
Secondly, so I said it's a question about, and the second question, I think it's an important question, issue is people who went to Germany or to Europe and were prone to come in contact, yes, with Germans and others and whatever. I mean, I think gradually became convinced. I know all these people you're talking about. Yes, we both all read all these documents. The general tone, the general tenor, is not only about diplomats. For example, about organs like the newspapers of the Yekes. Yes, for organization of the Yekes, the political parties of the Yekes, whatever, was generally, there were always exceptions, generally, for going forward. Of course, people who belong to the right wing, yes, were against, and also people, even Yekes, who belong to the some of the kibbutzim movements, yes, and communists, yes, who were against West Germany, but very much in contact with East Germany. Yes, I'm not speaking about writing like Arnold Zweig and the Orient people who went to East Germany and got there in the establishment. But you must write that there is also a difference, a distinction between people who
Tomarkin.
Yes, Tomarkin, but people who went who boycotted all of Germany, and people who boycotted only the West Germany, because they saw themselves as belonging, yes, to the communist bloc, to the victors' anti-fascist camp. So this is complicated, yes, but one can only speak about milieu, yes, tenor, and not about really. You can't nail this down. Generally, Foreign Office, as you know, pushed forward.
Tzachi?
Okay, so my answer will be composed of a poem famous poem written by Dan Pagis, first in Hebrew and then simultaneously translated. In Hebrew, טיוטת הסכם לשילומים, Dan Pagis. טוב טוב, אדונים הזועקים חמאס כתמיד, בעלי נס טורדניים, שקט. הכל יוחזר למקומו, סעיף אחר סעיף. הצעקה אל תוך הגרון, שיני הזהב אל הלסת, הפחד. העשן אל ארובות הפח והלאה ופנימה אל חלל העצמות. וכבר תקרמו אור וגידים ותחיו, הנה עדיין תחיו לכם, יושבים בסלון, קוראים עיתון ערב, הנה אינכם, הכל בעוד מועד. באשר לכוכב הצהוב, מיד יתעלש, מעל לחזה ויאגר לשמיים. And in translation, a draft for a reprisal agreement. All right, you ever taunting masters, you troubling miracle holders, be quiet. Everything shall be restored. One paragraph after another. The cry right back into the throat. The golden teeth back to the jaw. The fear. Smoke into the tin chimneys and onward to the very bones, and you will wear skin and muscle and live. You shall live, sitting in your living room, reading the evening paper. Here you are, everything in good time. And as for the golden star, it will be ripped right off your chest and immigrate to the skies.
I forgot just one more thing which I thought interesting. In the left-wing newspaper La Merchav, there was a very good, very interesting literary supplement, yes, called Massa. Yes, there you can also find some other poems and essays about this subject.
Thank you. So, Karen, I wish I could answer positively on your questions. I know that it's very important to identify whether it's one parent or two parents receive reparation. Unfortunately, we don't have this data yet. Maybe after we'll get more data on the claim conference, maybe. We'll be able to deal with this too. Of course, most of the children with one Holocaust survivor parents actually had both Holocaust survivor parents. They tend to marry each other, but I don't know what to say about the reparations. The mobility. You're right, absolutely right. There are lots of factors that influence mobility, and I try to mention them briefly because, once again, it's not the main issue. But by choosing the groups that we chose, by limiting birth year of parents and then the children, we can control some of the environmental factors such as the education, and most of the people live in the center of Israel, so there are lots of things that I cannot control specifically, but by choosing the groups that I chose, by the way that I took them, I think that we managed to take people with the same
background,
surrounding, the same environment. So the answer is, I know that it's not perfect, but we cannot have perfect research. We don't have all the data that we need for perfect research. The nature-nurture, of course, it's very important. I share your idea. Once again, we are looking right now on the nurture. The debate is a political debate because we can influence the nurture. We cannot influence the nurture. We can influence the surroundings by many things, but you're right. There's nothing else I can say. I feel that the nature is much more important, and not only the way that you suggested it, but we are focusing on Jewish people from Europe. So there is some assumption here that they all come from the same group of genes, sharing same genes, which is important for our research to see that at the basis they look the same. They probably are the same. But later on, what happened, we cannot control and we don't know. Yeah, sure. Well, I just want to comment, and I will ask you. Yeah, yeah, sure. Thank you for the correction. The problem is that I'm presenting this to economists, and they don't really understand the differences. But I will emphasize it next time. And as for the disadvantage or for Holocaust survivors who came later on, I even have a figure of this. Of course, we know that. And we found out that sons of Holocaust survivors who came later on did perform better and received money, performed better than Holocaust survivors.
Who came earlier.
Who came earlier, yeah. I mean, their mobility is higher, is faster. So, yeah, that's another good question, too. Another good point. And, okay, so I was asked about how the reparation affected the gap between Mizrahim and Ashkenazim in Israel. And I still don't have the answer. I told Ronnie that I will have, but I don't have it yet. I'm planning to do it. But I don't think it really did something, because the reparation brings the survivors to a status that was supposed to be if there wasn't Holocaust. So they look like the fifth Aliyah people. Actually, what happened is that because Israel is a country of immigrants, everyone immigrates with what he has before. And I don't think that the reparation changed it. But better question will be maybe in a year.
Okay, there's another question here. Avi?
I know Colette, and she can sum up and conclude the meeting. But before she concludes, I know her, and I don't want to rain on your parade. Last night we had a delegation. I worked with Colette. We had a delegation from the Netherlands with the ELA organization. It came agencies from the Netherlands, agencies from Israel that have to do with mental. ELA is mental or whatever. I was sitting there, and then they tried to convince me that I'm mefager, which means first of all, there is no second generation. There was one generation in the Shoah. All the rest is, everyone can say what he wants. But they try to convince that since my parents were both Holocaust survivors, Karen, and both of them for a DP lager, that I have a trauma, maybe I have, that I'm traumatic and I'm retarded, and this is why I have problems. Now I hear, because my parents are Holocaust survivors and this, maybe I'm retarded again, and I cannot be educated or less educated or the reparation. I can tell you one thing. I didn't know anything about reparations. I'm Boger Vadi Salib B'Haifa. I went to the university. I didn't know what reparation and other reparation. Both of them were in DP lagers. Both of them were in Auschwitz. And somehow I became Pakid בכיר. So, בהתחלה פקיד קטן, אחרי זה פקיד בכיר, סתם אחרי זה כמו קולט, הייתי סגן קונסול, טרייד קומישיונר, מנכ"ל משרד התיירות, מנכ"ל זה, ועכשיו אני רואה, and I see that I'm in the diagram down there. So what I want to say is, no, we are not מפגרים, we are not retarded. It has nothing to do with the reparation. I don't remember that we ever this, and I want to tell you one thing about your questions. I remember when I was a child that my parents were fighting each other because they didn't get the reparations at the same time. It's only, I think my mother got, and then my father didn't get, and then he said this, and I remember something, but nothing had to do with what we had to do. And about Germany, even though it was my decision, I assume, till 97, I never went to Germany. And I was in all these jobs and I somehow circumvented. Only in 97, I had to go with the delegation, since I was מנכ"ל התאחדות המלונות, I had to go with the שר התיירות and whatever to ITB in Berlin. I went to Haifa, to my parents, And I told them, because I've never been to Germany, of course they did. And I told them I'm going to Germany. It was quiet, didn't say anything. And then my father said, the bracha, birkat haderech, chaneni, maneni, whatever. I put my thing on the head and I went to the airport. And this is how I went, first time in Germany. This was my personal boycott. But from then on, we have many things in Germany, Colette, of course, and I'm on Auschwitz, International Auschwitz Committee, and others that we have to go to Germany. So what I want to say, sometimes, even your parents are whatever, maybe it's not the end of the world, and there is still a future. Toda rabba.
Okay, so I think that I can sum up this session, which I think was a bit different from other sessions. It involved also, I think, the emotional side, the effects that the Holocaust had on some of us, and certainly on second generation. I think I'd like to add the fact, I mean, it's a fact, that the second generation, at least in this country and in other countries, and it has been proven medically, has inherited some of the traumas of their parents. And I think I should also add that children who were in camps, I mean, as Holocaust survivors who were children during the war, had a different reaction. They were less protected, and therefore the Holocaust is something which affected them more. So the generation of today, people who were in their early 80s, were children during the war. And I think actually that the German government in the end took that into account and made a special arrangement also for children who were during the war. I thank you very much for your attention, and that more than anything want to thank the members of the panel for their contribution. Toda rabba.
Hello, everyone. My name is Liora Bielski. I am a law professor here in Tel Aviv University and the head of the Minerva Center for Human Rights, and I will be the chair of this really, really interesting panel, which called The Consequences of Compensation for Individual Claimants. And what I'll do is I'll introduce each panelist as they come along. We'll hear the lectures one after the other, and then we will open for Q&A. So the first panelist is Dr. Irit Chen. She is an associate professor of modern European history at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, where she also serves as deputy director of the Jacob Robinson Institute for the History of Individual and Collective Rights. Her research explores the interactions between demands, practices, and discourses of compensation in the intra-German, German-Israeli, and German-Jewish contexts. The topic of her current project is compensation claim under the West German Equalization of Burdens law. In 2023 and 2024, she will co-organize with Professor Gidon Reuveni and Daniel Siemens a research group on the globalization of Wiedergutmachung, yes, at the Israel Institute for Advanced Studies, and I am very proud to be part of this group. So Iris will give us the first talk, which is Complicated Encounters, Jewish Claimants and the German Legal Categories. Please.
The following presentation is based on a research project which I'm currently conducting with Professor José Brunner. Thanks are due to our research assistant, Asaf Doron, for helping us in identifying and collecting documents at the Central Archives in Jerusalem. Recently, Asaf found a document that surprised us. The document is a letter written in 1985 by Walter Schwarz. Schwarz was a German Jewish lawyer and brilliant expert of compensation. Usually, Schwarz is referred to as enthusiastic proponent of Wiedergutmachung. Indeed, he famously concluded one of his publications with the lines, "I think a German has the right to be proud of Wiedergutmachung." In light of this, José and I were stunned to read in the archived letter about Schwarz's strong criticism against certain aspects of Wiedergutmachung. Schwarz had addressed the letter to Ernst Katzenstein, the long-term representative of the Claims Conference in Germany. In the letter, Schwarz expressed his anger and frustration as follows. Die Eindeutschung der Juden aus Osteuropa zu Zwecken der Wiedergutmachung war eine Farce. The Germanization of the Jews from Eastern Europe for the purpose of Wiedergutmachung was a farce. Later on in the document, Schwarz called the Germanization of Eastern European Jews, quote, the worst legislative mistake in the field of Wiedergutmachung, unquote. But was this the case? Was Schwarz right in calling the Germanization of the Jews a farce? Was he right in stating that it was the worst legislative mistake in the field of Wiedergutmachung? The aim of my presentation is to answer these questions. In doing so, I will explore the method that turned some Eastern European Jews into Germans for the purpose of compensation. As mentioned before, Schwarz wrote the letter to Katzenstein in the year 1985. Schwarz, Katzenstein, and other compensation activists were thus preoccupied with this topic in a quite advanced stage of the implementation of the Luxembourg Agreement. Thus, the second aim of my presentation is to explore the longue durée of the method that made, or at least tried to make, Germans out of Eastern European Jews. But what did Schwarz actually mean when speaking of the Germanization of the Jews from Eastern Europe for the purpose of Wiedergutmachung? The answer to this question leads us straight to the protocols signed between West Germany and the Claims Conference in Luxembourg in 1952. According to Protocol number 1, persons who were persecuted because of their political convictions, race, faith, or ideology, and who settled in the Federal Republic or emigrated abroad from expulsion areas within the meaning of that term in the Equalization of Burdens law, shall receive compensation. This applies, however, only if it may be assumed that the persecutee would have been subjected to the expulsion measures taken against German nationals and ethnic Germans in connection with the events of the Second World War. These are hardly understandable passages, also in the German version of the text. As you probably know, these passages are the result of a bizarre compromise reached between the West German delegation and the Claims Conference during the negotiations in Wassenaar. In Wassenaar, the Germans rejected the Claims Conference's demand to compensate all Holocaust survivors from Central and Eastern Europe who had settled in the West after the war. As Nehemiah Robinson, a member of the Jewish negotiating team and a topic of Ronald Zweig's presentation yesterday, wrote to one of his colleagues in the summer of 1952, "You must realize that we are in no position to impose our will upon the Germans." End of quote. Nevertheless, the German negotiating team came to agree to compensate Jews of German background who had originated in the so-called expulsion areas. Please note the conditional and hypothetical wording of the sentence. If it may be assumed, and would have been subjected to. This is a legal construction. It aims at Jewish victims of Nazism who had lived in Central and Eastern Europe, the later expulsion eras, and had identified with Germanness before the war. The legal construction rests on the assumption that after 1945, these Jews would have been expelled from their homes in Central Europe because of their German identity, if they had not already been forcibly removed from their homes because of their Jewish identity. In other words, this legal fiction regards Eastern European Jews of German background as potential expellees, as quasi-expellees, and for this reason, this group of people came to be called fictional expellees. Fictional expellees were granted the right to claim compensation under two different West German laws. First, under the BEG, the Federal Compensation Law, they could demand compensation for damages to life, health, freedom, and career. And second, under the Equalization of Burdens Law, the Lastenausgleichsgesetz, which is explicitly mentioned in the protocol here, they could claim compensation for Holocaust-related damages to property. We commemorate in this conference the 17th anniversary of the Luxembourg Agreement. But let's not forget the twin sister, or more precisely, the half-sister of the agreement, namely the Equalization of Burdens Law, which came into the world in August 1952. The law was implemented to compensate ethnic Germans, the real expellees, for their expulsion-related damages to property. And we will hear more about this law in Ingo Lose's presentation tomorrow. As just shown, in accordance with Protocol number 1, also fictional expellees were granted the right to claim compensation under the Equalization of Burdens Law, namely compensation for Holocaust-related damages to property. Archive documents indicate that in Wassenaar, virtually no discussions took place between the Germans and the Claims Conference on the practical consequences of creating fictional expellees. Indeed, no discussions took place on the practical meaning of linking the fate of ethnic German expellees, Volksdeutsche Vertriebene, to Holocaust survivors of German background, their former neighbors, so to speak. The fact that these aspects were not debated is quite astonishing, since these passages from the protocol affected not only thousands of Holocaust survivors, they also resulted in a huge German bureaucracy built to verify, confirm, and reject German identity markers of Jewish compensation claimants under the BEG and under the Equalization of Burdens Law. I will say more about that later in the paper. Actually, it seems then that when signing the protocol, the German negotiators and the Claims Conference had two different groups of people in mind. The German side intended to compensate primarily German Jews from the former eastern territories of Germany, the German Jewish lawyer from Breslau, the German Jewish teacher from Königsberg, the German Jewish merchant from Danzig. In short, the German negotiators envisioned Jews who in the past had belonged to Germany and to the German nation. The Claims Conference, however, thought about just any Jew from Eastern Europe who happened to speak German and to read Goethe and Schiller. This misunderstanding between the two negotiating teams evolved quickly into a profound conflict that shaped the relationship between German bureaucracy and Jewish compensation activists in the following decades. Basically, the conflict centered around the question of who is a fictional expellee. In other words, how did the German authorities determine the German identity of Holocaust survivors from expulsion eras? At this point, let me emphasize that in 1953, the Bundestag passed the so-called Bundesvertriebenengesetz, the federal expellee law. The law aimed to regulate the legal status of ethnic German expellees in West Germany, and in doing so, defined membership in the German nation. According to the law, a member of the German nation, deutscher Volkszugehöriger, is anyone who has professed adherence to the German nation, sich zum deutschen Volkstum bekannt, in his homeland, provided that this profession, Bekenntnis, is confirmed by specific features such as ancestry, language, upbringing, culture. In short, the law specified two requirements for membership in the German nation. First, a subjective profession to the German folk in the past. And second, objective German identity markers, such as language and culture. The same requirements were applied to Holocaust survivors of German background from Central and Eastern Europe who wished to claim compensation under the Federal Compensation Law, the BEG, and under the Equalization of Burdens Law. As already emphasized, in order to assess German identity of such claimants, the German authorities established a huge bureaucracy. The claimants living in West Germany underwent the verification process in local compensation offices. Holocaust survivors living abroad underwent the process at embassies at the Federal Republic of Germany. In Israel, however, since there were no diplomatic relations between the two countries, the German-speaking staff of the Office for Personal Compensation from Abroad at the Israeli Ministry of Finance conducted the examination of the claimant's German identity. I would like to give you now a quick impression of the proceedings at the Office for Personal Compensation from Abroad. First, the Israeli Holocaust survivor was invited to an interview with an Israeli clerk who checked the claimant's German background. The claimant had to read and write a text in German, provide information about German reading habits, about the language spoken at home, about pre-war membership in German associations, and basically provide anything that could confirm belonging to the German nation. In one case, for instance, a claimant from Danzig brought with her to the interview her pre-war wedding menu in the German language. If the clerk was convinced of the claimant's Germanness, he sent a positive report to the authorities in Germany. However, if the claimant clearly failed the interview, for instance, because she could not convince the clerk that her Yiddish was in fact German, the clerk sent a negative report to Germany, and thus the claimant was denied compensation. This is a striking example of the boundaries of inclusion and exclusion that Konstantin Goschler mentioned yesterday. Yet, if the clerk was doubtful, if he was uncertain about the claimant's Germanness, the claimant underwent an additional investigation by an Israeli commission whose name must be seen to be believed. Kommission zur Feststellung der Vertriebeneneigenschaft in Zweifelsfällen. Commission for the Assessment of Expellee Feature in Cases of Doubt. As the name indicates, the Commission's task was to check whether claimants whose Germanness was unclear could still be considered as fictional expellees. For this purpose, the Commission checked to what extent the claimants had identified themselves before the war with German traditions, values, and habits. In one case, for instance, the Commission stressed that, quote, the fact that the claimant did not marry until the persecution witnesses the extent of his inner estrangement from the Jewish tradition and customs and personal affinity with German habits, unquote. The Commission's focus on the inner world, so to say, of the claimants was crucial, since the German authorities demanded not only objective German identity markers, such as language and culture, but also pre-war subjective profession to the German nation. The members of the Commission were as strict as one could expect from a body with such a name. Though they were never fully trusted by the German compensation authorities, our research shows that they did not send a positive evaluation report to Germany if they were not completely convinced of the claimant's German identity. As it quickly turned out, many claimants from Eastern Europe spoke German and were knowledgeable about Goethe and Schiller, but never had identified as belonging to the German folk. In fact, only a very specific group of Jews actually fulfilled both requirements, objective German identity markers and a pre-war subjective profession to the German nation, namely Jews from the former eastern territories of Germany and from the Sudetenland. In other words, Jews whom the German negotiating team in Wassenaar had in mind from the beginning. Following heavy intervention by the Claims Conference in 1965, the federal German authorities in charge of EEG loosened the criteria of recognition of fictional expellees. The authorities continued to require a pre-war belonging to the so-called Deutscher Sprach- und Kulturkreis, the circle of German language and culture, but they dropped the requirement of subjective identification with the German folk. In doing so, the number of eligible claimants under the BEG increased substantially. And so in the long run, 13% of all payments under the BEG were paid to fictional expellees. The authorities in charge of the equalization of burdens law, however, continued to insist on the claimants' pre-war profession to the German folk, in addition to their belonging to the circle of German language and culture. Kurt May, the head of EURO, the United Restitution Organization, expressed his disappointment with this requirement with the polemical words, "There must be somewhere a Max Naumann from Eastern Europe," referring to the leader of the pre-war Association of German National Jews who supported Hitler and advocated for the total assimilation of Jews into the German folk. And thus, by 1967, about 17,000 Jewish claimants, were excluded from the equalization of burdens law. For years, while more and more Holocaust survivors were dying, Ernst Katzenstein, the previously mentioned representative of the Claims Conference, unsuccessfully tried to change the position of the equalization of burdens authorities. Finally, Katzenstein had to admit, in 1952, nobody was aware of or could foresee the effects and repercussions of the equalization of burdens legislation. Otherwise, the Jewish delegation would hardly have set their name under Protocol number 1. I have mentioned earlier the fact that in 1965, the federal German authorities in charge of the BEG dropped the requirement of a pre-war profession to the German folk. However, as José and I have realized recently, on the local level, some BEG authorities continued to insist on the profession to the German folk, in addition to the belonging to the circle of German language and culture. Indeed, very much to the annoyance of Jewish compensation activists, some BEG authorities proceeded as restrictively as the equalization of burdens authorities. Here, for instance, you can see a form from the BEG authority of Cologne from the year 1972. Besides asking various questions about the languages of the claimant, Muttersprache, Umgangssprache, Sprachkenntnisse, Unterrichtssprache, and about membership in German associations, the form also explicitly asks a question about the belonging to the German Volk. Womit können Sie Ihre Zugehörigkeit zum deutschen Volke nachweisen? This is a good question. Most claimants could not bring such evidence, simply because they had never professed belonging to the German folk. Very often in the 1970s and 1980s, cases like this were brought to German courts, where judges often decided in favor of the Jewish claimants. So then, was Walter Schwarz right in calling the Germanization of the Jews a farce? Well, from my perspective, the answer is yes. This whole process of demanding from victims identification with the culture and nation of the perpetrators in order to be eligible to claim compensation from the perpetrators is absurd. In fact, it was one thing to bring evidence to German authorities of one's knowledge of the German language and affinity with German culture. As absurd as this proof was, many Jews from Central and Eastern Europe did feel at home at the Deutscher Sprach- und Kulturkreis. Yet it was another thing to demand from Holocaust survivors proof that in the past they had identified themselves as Volksdeutsche. This was seen by many as an especially outrageous demand. But was Schwarz also right in stating that the Germanization of the Jews was the worst legislative mistake in the field of Wiedergutmachung? Well, on this point, I do not share his opinion. I believe that it was not a mistake, since only by agreeing to the conditions of the German negotiating team in Wassenaar, thus only by agreeing to the Germanization of the Jews, could the Claims Conference, over the years, succeed in enlarging the number of eligible claimants. The alternative would have been to leave many Holocaust survivors with minimal financial assistance or without any support at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Iris. This was really fascinating. A lot of literature is written about performing the laws, and this performance of the law, what it does to the identity of the applicant, and we can discuss it later on not just on the individual, but what does it do to the whole project of Nazism to exclude the Jews, and now after the war, this performance of inclusion into the German nation. But let's move to our second speaker in this panel, to Professor Regula Ludi. Here she is, who is a professor of modern history at the University of Zurich, the Interdisciplinary Institute of Ethics and Human Rights, and the University of Freiburg. Professor Ludi has published widely on reparations and restitutions, including the monograph Reparations for Nazi Victims in Post-War Europe, year 2012, and Second Wave Holocaust Restitution, Post-Communist Privatization, and the Global Triumph of Neoliberalism in the 1990s. This was published in 2018. Other research areas include the history of refugees and asylum in the Nazi era, human rights history, and the history of crime and criminology in the 19th century. Her most recent project deals with volunteering and volunteer work since the 1970s. Professor Lodi will talk with us about what do reparations do to claimants, looking at reparations from a parexological viewpoint. Please.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank a lot for the invitation to that conference and, of course, the organizer for bringing together so much people working in the field of reparations and to give us the opportunity to get acquainted with so much new research with so many fresh findings. What I will talk about today is not based on my new archival research, because I haven't done archival research on reparations for a while, but I have a pretty big collection of excerpts and photocopies and notes I took in the archives, and I reread those files. And as historians know, rereading documents always bring you new insights, and you discover new things. So just to say a few words about the methodology of what I will do here. And also, that's a second remark I have to make. I'm gonna talk more about methodological reflections rather than findings, and about theoretical approaches one can take to the practice of reparations. So I guess I'm the first one who is not specifically dealing with the Luxembourg Agreement at this conference. The historiography of Holocaust reparations is on the upswing, as we could learn so far at this conference. Fresh findings have deepened our knowledge and added much nuance to this history. We are well informed today about the legal, diplomatic, and political history of reparations. Recent studies have also broached the interconnections between restitution and memory constructions. The restitution campaigns of the 1990s have drawn attention to the global dimensions of the Nazi-era legacies and stimulated the examination of transnational implications of reparations politics. The practice of reparations, however, and the way reparations have shaped survivors and their identities still is an underexplored subject. This gap is partly due to the lack of source materials. Survivors rarely touch reparations in their memoirs. As one author put it, narratives about financial compensation remain private and inaccessible. Just a handful of studies have used oral history interviews to explore claimants' experiences. One of these rare exceptions is the book by Susan Slajomowicz, entitled How to Accept German Reparations. An anthropologist by training, Slajomowicz reconstructs the reparations history of her Holocaust survivor family. She uses reparations as a lens to focus on the grappling of her mother, father, and grandmother with their history and identity as survivors. By asking the question, why do people pursue reparations? She places the main emphasis of her studies on the conflicting personal motives to claim monetary payments by applying the method of, as she calls it, intimate ethnography. Her account, pointing to the moral and psychological dimensions of reparations from the claimant's perspective, can stimulate historical research. However, our source material rarely allows for an insight into the reasons driving survivors' decision to claim or not to claim monetary payments. Thus, I would like to rephrase her opening question by asking what happens to people if they do pursue reparations. Just to prevent some misunderstandings here, this will not be about money. or blood money, and it will also not be about red tape. It will be about sort of the ordinary bureaucratic procedure, of the ordinary practices of handling reparations claims. So to answer my question, what happens to people if they do pursue reparations, I rely on individual compensation files. And for this paper, mostly on West German records. At first glance, these records appear not very yielding for such an enterprise. They are rather monotonous and organized in a way typically reflecting legal damage categories. So we have the performance of the law, as Leora just mentioned. Thus, these files mostly include records that document damage accounts, such as inventory lists, tax records, calculations of lost income, medical reports, and other expert opinions. The personality of the survivors and the uniqueness of their experience disappear behind a wall of bureaucratic formalities and are fractured through the prism of highly standardized forms and technical matters. Obviously, claimants also prefer to avoid direct contact with compensation agencies and entrusted legal representatives with the management of their claims, so they are largely absent. But there are exceptions. Cases of claimants who were heavily engaged in the procedures, who challenged the authority of compensation agencies and thereby often revealed hidden premises, unspoken norms, and guiding principles of compensation practices. So let me start the following reflections with a quote by a German Holocaust survivor from Munich. I will call him Max B in this paper. In 1956, in a letter to the compensation agency, he declared, I quote, "Let me emphasize and make clear that I am entitled to payments and that I am not a supplicant." End of quote. In the German original, it says, "Kein Bittsteller." A matter of course, we would assume. Yet this was obviously not the case. Not only did the claimant feel compelled to state the fact of him not being a supplicant, that is, someone asking submissively for a favor, but he also emphasized the impertinence of being addressed as such by positioning himself as someone who is entitled to benefits. This episode is telling. With his insistence, Max B exposed the interaction between him as a claimant and the reparations agency as a relation that can be characterized as an interpellation and interpreted within the framework of theorizing on subject formation as subjugation. Originally introduced by the Marxist philosopher Louis Althusser, interpellation describes the performative constitution of subjects in social interactions. According to Althusser, ideology is embodied in the rituals of social and political institutions, or in our specific case, in the operations of the compensation agency and its interaction with claimants. By addressing individuals, the institution and their agents respectively invoke ideas about subjects' identities. Thus, the subject is not pre-existing, but emerges in the act of the interpellation when the individual responds to being called upon. With its response, the individual recognizes and internalizes the ideas and values of the institution. It recognizes the institution's symbolic power to name and to summon. As Judith Butler, as most of you probably know her as the gender theorist, but she has written much more on, among others, sort of the performative construction of subjects. As Judith Judith Butler puts it, I quote, the act of recognition becomes the act of constitution. The address animates the subject into existence, end of quote. The individual is put in place, given a place by the very act of being addressed. In other words, the individual becomes a subject via subjectification, that is a responsible and rationally behaving person vis-à-vis the institution. A subject in its dual meaning as someone who is an agent and owes their existence to subjugation. Again, Judith Butler, I quote, interpellation requires the recognition of an authority at the same time that it confers identity through successfully compelling that recognition. Identity is a function of that circuit, but it does not pre-exist it, end of quote. And one could also add, it is also a result of that circuit. As Butler points out, however, the workings of interpellation are neither mechanical nor fully predictable. Interpellation is not a hermetic concept and does not suggest predetermined outcomes. This is exactly what happened in the case of Max B. With his objection, Max B obstructed the interpellation by exposing its operation and the ideas embodied by the practice. He rejected the authority, the symbolic power to name and to classify. In so doing, he revealed truths about reparations as he laid bare the hidden ideas and values embedded in its practice. So what made Max B think he was addressed as a bittsteller, a supplicant? What does his intervention reveal about the working of reparations? Before exploring these questions, let me briefly add some remarks about the semantics of the complaint itself, of being treated as a bittsteller, and the kind of relationship this term implies. A bittsteller is someone asking for help by invoking compassion, a moral sentiment on the part of the vis-a-vis. In his analysis of humanitarian government, the anthropologist Didier Fassin contrasts the appeal to compassion and the social relation it evokes with the appeal to solidarity or an obligation. Unlike the latter, compassion, I quote Fassin, is a politics of inequality, end of quote, and is premised on an asymmetrical hierarchical relationship between the benefactor and the recipient, or in our case, the supplicant. With the appeal to compassion, a supplicant is asking for a favor, not for something that is owed to them. But who exactly was Max B, and what do his specific complaints tell us about the way compensation practice formed the subjects and identities? Born in the early 1980s, Max B was a Jewish businessman and landlord from a middle-class background who was married to a non-Jewish woman. Until the early 1930s, he ran a fashion store in Munich. While he organized the escape of his mother and sister to the United Kingdom, and even after the Nazis' rise to power funneled some of his assets abroad, he missed the moment to leave Germany in time. He survived the Holocaust in Munich, spending the last 2 years of the war in hiding. His compensation and restitution claims included the alienation of his property and business, the looting of his assets, and loss of income, the destruction of his home interior during the November pogrom, a 3-month captivity he spent as a prisoner of the Dachau concentration camp after the November pogrom, forced labor at the Milbertshofen camp in the 40s, Milbertshofen camp in Munich was the main collection point for the deportation of Munich's Jewish population, and finally the 2 years he survived in hiding. Max B. presented these facts in a matter-of-fact manner. The tone of his account only turned more emotional when he got the impression that the agency questioned his statement, which repeatedly happened. To Max B., this constant questioning was one indication of him being treated as a Bittsteller. Such scrutiny put him in a situation where he constantly had to remind the compensation office of its outstanding debt. And he compared his situation to that of many former Nazis, as he critically observed in the mid-1950s, who had a long time ago received generous pension payments and compensation for the losses they suffered due to the denazification and the expulsion of Germans from Eastern Europe, what we just heard from Iris about. Official distrustfulness also resulted in decisions that, in his view, distorted facts, banalized the brutality of Nazi measures and the lethal menace he was exposed to as a Jew, or even worse, mocked the distress he suffered. He responded perplexed when asked to provide additional evidence to prove the inhumane conditions under which he lived during his time in hiding and as a forced laborer at the Milbertshofen camp. And he returned the question by asking of what exactly inhumane conditions would mean if hiding in an unheated attic without access to running water, with no ration cards for food, and with no access to shelter during Allied air raids, and the constant fear of being caught, did not qualify as such. This was just one example of the distortions he saw at work in the agency's judgments that questioned the truthfulness of his own accounts, which he understood as the refusal to recognize him as a candid, reliable, and worthy citizen. His responses indicate how interpellation worked. By disputing such decisions, Max B. exposed the agency's mistrust of claimants' testimony. As a general operation, such mistrust materialized in diligent examination and scrutiny of all statements coming from survivors. Although false statements were subject to criminal liability according to most legislation, claimants still had to prove their declarations with written evidence. If they failed to do so, since records were no longer available, compensation agencies required expert opinions and witness testimony instead to confirm even the most obvious facts. If coming from survivors, such testimony was again subject to scrutiny. Systematic distrust thus addressed claimants as principally unreliable individuals. Their trustworthiness being doubtful, they had to establish their credibility and carefully avoid contradictory accounts over an extended period of time until the agency took a decision. Scrutiny of their claims assimilated their identity to that of a suspect in a criminal investigation, though with reversed signs. Survivors appeared guilty until proven innocent in the final act of being recognized as deserving victims. And even then, a cloud of suspicion continued to hover over them, such as the suspicion that they could supply false declarations, that relatives would cash pensions after the death of the beneficiary, etc. In brief, innocence was not an attribute of victimhood, but instead a precondition of the recognition as a deserving victim. Just the truly innocent individual thus constituted a worthy and reliable subject, but only under the condition that they could establish their blamelessness. Beyond agonizing examination of their statements, the establishment of claimants' innocence also depended on whether their lives before and after persecution corroborated their irreproachable behavior and character. The touchstone of their innocence was their biography as reflected by official documents. By rejecting the identity of a Bittsteller, Max B. thus refused the kind of subjugation required for recognition as a worthy victim. By taking the position of someone who is entitled, he rejected the identity of an examined subject, of someone who had to prove his innocence. He expressed his sense of entitlement, for instance, by juxtaposing the delay of payments he was owed with a smooth and generous compensation of former Nazis or Germans from the East. To Max B., their privileged position represented a violation of his rights and entitlements, and by adding insult upon injury pushed him into a subordinate position. He offered to offset the taxes he owed the state with the compensation that he was due. In many cases, recognition as a worthy and reliable claimant also required recognition of a non-familiar, narrow, and undesirable identity. Even the identity of the victims was not particularly attractive to many survivors, carrying ambiguous connotation, especially in the early period, post-war period, and was one of the identities many survivors tried to avoid. Recognition as a victim of racial persecution, contingent but essential in the case of Sinti and Roma, risked exposing claimants to continuous discrimination in post-war Germany. For well-integrated citizens, claiming reparations implied coming out as gypsies and being associated with all the negative prejudice against this group. In compensation practice, the state's symbolic power to name and classify thus produced and reproduced taxonomies and hierarchies that reiterated claimants' powerlessness. As a second point, Max B.'s rejection of being a supplicant implies that he did not want to be seen as a welfare recipient, an applicant for relief, and that he was not asking for compassion. He thus insisted on a clear distinction between what he deserved because he was entitled to it and what would be given to him in an act of benevolence. In so doing, he revealed that reparations practice addressed claimants as if they were asking for relief. Addressing claimants as if they were asking for favors obviously was routine, and the impression the compensation office left with all those who presented themselves as needy individuals in their letters to the agency. Most of these letters were pleas for a more expedient handling of claims, with the authors portraying themselves as incapacitated and unable to find work, or they referred to their mental and physical suffering and appealed to compassion with their frequent reference to their dire economic situation, their deprivation, and their urgent need of benefits. Claimants adopted the identity of a supplicant beforehand, and in literally calling their claims a request for assistance, divined that their interaction with the compensation agency would entail a relation of compassion. They were not wrong about that. However, the moral sentiment of compassion carries no obligation to deliver on the part of the benefactor. Compensation agencies replicated that pattern by refusing to allocate benefits for many obscure reasons or almost indefinitely delaying decisions. As a social relation, compassion is a gift relationship, but one with no possible reciprocity. The receiver is in no position to return the gift at an equal level. For claimants, this created an awkward situation. If addressed as beneficiaries of acts of compassion, they remain in a situation where they are expected a gift in return. They seem to have an obligation. But what could that possibly be? Gratitude for being recognized as a Nazi victim, as a reliable person and deserving victim, forgiveness of the abuse, recognition of the symbolic state power to classify, categorize, and define their identity, to give them their place. There is no answer to this conundrum, just conjectures. And thus, this in turn may be another reason for Max B's vehement rejection of the supplicant identity. To sum up and come to a conclusion, Max B's complaint implies three conclusions. First, it conveys that in compensation practice, the interpellation constitutes claimants as subjects with a subordinate identity. That is, their recognition as deserving victims is premised on their subjugation. As we have seen, subjugation starts with them being examined. An examined subject, a subject of examination with objectifying impact, and a principally unreliable and untrustworthy person in a limbo and suspicious. Second, this complaint implies that claims are being transformed into an appeal to compassion, a supplication, and in doing so turns claimants into supplicants. And as a three-point compensation practice thus blurs the line between injustice and misfortune, which, as I have argued earlier, helps distinguish post-war reparations from relief programs. Reparations, according to my previous definition, thus would conceive damage as the result of wrongdoing and thereby also raise the question of responsibility. Yet this operation obviously fails if the claimant is put in the awkward position in which they have to ask those who act in lieu of the perpetrators for a favor and appeal to their compassion. And in the end, when judged by practices, this again raises the question, what are reparations all about? I thank you for your attention.
We thought we'll get an answer to this. We thought we'll get an answer. Thank you. I see a lot of connections between the two talks. I already wrote questions about it, but it seems to me that if we have to choose between compassion, what you were saying, and need, and a right that compels us to identify as Germans, I don't know what is the worst scenario, but both ways have their cost, right? So let us move to the third speaker of this panel, to Dr. Joanna Sliwa. Dr. Joanna Sliwa is a historian at the Conference on Jewish Material Claims Against Germany, the Claims Conference. She also administers two academic programs at the Claims Conference, the Saul Kagan Fellowship in Advanced Shoah Studies and the University Partnership in Holocaust Studies. Dr. Sliwa's own research focuses on the Holocaust in Poland and on Polish Jewish history. Her book, Jewish Childhood in Krakow, a Micro-History of the Holocaust, received a 2020 Ernst Frankel Prize for the Wiener Holocaust Library. Dr. Sliwa has worked as a university lecturer and as a consultant for academic texts, websites, films, TV programs, and exhibits. Her talk will be on compensation programs for Jewish child Holocaust survivors. Please.
All right, so there are only 2 presentations that separate us from dinner, right, Gustavo? Yes, so we will be concise so everyone can get to the rest of their evenings. All right, so in the previous session, Ambassador Colette Avital spoke about, mentioned in the concluding remarks about compensation for child survivors of the Holocaust. And this is precisely what I will be talking about. So thank you, Ambassador Avital, for that kind of entry and introduction. But before we get into the topic, I will begin with a question. What experiences did Jewish child survivors have with Holocaust compensation? This was a central question in a 1998 survey of over 600 child survivors worldwide. The researchers were Robert Krell, a psychiatrist who himself is a child survivor from the Netherlands, and Sarah Moskowitz, a therapist who had been working with child survivors since the 1980s. And here you just have some more information about the article that I'm talking about and where it derives from, in case you are interested. Now, what did the findings reveal? The findings confirmed that the effects of Holocaust persecution on nearly every aspect of a child survivor's life. What is more, the data conveyed the urgency to provide restitution to child survivors. The study found that as of 1998, 54% of the respondents received no restitution or minimal restitution. Of course, some child survivors have been receiving pensions or received one-time payments from the program negotiated as part of the Luxembourg agreements in 1952, and we've heard presentations mentioning this, so I will not go into that. Other child survivors received payments and pensions from compensation programs that are administered by the Claims Conference. Negotiations between the Claims Conference and the German Finance Ministry led to many expansions in the eligibility criteria over the years. So the number of child survivors who qualified for compensation increased. By 2002, so only a year after Krell and Moskowitz's study was published, claimants who were born between 1927 and 1944 comprised around 40% of all approvals for the Hardship Fund and for the Article 2 Fund, respectively. So you can see that nearly half of the claimants who were approved for the Article 2 Fund and Hardship Fund payments were children, were young people during the Holocaust. Oops, okay. In this presentation, I will focus on 2 compensation programs the Claims Conference negotiated to recognize the suffering of Jewish survivors who were children during the Holocaust. And these 2 compensation programs are the Child Survivor Fund that was negotiated in 2014 and the Kindertransport Fund that was negotiated in 2018. Each program provides one-time payments of 2,500 euros. Those are, again, one-time payments. The main questions that I will examine, because of the time, so I will examine 2 questions, were one, who were the child survivors that received the one-time payments from the 2 funds? And the second question, what is the broader meaning of these compensation claims? And again, I will not go into a lot of detail, but kind of sketch broad strokes. This research it's an ongoing research project. It derives from a larger project that my colleague, Dr. Evilio Crayanga, and I have been working on. As you will see, my presentation is grounded in numbers. And those numbers are to provide insights into the thousands of individual approved claims. But let's remember that each claim represents a person. It's of a person. It reflects an individual history of persecution and of coming to terms with the aftermath of the Holocaust. One child survivor to whom I will refer by her first initial for privacy, because of privacy, R, concluded her application to the Claims Conference with the following words, and I quote, "I have no means of support. I have no family because they were all killed in the gas chambers of Auschwitz, and I suffered terrible anxiety." This short sentence encapsulates the enduring consequences of the Holocaust on child survivors. The effects of wartime uprooting, loss of family, persecution during one's formative years, and damage to health became more pronounced as child survivors advanced in age. R was the daughter of Jews who fled from Nazi Germany to Shanghai. She endured confinement in the ghetto in Japanese-controlled Shanghai. Now, R was eligible. I hate to refer to a person by the first initial, but I have to because of privacy. She was eligible to apply for compensation already in the 1990s, but she waited until 2015. At that time, she lived in the United States, and her financial need pushed her to both formally come forward as a child Holocaust survivor and to seek compensation. Now, R was among the first claimants to receive a payment from the Child Survivor Fund. The data that is derived from compensation claims, such as this one of this claimant, convey information about the trajectories of child survivors, about their needs, about their situation as they advanced in age, and also about their motivations to seek compensation. By 2020, the Child Survivor Fund was open to Jewish Holocaust victims who were born in 1928 or later, and who suffered at least one of the following types of persecution: concentration camp, confinement in a ghetto, hiding, life under false identity, or if they had been a fetus, during the time that their mother suffered one of those types of persecution. Nearly 85,600 claimants were approved for the Child Survivor Fund between 2015, when the first payments were dispersed, until 2020, the ending year for this research. The selected research results that I will present are based on a little over 83,000 claims that have been sufficiently indexed in the database. In the first 5 years of the fund's existence, around 57% of the approved claimants were women, and about 42% were men. Now, what does this tell us? Of course, the data is incomplete, right? There's still more to study. But this gender breakdown already begins to reflect the general scholarly finding to date that more girls than boys survived the Holocaust. Most of the approved claimants were born between 1928 and 1941. Over 4,000 people in each of those years. The oldest children, of course, remembered what they went through, or remembered many details of what they went through. Some younger children recalled flashbacks of their traumatic experiences. Other children did not have memories of their own. And yet, that experience of persecution remained with them for the rest of their lives. What else do these numbers tell us in terms of the birth ranges, right? The birth dates. So clearly children continue to be born in ghettos, in camps, and while the parents were in hiding. And this in turn can convey many different things. But to me, and my area of study is mainly social history of the Holocaust, daily life, Jewish daily life during the Holocaust, Jewish responses to persecution. So for me, this conveys the hope that Jews had for a future that they saw in children. The largest number of claimants who were approved for the Child Survivor Fund were born in and persecuted in Romania, followed by Hungary and France. Now, what do these numbers tell us? They tell us that how geography, timing, authority, persecution measures, and modes of survival influence the fates of Jewish children. Another considerable number of claimants listed Poland as their country of birth and as a country of persecution. To put that number into perspective, in 1939, out of 3.3 million Jews, about 3.3 million Jews in Poland, there were about 1 million children under the age of 14. So the small number of child survivors from pre-war Poland that we already see for these first 5 years of the fund's existence show the extent to which Jewish communities were robbed of their future, the children. A child survivor may have experienced several types of persecution, but one type is assigned for the purposes of approval of a person's application. So as you can see here, large numbers of child survivors were approved because they were confined in a ghetto. They lived in hiding. And this in turn reveals how children experienced the Holocaust, how and where they experienced the Holocaust. Children were also interned in open ghettos, a large number of children, relatively large number here. And this latter point reflects the Claims Conference's ongoing successful negotiations between 2014 and 2020 to recognize open ghettos, several open ghettos in Romania and in Bulgaria as a type of persecution, persecution eligible for compensation. The data about claimants approved to receive payments from the Child Survivor Fund also shows some information about places where child survivors lived. The largest numbers of those who were approved between 2015 and 2020, and I keep stressing the dates because, again, the data is not complete, lived in Israel, the United States, not surprisingly, and in France. But aside from these major centers of post-war Jewish life, child survivors continued to live in the countries where they were born and where they were persecuted. So more broadly, this information reveals not only where assistance for Holocaust survivors is essential, but also where Jewish life underwent a revival and where it requires support in order to thrive. We can talk more about the Child Survivor Fund. I will just say that, of course, the establishment of the fund was a major achievement of the Claims Conference to secure a measure of justice for the youngest Holocaust survivors. In 2019, the Claims Conference opened a new program, the Kindertransport Fund, to recognize the suffering of survivors, young survivors, who fled on children's transports for the fear of persecution in their home countries. So by 2020, the Kindertransport Fund was open to Jewish Nazi victims if they were under 21 years of age, were unaccompanied by their parents when they fled on a transport that was not organized by the German government. Another eligibility criteria is that the child must have been transported from anywhere within the German Reich or from territories that were annexed or occupied at the time. And the third major criteria is that the transport had to take place between a specific time frames. So of course, since the creation in 2019 and since 2020, the Claims Conference negotiated for the expansion of the Kindertransport Fund's eligibility criteria. over 1,300 survivors were approved for the one-time payment from the Kindertransport Fund. Between 2019, when the first payments were issued, and 2020, the ending year for this research. So again, it's just 1 year. The largest number, over 1,200, were approved in 2019, so when the compensation program began. Now, this points to the urgency of the program and its significance for the child survivors who had been waiting for this acknowledgement for many years. The number of child survivors who were approved in just that 1 year surpassed the initial estimated number of claimants who were deemed eligible for the fund. So what I discussed here is only a glimpse into the data collected for the claims that were approved by the Child Survivor Fund and by the Kindertransport Fund. I made some remarks during the presentation, but now I would like to turn to some other ones about the broader meaning of the claims submitted to and approved by the two funds. So of course, the data refers to a limited time frame of each of the two programs. It represents a limited number of child survivors whose persecution histories meet the eligibility criteria. And the numbers that I highlighted concern the child survivors who chose to apply to the claims conference. They relate to child survivors who were aware of their Jewish origin and were aware of their experiences during the Holocaust. But still, the data, as incomplete as it is here that I'm presenting, conveys information about the thousands of survivors who were infants, children, and teenagers during and immediately after the Holocaust. Now, not all applicants were immediately eligible for a payment because of the place, duration, or type of their persecution. At first, eligible claimant survivors were contacted by the claims conference based on the claims that they had submitted previously. But survivors also applied. They thought they were eligible and applied to either of the two compensation funds. So in this way, child survivors were claiming their identities as Holocaust survivors and as child Holocaust survivors. The personal narratives and the archival records that are contained in each file validate the voices and memories of Jews who were children during the Holocaust. The claims that child survivors submitted to the two funds provide insights into the multi-layered experiences of young people during the Holocaust. A child survivor to whom I will refer again by the first initial E was 8 years old in 1939 when the Slovak authorities evicted her family from their home in Bratislava. In February 1944, E and her brother were smuggled to Hungary as a rescue measure. However, as we all know, by March 1944, Germany occupied Hungary. So what that meant was that the children had to go back to Bratislava, which was considered safer for them. But when the deportations of Slovak Jews resumed in summer 1944, E and her two siblings went into hiding. At first, they received help from some non-Jews. But when the money dried up for their protection, the children had to leave their refuge, the shelter. So they tried to survive on their own using false identities. E's story demonstrates the combination of survival strategies that Jewish children employed, such as, in her case, flight, hiding, life under a false identity. Another story that I would like to share with you is the story of Elle, who was about 10 years old when her parents placed her and her sister on a children's transport from Germany in December 1938. The sisters arrived in the Netherlands with the help of a Dutch Jewish organization. But upon arrival, they were separated. In May 1940, Elle fled on her second Kindertransport, this time to England. So claims such as this one bring to light histories, including information about Jewish resistance and resilience that would otherwise remain unknown. The claims submitted to the Kindertransport Fund also underscored the complexities of what children's transports were and when, where, and how they took place. It took over 60 years after the momentous Luxembourg agreements to acknowledge the trauma and hardship that Jewish children endured during and after the Holocaust. The negotiations for the existence of both the Child Survivor Fund and the Kindertransport Fund reflect the institutional history of the Claims Conference. The two funds show how central child survivors have been for the organization. The funds have enabled thousands of Jewish survivors who were children during the Holocaust to obtain some measure of justice. Thousands of child survivors came forward and shared their histories, thereby expanding our understanding of the Holocaust. In the first session today, Lorena De Vita called for integrating the history of the Luxembourg agreements into the study of international relations, which she saw was missing in it, right? So I would like to follow up on that call and urge for the integration of the history of compensation into the study of child survivors of the Holocaust. There are many studies of child Holocaust survivors, how they live, their traumatic experiences, but we still don't have enough about compensation and what did that mean for these Jewish survivors who were very young, children, teenagers, infants, when the Holocaust ended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see that commonality already of the three presentation is that we are moving from the history of compensation to using reparation as an archive for historians to study the history. And it's two different things, and it's very interesting the types of histories that are being done on the basis of the archive of the reparation. So we are moving to the fourth speaker and last this panel to Gustavo Guzman. Gustavo Guzman is a postdoctoral fellow at the Vidal-Sassoon International Center for Study of Anti-Semitism in the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, with a project on General Pinochet, Israel, and the Jews. Dr. Guzman earned his PhD at Tel Aviv University with a dissertation on Jewish immigration and right-wing attitudes toward Jews in Chile from the 1930s through the 1980s. In 2021-22, Dr. Guzman was a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Potsdam Institute for Jewish Studies, where he studies the German Jewish migration to Chile, Peru, and Bolivia after World War II. Dr. Guzman will present on nationality, property, and remigration, the impact of German reparations on the Jews of Chile, 1952-1977. Please.
Good evening, thank you. Well, yes, indeed, I did my PhD here in Tel Aviv University with Professor Raanan Rein. I originally planned to write a dissertation about anti-Semitism in Chile, which is a very original idea in Chile, but in Israel it's not original at all. So I had to change my original plan, and I wrote this book, which is called Attitudes of the Chilean Right Toward Jews, in which I explore not only hostility and anti-Semitism, but also a wide array of attitudes toward Jews. And why I'm mentioning this? Because a problem of this of Tel Aviv University, which is my university, is that from the moment that you submit your dissertation until you receive like the reports, it was like 4-5 months. So what could I do in those 4 or 5 months in the pandemics in Chile? Well, what I did was I conducted around between 15 and 20 interviews through Zoom. And at that time, I was talking with, Professor Ryan suggested me to talk with Professor Rouveni. Professor Rouveni suggested me to talk with Professor Siemens. And I talked with Professor Siemens, and he suggested me to deal with certain topics. Thank you very much to both of you, of course. So that's how I got to this topic. And in these interviews that I conducted, the issue of the German reparations was present, not all the time, but very often. And there's absolutely nothing written about the topic in the Jewish studies in Latin America. So, and regarding that, it's late, that we are exhausted. I wrote a short story to tell you, and I hope not to be too long and not to be too boring. I did a little change to the title of my presentation. I renamed it On Class, Nationality and Remigration. Why? Because I'm just exploring 3 areas, 3 fields in which the impact of German reparations, I think, is interesting and can illuminate other fields, so to speak. On class, the leaders of Chilean Jewry had multiple concerns by the early 50s. After years of silence, right-wing anti-Semites had re-emerged to establish Estanquero, a magazine that catered to a new generation of right-wingers through an anti-communist discourse that included unabashed anti-Jewish references. Arab Chileans, who had successfully lobbied against the partition plan for Palestine vis-à-vis the Chilean government in 1947, had gained political influence, becoming key allies of Carlos Ibáñez del Campo, the former right-wing dictator who planned to run for president in 1952. The authoritarian tendencies of General Ibáñez were, not surprisingly, another source of concern for Jews. Also, hundreds, if not thousands, of Jewish immigrants live in or close to poverty, which put strong pressure on communal institutions and donors. By the mid-50s, however, those concerns had largely dissipated. Right-wing anti-Semites remained secondary actors of national politics. Arab Chileans were unable to advance their anti-Israel agenda, and President Ibáñez proved friendly to Jews, encouraging, for instance, the naturalization of hundreds of stateless Israelites, how they said in those years. The poverty of Jewish immigrants, nonetheless, remained a central concern for Chilean Jewry. This made German reparations critically important at the time. The Claimants Conference funded Chilean institutions from 1954. That year, it allocated funding to 2 organizations, the Junta Judía de Ayuda y Rehabilitación Jewish Board for Relief and Rehabilitation, which assisted Jewish refugees, and Vaad Ahinuch, the entity that managed the country's Jewish schools. The contributions of the Claimants Conference made a difference. Whereas the former could expand its activities regardless of Chile's recurrent economic crisis, the latter purchased a new campus for the Instituto Chaim Weizmann, the main Jewish school in Chile. The new campus was located in an upper middle class in Ñuñoa district. Notwithstanding the importance of those contributions, that only 2 Jewish Chilean institutions received funding from the Claimants Conference was a failure, which led its treasurer, Moses A. Leavitt, to visit Chile in October 1954 to encourage funding applications. His efforts succeeded. In 1958, the Claimants Conference funded other 7 Jewish Chilean institutions, including a nursing home and the organizations of German-speaking Jews, Sociedad Israelita Bnei Yisrael, and that of Hungarian-speaking Jews, the Club Maye. Even the Zionist Federation of Chile, which showed no enthusiasm at all for German reparations, was funded by the Claimants Conference. The United Restitution Organization was in Chile as well. Sources at the Central Archives for the History of the Jewish People reveal that the URO had a branch in downtown Santiago at least since 1961. In July of that year, the leaders of Club Maye, the club of the Hungarian-speaking Jews, addressed the URO Santiago office, certifying that a modest Hungarian widow had lost her husband and son at the Nazis' hands and requested compensation for her. But the URO presence in Chile seems to predate the early 60s. Indeed, Boletín Informativo Mitteilungsblatt, a monthly publication belonging to Sociedad Israelita Bnei Yisrael, informed about the URO activities in Chile and encouraged its readership to apply for reparations from 1956 onwards. Thus, there was a framework for German reparations in Chile in the early 60s. The Claimants Conference and URO were key parts of that framework. So, too, were the Jewish institutions of Chile, starting with the umbrella organization of Chilean Jewry, the Comité Representativo de la Colectividad Israelita de Chile, which not only represented Chilean Jews vis-à-vis the Chilean government, but also vis-à-vis the Claimants Conference, the American Jewish Committee, the World Jewish Congress, etc. More reduced entities such as Sociedad Israelita Bnei Yisrael were part of that reparations framework too, facilitating the access of some of their members to German indemnification. Another critical link in that chain was the German embassies, which located individuals in Chile susceptible to receiving pensions or property restitution. German reparation had a significant impact on the social standing of Chilean Jews, at least on that of Jews of German origins. At a group level, the Claimants Conference co-funded organizations as important as Jewish schools and nursing homes, which is not trivial, as attending a private school and retiring at a nursing home were things that the immense majority of Chileans could not afford at that time. At an individual level, German reparations had a greater impact, improving the lives of former refugees in a very direct way. Sources at the Federal Archives of Berlin show that Jewish applicants living in Chile were restituted with goods that made their middle-class lives stronger, such as precious metals, bonds, bank accounts and securities, real estate, and so on. Needless to say, that restituted, at best, a slight part of all the properties that Nazi Germany had stolen from their families. However, that restitution, as limited as it might seem today, made a material difference for many. The same can be said about pensions. Although the amounts were small, German pensions were crucial for hundreds of Jewish families in Chile. This proved especially true during the 70s, when economic crisis turned foreign currencies heaven sent. Accounts available at the website of Memoria Viva, a foundation that compiles testimonies from Holocaust survivors who migrated to Chile, confirm this. Anne-Marie Warenberg, who fled Nazi Germany in 1939, recounts that German pensions improved the lives of her parents. Up to the second half of the 50s, they had worked, quote, unquote, on anything without much success. Once they started receiving pensions from West Germany, they were able to afford an apartment in Lira Street, downtown Santiago, that is, in a middle-class neighborhood. Other Memoria Viva interviewees, Fred Spiegel, Heinrich Engel, Margot Levy, give similar accounts about the importance of German pensions for the lives of their parents. Yet, Memoria Viva testimonies not only illuminate the impact of German reparations on Chilean youth's socio-economic standing, they also shed light on the impact of reparations on how Jewish German exiles approach their nationality. And then I go to the second field of impact, which is on nationality. Brigitte Salomon arrived in Chile in 1946. She came from Britain, where she had spent the last 7 years of her life as a refugee. Brigitte's father was a prosperous trader up to the late 30s, when Nazi persecution forced him to flee. Following Kristallnacht, the Nazis sent him to Buchenwald concentration camp and seized his apartment, after which he managed to send Brigitte to Scotland and later get Chilean visas for his wife and himself. Salomon's new life in Chile after the war was hard. In addition to problems with Spanish language and innumerable cultural gaps, this family had serious economic problems as well, which made German compensations precious. After years of struggle, Margaret Salomon, the mother of Brigitte, was compensated for the theft of gold, silver, and jewels that her family had suffered in the 30s. The family used that funding in their small laboratory in Santiago, which produced perfumes and soaps for the provinces of Chile. The laboratory earned the Salomons a solid middle upper class life. Nevertheless, Brigitte's parents never returned to Germany, not even as tourists. Neither did Brigitte. When she was invited to visit Germany, she did not hesitate to decline the invitation. She simply could not forget what the Germans had done to her family. Other Memoria Viva accounts are similar. Elfriede Simon, who came to Chile in 1939, in the wake of the November pogrom, recounts that her mother adamantly refused to be again in Germany. Some of the Jewish immigrants that I interviewed for my doctoral dissertation, as well as their parents, felt just like Mrs. Simon. Dina Krauskopf, who immigrated with her parents to Chile in 1939, told me her mother was as German as Jewish. She spoke German at home, admired German literature, and cooked kuchens every weekend. However, she declined to go to Germany after the war. Ricardo Dueñas, a Jewish Chilean physician of Sephardi origins, told me that his father-in-law, Mr. Rolf Orzegov, emphatically refused to visit Germany too. Other interviewees did visit their former country, but they emphasized that they would not live there, quote unquote, because of what happened there. Such were the cases of Fred Spiegel and Margot Levy. Thomas Hirsch, one of the few Jewish Chilean congressmen today, remembers that her mother not only visited Germany after the war, but also recovered German nationality for her children and herself during one of those trips, a move that her husband did not agree with. It is interesting that regardless of their troubled relationship with Germany and with Germanness, most of these individuals consider themselves Germans. In this sense, they differ from other Jewish immigrants who, like Ewald Wettstein, another Memoria Viva interviewee, say, quote unquote, I am Chilean. Chile is my country because Chile saved my life. What is even more interesting is the impact of Holocaust reparations and property restitution on how Jewish Germans viewed German nationality in Chile. Bodo Borchheim, who migrated to Chilean Patagonia in the 30s, was one of those who approached West Germany's embassy in Santiago in the wake of Wiedergutmachung. In order to apply for a pension and property restitution, Mr. Borchard had to, quote-unquote, re-register himself and his son Walter as German citizens, something he did in the mid-60s. So too did the parents of Anne-Marie Warenberg, who I mentioned earlier. Despite the strong sentiments involved, Nazi Germany had dispossessed and exiled them, the Warenbergs recovered their German nationality as a means to get their pensions. Robert Funk, a renowned political scientist of German origins, recalls how his grandmother too took German nationality back before receiving reparation, and so on. There are many, many stories like this. When it comes to the interaction of German reparations and nationality, that of Hans Kiechenthal is a case in point. Like thousands of other Jewish German refugees, the Kiechenthals arrived in Chile in 1939, a few months before the Aguirre Cerda administration barred Jewish immigration. Like other Jewish German newcomers too, they came in possession of a few Reichmarks and little luggage. But unlike others, Hans' father used one of those suitcases to bring a huge set of documents proving his ownership of companies, real estate, and bank accounts. They were very rich until the Nazis came to power, and Kiechenthal hoped that they might be restituted one day if he had the proper documents, which proved true. Sources at the Jewish Archive of Chile show that shortly after the end of World War II, Kiechenthal started his years-long quest for property restitution and compensation. The task was especially difficult as their property were in East Germany, and the communist authorities showed no enthusiasm for restituting them, especially in the beginning. However, Kiechenthal's efforts, which included the assistance of German and American attorneys, were successful, and East Germany restituted real estate to his family. Before that, the communists had given Kiechenthal an important sum of money as an indemnification for other properties, which allowed the family to get their first house in Chile. To have German nationality was fundamental in order to be compensated, though. Hans Kiechenthal was a child when his father started his long quest for restitution, and he recalls that quest clearly. According to Hans, his father always distinguished German nationality or Germanness from the acts that the German government and the German people committed against the Jews. He did feel a German. Nevertheless, such a national identification did not condone at all the dispossession and exile of their family, let alone the attempt to exterminate the Jews. I am a German, said Hans Kiechenthal to Memoria Viva. Although he lives in Chile since the 30s, he has never naturalized. In this sense, his case differs from other stories seen above. The most remarkable case of how German reparations interact with German nationality in Chile, however, is that of Gunther Sellmann. And this is the last case I will mention. Born in 1931 in Aachen, Germany, Sellmann and his family moved to Chile in the wake of Kristallnacht. His father, who had proudly fought for Germany in World War I and earned the Iron Cross, was sent to Buchenwald following the November pogrom. They settled in Concepción, in the south of Chile, where thousands of Germans lived since the 19th century. Gunther attended public schools where poverty was rampant. His academic performance was outstanding, which allowed him to enroll in the University of Concepción's School of Medicine. It is worth noting that Gunther, when he entered the university and was this excellent student, it is worth noting that Gunther did not consider himself a German at that point. Although his parents, sister, and himself spoke German at home, he never felt he was a German. On the contrary, the humiliation that the Nazis had inflicted on his father impeded him from doing so. In his own words, Sellmann viewed himself as a Chilean, and as a Jew, but not as a German. Indeed, he never considered approaching a German embassy to recover his nationality, and it was difficult for him to understand why his father did so and applied for a pension from West Germany's government. It was only the political context of the 70s that changed his view. After General Pinochet overthrew President Salvador Allende on September 11, 1973, Navy agents arrested Selman and sent him to Isla Quiriquina detention camp, where he was interned for 8 months. Efforts from the FRG embassy and Lutheran Bishop Helmut Franz, however, made it possible that the military authorities released him in mid-1974. As soon as he was released, he moved to Dusseldorf along with his family. Selman was a Jewish German re-immigrant, and this now I started the third part and the last on re-immigration, the impact of German reparations on re-immigration. Selman planned to be a short time in West Germany and moved to a Latin America country such as Cuba and work for the return of Chilean democracy from there. However, federal authorities quickly restituted his German nationality and got him a position at the Dusseldorf hospital, which made Selman change his original plans. I saw his interview in Memoria Viva website, and I consider so interesting that I managed to have his phone number, and I called him, and we organized a 2 hours long conversation in Zoom. So now I'm going to focus only on him. Of course, I disliked the idea of returning to Germany, he told me. He yelled at me when I asked this stupid question. But they welcomed me. They treated me excellent, he said to me. Also, there was a strong, quote-unquote, anti-nationalistic and anti-authoritarian atmosphere there, he said, which made him reconsider the issue of his nationality. Since Germany had saved his life, restituted his nationality, and employed him, Selman had good reasons to view himself as a German, and he did so after a few years. Also, his wife, Miss Hannegrum Peter, a Jewish nurse born in Czechoslovakia, had a good job there, and their 3 children attended a good public school as well. At that point, Gunther considered himself finally a German. It is interesting noting that although the deadlines of the Wiedergutmachung regulation had already expired when Selman moved to Dusseldorf in the mid-70s, this is for me very interesting. Selman himself, he views his story as a case of German reparation. Put differently, Selman thinks the gestures of West Germany's authorities towards him and his family did actually repair, at least partially, the damage that Nazi Germany had inflicted on his family. He was explicit about this issue. Something similar happened with Anne-Marie Warenberg. After socialist candidate Salvador Allende triumphed at the polls in September 1970, Warenberg and her husband sold off their factory and moved to West Germany, where they lived for 13 years. Just like Selman, she was a Jewish German re-immigrant, and like Selman too, she viewed the return to Germany as an act of reparation. Before Anne-Marie moved there, her parents had successfully applied for pensions and property restitution. Okay, I'm just finishing. I just want to finish with an observation that the historiography of German reparations has paid little, if any, attention to Latin America. Considering that more than 100,000 Jews went as refugees to Latin America in the 30s and 40s, that disregard is remarkable. At the same time, Jewish Latin American studies, a field that has grown monumentally in the last 2 decades, and I finish with this, has completely ignored the matter of Wiedergutmachung, which is no less remarkable. My research project, which deals with the Jewish refugees to Chile, Peru, and Bolivia that returned to Germany after 1945, aims to filling that gap through a methodological bit that combines archival work and oral history, but I will not expand because it's redundant. Thank you so much.
Speakers, and thank you for the audience that is here with us so late. And this is now your chance to ask your questions. And here I already see questions. So let's begin with Jose and then Constantine.
Yeah, thank you. This panel really was about claims and identity, and what is one claiming when one is claiming compensation. I won't ask any question to Iris. So I have questions to Regula Ludi and to Joanna Silva. I want to ask you, Regula, the case that you elaborated on, the man who writes that he is no Bittsteller, that is no supplicant. It's a very subtle one, because he doesn't actually oppose his official identity, which is one of a claimant. He opposes something that he thinks is implicit in the way he's being treated. Would it be possible to oppose the position of claimant and still claim? Did you see other strategies of opposition? Because this is a kind of a particular case where he is arguing against something that nobody has ever said, actually. So it's a strategy of opposition against something that has been left unsaid. I wonder whether you came across strategies where claimants argue against things that have been said and so on. So I won't elaborate, but I think it's a very rich field, and you kind of are dealing with one particular aspect of it, and so if you could elaborate. Joanna Silva, I was a bit confused by part of your presentation. First of all, you started by showing a slide that said restitution, but I think you meant compensation or indemnification. And then the figures that you showed, that there are more women than men in this age group, to make the claim that you made, which is that women survived the Holocaust more in larger figures than men, you would have to juxtapose these figures with the general population, because I think in this population of the elderly, also among other people who are not Holocaust survivors, 57 to 42% or something like that, I think is the general figure in the general population. So I'm not sure the Holocaust actually comes into that. And then the main point I want to make is that you presented these payments of 2,500 euro that were made in these two funds. In my response to Konstantin Goschler, I tried to distinguish three types of payments. Up to the end of the 60s, the logic of compensation was one of tort law. When the compensation was reopened in the 90s, the logic was one of social payments. But in the 2000s, it turned into symbolic payments. And even the official German authorities argue that these payments are symbolic payments. They don't say this is justice. I know the claims conference, I know Eisenstadt says this provides some measure of justice. And you repeated that statement a few times. I would argue against that. I don't think this is any measure of justice. This is some measure of recognition. But there's a distinction between recognition and justice. Recognition is provided by a one-time payment. Justice, I really, really doubt the word is appropriate here. So I would have a completely different take on this. And I think this should really be, these three types of payment should really be clearly distinguished from each other, because they follow completely different types of logic. And so this brings me back also to Regula's paper, where I also think that the issue of strategies used, I'm fascinated by the attempt to use Althusser here, but the strategies used by claimants to oppose or to undermine the logic of the interpretation by the authorities, which for Althusser doesn't exist because he's a structuralist, but you don't seem to be one because you allow opposition. It's each time there's something different that is being opposed. Because with Joanna, we already have the point where she says they are claiming their identity. So it's a completely different logic that is at work, where it's a logic of recognition as opposed to a logic of tort law or a logic of social security being used here. So I think also these tragedies that you're talking about need to be historicized and placed in the particular historical context.
Thank you. Do we collect questions or do we collect? Okay, so please, Konstantin.
So I can continue with appealing to historicizing. I think we also need to historicize somehow ourselves and our categories. And I would like to bind together the first three presentations, which really together give a fascinating picture, because they all work with similar concepts. So there is confession, innocence, and innocence. And so how does this belong together? And what I see is you describe a shift. So the first two papers, which deal with confession and innocence, are based on an idea, I would say a little bit ironically, victims with attitude. While the third paper shows us a different picture of a victim. So this is the innocent victim. These are children which are the symbols of innocence. So there's a shift referring to the image of the victim. So what makes it? So what characterizes? What do we expect from a victim? And this is related, in my opinion, with another shift, the shift from attitude to suffering. So the quality of a victim is that he has suffered and not that he has shown a certain attitude. And so we need to be aware of these general shifts when we make our judgments, because it's very easy to scandalize early indemnification when we use the measure stick of suffering and of the innocent victim. But so this is fair, we can use this moral standard, but we need to realize that these shifts are dependent from wider historical developments. So what is the price if we use the innocent victim as a measure stick? This is a victim without agency. This is pretty close to the definition of the victim and the within our understanding of genocide, which means a victim is somebody who has no intention within a historical process, and insofar focusing on kids must be and children must be seen as the result of a historical process and as also as a result of historical conflicts. So children as Holocaust survivors or as victims emerged for the first time in Eastern Europe because their especially forced laborers were considered as collaborators, as Nazi collaborators in their societies. And therefore they shifted to children survivors because children naturally are considered as innocent. So there's a flip side to these developments, and we should not just take these so the values which are underlying to these descriptions on face value. So we should ask, what does it mean that our concepts of victims do change, that our definitions do change, and how are they related to struggles in certain societies at particular times? And so that's something which I'm still missing a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like.
You don't want to collect all.
Here they give just a
Okay.
statement, more than a question.
Okay. Thank you, Jose and Constance for these comments. Is it on? Okay. Okay. Of course, you find the claimants who don't want to be claimants in the press, in the debate, in the discussions. It's hard to find them in the files because if they don't want to be claimants, they normally don't file claims. Oh, okay. They don't file claims, or they don't voice that, and so that's why I use this one example where you can actually show how somebody kind of uncovers the hidden messages that are within the practices, and the kind the expectations that are associated with the practices. So it's just a suggestions for a methodological approach to reparations files or compensation files that can give you also a bit of a different view. And as I said, it's not about red tape. It's not about making judgments, as Konstantin Goschler suggests. But it's just about looking from a bit of a different perspective at what actually happens in the operation of compensation. And maybe just as a follow up on the innocence and victim issue, I don't quite understand what you mean with victims with attitude. You will have to explain that to us. But what I think is really interesting about compensation practices is to see how the idea of victimhood and of innocence are being developed through reparation or compensation practices, and how in all these also the negotiations in the compensation practice, ideas of victimhood, of innocence emerge. And so there you actually have to or whenever you're using these concepts, you have to historicize them. You have to see in what contexts do they appear, and what significance do they have at the time, of course. I mean, that's what we are historians for.
Thank you so much for the comments. This is why events such as this one, such as this conference, are so great, because we can discuss these ideas, test them out. And as I mentioned, this is a work in progress. So I am taking diligent notes here on how to incorporate them into the project. So thank you for that. So in terms of the concept of justice, right? So this is the definition. How do we define justice, right? And who gets to define it? So of course, at the Claims Conference, we use the phrase, that we secure a measure of justice, because it can never be a full justice. We discussed this throughout, from yesterday, today, right? So it's a measure, a small measure, actually, that's what we say, a small measure of justice. A recognition. Of course, this is a recognition that two funds, the Child Survivor Fund, the Kindertransport Fund, are a form of recognition of the suffering that these children endured. So we can, go on into a discussion, but it's a very important distinction, and thank you for that. But on the one hand, this is the institutional phrasing, and there are people here at this conference who can explain it much better than I can, why we use this term, right? And to Professor Goschler, this is a very interesting issue that you raised about the process of how child survivors became child survivors, became identified as child survivors. It was an entire process. So really, without going into much detail, I will just say that in 1991 was when the major conference took place in New York of the hidden child. And that's really when many children, began to understand that they have shared experiences, that they are survivors. Because until then, many children were told, or they thought, internalized this, that their experiences didn't matter, that they didn't have memories, what could they know? They were so young, right? And so this conference really galvanized the efforts of the child survivors. And since then, there were so many other organizations, local organizations that mushroomed throughout the world, right? So definitely was a process. So 1991, and then the study that I mentioned was 1998, so only 7 years later, right? So we can see this is very recent, the child survivor self-definition and identification.
Iris, do you want to say something?
I would like to say something. Konstantin, in your question, you mentioned and talked about the innocent victim. I'm not sure if this was your intention, but when it comes to Israeli claimants and this whole process in Israel, well, then you touch here upon a very sensitive and political issue. I don't want to go into philosophical discussions on innocence, but because you mentioned the term, I have to add that when the talks in Wassenaar went on, Sharet and Jacob Robinson had plans to compensate Palestinian refugees. So Jacob Robinson, Sharet, and many others were in a difficult situation. They were victims, the Holocaust. On the other side, they represented Israel's policy. And interestingly, they used the terms used in the Wassenaar negotiations in order to develop plans to compensate Palestinian Arab refugees from the 1948 wars. Terms such as refugees, integration, humanitarian cases came up in both cases. And to make this story even more complex, the case of Israel was about integrating refugees, penniless refugees. For the Palestinians, it was also the question of integrating penniless refugees somewhere else into the Arab states. In both cases, it was not about bringing the Jews back to Europe or bringing the Palestinians back to Israel. And the story is so complicated because there was a third case, namely the ethnic German expellees. And here we have the same terminology and the same dynamic, namely paying refugees money, penniless refugees, in order to ease their integration into a new society, into a new state. So I would assume that this was not your attention when we spoke of innocence, just to emphasize that this is a hugely political and sensitive issue in Israel.
Thank you. We continue with the questions, collecting questions. Ronnie, please. And he was first. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
As a professional working in this field for the Claims Conference for decades, I want to little bit side comment on Iris Nachum, because, and it's really part of a history that with a starting point of the BUG. The BUG was one of, I would say, the most restrictive programs you can ever imagine. And if we wouldn't have the development after the reunification, we would be in a very, 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 very poor and sad situation regarding Holocaust survivors. So, as I saw also the movie yesterday, we are a little bit in this Adenauer narrative, and this is really totally wrong regarding the BUG. So, but to switch between the federal burden law and the BUG is a little bit of a mistake, because If you look at the BEG is a genuine compensation identification program, right? And it is made mainly for German Jews, right? That was the starting point. But the other law, which passed in August 1952, was something totally different, an inner German law, which was, the aim was you had on the one side people who suffered not from the war and people who suffered from the war. And I appreciate very much what Benny did, and for sure Ernst Kastenstein, to throw the foot in the door, yes, and so to open this German unification, German, you are the refugee from the East, yes, right thing. But it's totally different to the DSK in the context of a BEG. And I hopefully you can agree, and I want to add this because it is a little bit, if you switch between the compensation program for persecution, where you have to prove that you are part of this German thing, and the other thing which was originally not meant. And this is also part of a history that the Claims Conference successfully, and also other lobbyists in this group, tried always to find ways to put a hole in different issues. And the last thing in this case was the so-called Ghetto-Rentenprogramm, yes, where you can join in the German pension system. So it's a little bit different if you talk about genuine indemnification programs, and on the other side, this what I call look for opportunities to get the Jews in a boat which is originally not in the eyes of the Germans meant for Jews. So.
Ronnie.
Iris, you mentioned that no, I won't. Don't worry. You know me. No. I just wanted to ask about the BEG authorities, which you mentioned. If you can elaborate and explain, because what you said, that as I understand that there are different interpretation. Maybe, I'm not sure this is the right, what you meant, that it was different interpretations of the law or different implementations of the laws. Can you explain how was it possible? And was it connected to, I understand, connected to lenders? And so they have different, but the law was, it was of the federal. So can you explain the difference between the agencies, the BEG authorities of the lenders?
I want to intervene with a question to Iris and to Regula to juxtapose your presentations, because Regula was talking about how the definition and how the practice is influencing the identity of the claimant, and I wanted Iris to reflect whether all these tests and questions, were there just, in your opinion, bureaucracy, or did it just reflect a pre-identity, or did it change something through this practice about the identity of the claimant? And to Regula, the opposite question, because you are taking a Butlerian performative understanding of how much of it is the identity is original, and how much of it is part of this process of becoming a subject, becoming a claimant, right? So to reflect how much are you willing to go with the Butler understanding that the process is creating, because you are saying that they oppose it. they oppose from which subject position. So, okay.
Thank you. Very quickly, I want to bring in Gustavo with his paper, because I think we should benefit from the opportunity that we have someone, as you said, basically restitution and compensation has not been much discussed for Latin America. And I'd like to ask the slightly provocative question. I'm very happy that you do this, but can you maybe very briefly say how this will actually change our picture of what we know so far? In the new title of your talk, you mentioned class, and I think that might be something to explore a bit further. And yeah, maybe just a last observation also, we haven't made something out of it, but this Jewish man who returns to Düsseldorf, I mean, he's going away from Allende, so apparently looking for more political stability in the Federal Republic, as he's afraid of socialism in Latin America, and maybe this political dimension in many countries there should not be completely out of the picture. Thank you.
Thank you. There was.
So first of all, thanks very much for a very interesting panel and presentations. I have one question for Joanna and then a more general question for everyone who wants to answer it. For Joanna, I'm fascinated also by this construction, let's say, of the child survivor. And I genuinely don't know to what extent was this connected to a different way of understanding the development of the child, which was going on perhaps in parallel, but completely unrelated to the kind of documents, because the way also as society in which we look at children has changed with the time, but I think also really the understanding of child development, including that of the traumatic experience. And this is the link to my second question, so the broader one in general, because you all mentioned papers and interviews, and something that I was surprised not to hear was the word trauma, because I feel that in many of these bureaucratic, inadequate in many ways, sort of documents, procedures and laws, that's the dimension which is impossible to mediate, and that somehow this is also what these documents give back to us. So I was wondering whether you could reflect on this. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the last question.
I would like, in a way, to continue to follow up Lorena's remark and question with you, Joanna. I wonder if you could draw any conclusion or insight from dealing with children of the Holocaust that bring us as close as possible to the second generation. You mentioned something about the impact on the children, the Holocaust of the children. Could you say anything at all about possible impacts on the second generation?
Okay, so back to the panelists. Maybe we'll start the other way around, Gustavo.
Thank you, Professor Siemens, for your question. I will try to be very brief. I agree with you that, especially in the area of class, might shed light some. I would say, brief response. This might shed light on the importance of local contexts for the reconstruction of this transnational story. In other words, for instance, the issue of the pensions. That money could be very little money in the US, in Canada, or other places in the North Hemisphere. In Latin America, that was good money and made a change in this regard. But honestly, I'm just starting with this, with my own quest, this academic quest. So for the moment, I would say that I'm interested in reconstructing this transnational story to contribute with this piece of the puzzle. But I will respond that. Thank you.
Okay. So you, sir. Your questions. I think there are a few misunderstandings. First of all, both PAG and Lastenausgleichsgesetz were in the German laws. In both cases, it was compensation from Germans to Germans. Second, the Lastenausgleichsgesetz is a compensation law, as the law itself says, Entschädigung. Third, the Jewish negotiating teams, the Claims Conference, did not push itself to get into the equalization of burdens law. Believe me, the Claims Conference had experts on the equalization of burdens law. By the way, if you're interested in doing research on the equalization of burdens law, go to the archives of the Claims Conference. There are the experts on this law. They never pushed, they never asked the Germans to be compensated through this law. It was an offer by the Germans. And the Claims Conference in Wassenaar accepted it. Okay, then on your question regarding is it an implementation or an interpretation when it comes to the level of the lender, the local level? It's an interpretation and an implementation. We were quite astonished, Jose and I, when we saw that the lender had some sort of autonomy when it comes to the implementation of the BEG. And the case I showed to you, well, this is a local initiative. And so these initiatives varied from the lender to lender, but Jose and I have to do much more research on this. Yeah.
I asked this question because I saw one of the documents which about a meeting of Goldman and Adenauer together with representatives of the lenders, and Adenauer gave a speech there, and he told them that they are not kind of implementing the law. I mean, that there are differences between the lenders, and they should do it. So that's why I asked this question.
Leora, your question regarding if the identity of the claimants changed throughout the process. Wow, this is a very interesting question. I would say that, and your question was also if they try to reconstruct an older identity, right? I think that it is very interesting to see that very often these claimants, especially under the equalization of burdens law, because when it comes to the equalization of burdens law, it's about property, it's about money, it's about houses, it's about factories. So it is in fact, but I've never thought about it before, it's in fact about reconstructing a bourgeois identity. So it's more about class than about culture or nation in this sense.
Okay, so I will be very quick. Thank you so much for these questions. They are excellent questions. There is so much to say about this, and there is rich scholarship on the topic. So very briefly, in terms of the construction of child survivors, the concept of child survivors, the identity of child survivors. So of course that was a process in terms of the development of childhood and how that played into developing this identity. For sure, for the researchers who are working on this topic, for sure that played a role. But I would just like to draw attention to some other developments that played a role in the emergence of this identity of a child survivor. I mentioned Sarah Moskowitz. She was the precursor of meetings with child survivors in the California area, of leading therapy sessions, group therapy sessions with survivors to help them understand what they went through, and that these child survivors realized that they were child survivors of the Holocaust, just as their parents had been, who had been in ghettos and camps. But these children survived because mostly they were in hiding, right, or living under a false identity. Some were, of course, in ghettos and to a lesser degree in camps. but academic work also played a role. In 1983 was the first book that came out. Sarah Moskowitz wrote it. It was a collection of stories of several, I think 24 child survivors of the Holocaust. And that book really brought child survivors to the attention in the West. In 1991, the first academic book comes out by Deborah Dwork, Children with a Star. And this changed the entire field in Holocaust studies and how we study victims and victim groups. In terms of trauma, it's such a fascinating question. And I just mentioned traumatic experiences in my presentation. I didn't really go into that. I mean, when it comes to claims submitted to one of the funds at the Claims Conference, and this was mentioned before, I think yesterday in some of the presentations, that we really try to minimize the triggers that these applicants could sustain. And so, of course, some of the histories that the child survivors submit are more detailed. Some of them are just a few sentences. We don't conduct oral histories with the survivors unless it's absolutely necessary, because that's a trigger, right? And we understand that they are recalling their traumatic experiences. We don't want them to relive that trauma if they don't have to, if we can look for documents elsewhere to support the claim. In terms of the the child survivors and the impact of their experiences and memories on the second generation, that's a fascinating topic. We can talk so much about this, and there's a lot of research on the second generation, and also groups, right, for second generation. I'm familiar with the ones in the U.S. And here we're also moving into the direction of the third generation, having groups and meeting together and discussing their traumatic experiences of growing up in homes with second generation parents. So I think this is an emerging field in area in Holocaust studies, and we need to know more about the influence of growing up in a survivor household and how what impact that had on the second generation and third generation.
Your question about identity, maybe I have to return to Slajamovic. There was one quote she cited from her mother. Her mother refused to claim reparations until the compensation program for forced laborers came up. And her rationalization of that decision was that she didn't want to claim compensation as a victim. She didn't want to claim compensation as a survivor, but she would claim compensation as a worker. And I find that a really interesting justification and explanation of her decision. So that somehow links the whole question about reparations programs and what kind of identity do they expect claimants to subscribe. I think centers that or focuses the question on that. And does identity change? I think that's hard. That's hard to say. I think it's probably the only way to find it out is by doing the kind of research some anthropologists have done. And I think it's also important to consider identity as not as an essential concept, but as a concept that is contextual, that is changing over time, and that is multifaceted. And so it's always within an interaction with compensation agencies or whoever institution there is.
Thank you. With these words, we conclude this day and this session, and I thank really for a fascinating panel for our presenters.